Hi there, and welcome to the ultimate course where you will become a master of modern React and API development by building real industry projects. By following this video, you'll build not one, not two, but 3 phenomenal apps you can deploy, showcase in your portfolio, and share with your friends and employers. This course will single-handedly allow you to make your breakthrough in the industry and get a high-paying and well-appreciated web development job. Here are only some of the projects you'll build. The first application on our list is a modern YouTube clone application with stunning video sections, custom categories, channel pages, the ability to play videos, and much more. After that fantastic application, you'll build another one. You'll build a professional fitness exercises app with the functionality to choose exercise categories and specific muscle groups, browse more than 1,000 exercises with practical examples, pagination, exercise details, pull related videos from YouTube, and even display similar exercises. And finally, you'll build Lyriks, an improved version of Spotify with a modern homepage, fully fledged music player, search, lyrics, song exploration features, popular music around you, worldwide top charts, and much more. You might be wondering, what are the prerequisites for building such a fantastic website? Besides the general understanding of the JavaScript language and the basics of React, everything else that's going to be taught in this course is entirely beginner-friendly. We'll use the most in-demand technologies today, such as React, Tailwind CSS, Redux Toolkit, Shazam, and Geolocation APIs. We're going to start simple and then move to more complex concepts. I'll explain every step of the way. If you like the projects you've just seen, you'll love hearing more about developing unique, never-before-seen applications through the JSM Masterclass experience. Showcase competency and problem solving. Provide freelance clients and employers with the confidence that projects will be delivered efficiently and on time. And you'll be able to display excellence and humility about learned solutions, industry trends, and future innovations. Since this is an exclusive program, the spots are limited. Join the waitlist by clicking the link in the description to be sure not to miss your spot. So far, we've mentioned what you'll build in this video, but I haven't told you what you'll learn, and that's what matters. In this compilation of videos, you'll learn advanced React best practices, such as folder and file structure, hooks, and refs, advanced state management of the entire application by using React Context API, Next.js best practices, such as static generation and server-side rendering. You'll also learn how to create modern user interfaces using Tailwind CSS. And most importantly, you'll learn how to fetch data from unlimited sources using RapidAPI. Essentially, you'll become a master of working with APIs. With that said, let's dive straight into the compilation. Before creating a folder for our project code, we must first visit RapidAPI. The link is going to be down in the description. The making of this entire app is possible only due to RapidAPI because we'll be using their YouTube version 3 API. This API is just one out of thousands of APIs available in their API hub. You're going to learn how to use most of these endpoints from this API. We're going to talk about suggested videos, search, video details, channel videos, and much more. By utilizing this API, you'll be able to later on create your own projects using any of the APIs listed right here. So, to be able to use these APIs, make sure to use the RapidAPI link in the description, and then you can click sign up or log in at the top right. You can log in using Google, GitHub, Facebook, or just your regular email. Once you're in, you'll be redirected to RapidAPI's hub. This was the first step in our video. Now let's create our React application, and then later on, we're going to come back here and then make calls to this great YouTube API. Here on JavaScript Mastery, we always start from scratch, and I teach you every step of the way. So let's get started by creating a new empty folder on our desktop. In this case, we're building our beautiful YouTube_clone application. So let's call our folder YouTube_clone. And then drag and drop it into your code editor. In this case, we'll be using Visual Studio Code, currently the best and the most popular editor out there. Before we install the necessary dependencies, we can install one Visual Studio Code extension that we're going to use throughout this video. So head to Extensions and then search for RapidAPI. That's going to bring you to the RapidAPI client extension through which we'll be able to test our APIs while we are developing them straight inside of Visual Studio Code. So for now, just install it and we're going to use it later on. Once you expand your Visual Studio Code, you can head to View and then Terminal. We're going to immediately initialize our React application and then create all of the necessary dependencies. So let's start by clearing out our terminal and then running npx create-react-app and then / to create it in the current repository. This process usually takes just about a minute, so let's let it do its thing and I'll be right back. And there we go. Our application alongside its file and folder structure has been initialized. Now, before we go ahead and run it, let's first install all of the necessary dependencies that we'll be using throughout this project. To check out the dependencies, we can go to our package.json. Inside of here, you can see some general scripts needed to run our application, and you can also see a list of all the dependencies that we're currently using. To make sure that your application uses the exact same versions of dependencies as I'm using in this video, you can click the GitHub gist link down in the description and then copy the dependencies alongside their versions straight from there. Once you do that, you can select your dependencies and simply paste over them. As you can see, we're installing Emotion React and Emotion Styled, as these are the needed dependencies for Material UI to work. While we're on the topic of Material UI, we're also installing that. MUI is one of the best UI kits for React. It is intuitive and it has that functional design that we're all used to. All the most common components that we use in all of our applications. So we'll be using MUI Material as our UI kit of choice for building our YouTube clone application. We're gonna also install Icons Material to have some icons, then of course Axios to make API calls, and we have React Router DOM for our routing. And one thing I would like to mention is that we are using the latest versions of MUI and React Router DOM. Both of these packages have recently created their new versions, MUI coming with version 5 and then React Router DOM coming with version 6. So by watching this video, know that you're up to date with all of the latest versions of all packages. Once you paste those dependencies in, you can go to View, Terminal, and then run npm install -legacy-peer-deps. This is going to install the same exact versions of dependencies, so we can proceed with building this application. Once your dependencies install, there might be some vulnerabilities, and if you want to fix that, you can run npm added fix, but at this point, we're not going to worry about that too much. Now, let's start our application to see it on localhost 3000. And it's immediately going to open up on localhost 3000. We right now have one error, but we're going to immediately fix that. And if you close this, you can see that our application is up and running. So what we can do now is explore the file and folder structure. You can notice we have a Git folder, which was automatically initialized for us by Create React App. We have our node modules where all of our dependencies code is in. We have our public folder and we have our source folder. Besides that, we have a git ignore to ignore which files go to Git, and then package lock and package.json to keep track of our dependencies. Finally, we have a README to explain what's going on once you actually publish this to GitHub. In this case, the most important folder is our source folder. Inside of there, we have quite a few files, but in this case, we're going to make it even simpler and create everything on our own so you exactly know how React works behind the scenes. Let's go ahead and delete this source folder, and let's right-click right here on the root and create a new source folder from scratch. Inside of there, the most important file we need to have is going to be the index.js file. Inside of index.js, we can import React from React, and we can also import React DOM from React-DOM. Now in here, we'll also have to import our app.js. So let's create a new file called app.js, and this is going to be the starting point of our application. So let's create a basic functional component by running rafce. If this command didn't work for you, then you need to go under extensions and search for ES7 Plus React Redux React Native snippets. Install this extension, and then you're going to have access to a lot of useful React snippets, such as RAFCE. Now that we have our app, we can go back to index and we can import it by saying import app from /app. Now we can create a root of our application by saying const root is equal to React DOM dot create root. This is new with React version 18, and then we need to pass in the document dot get element by ID root. This is the only place in our entire React application where we're literally fetching from the DOM. We're getting the div with an ID of root. So let me show you what I mean. Inside of the public folder, we have an index.html file. And it looks like a lot is happening, but if we remove all of these comments, like this, there's one more, remove everything that shouldn't be there, and indent this properly, you can notice that this is nothing more than a simple HTML5 document that only has one div, and that is a div with an ID of root. While we're here, we can also add a few additional links to make sure that our Material UI works properly. So you can go to mui.com, click Get Started, and then head to Installation. There you can notice that we have to install some packages, which we already have done, and now we have to also add the icons and the font as two additional link tags. So let's copy this right here and paste it right above the title. We can of course repeat the process with the font icons. Let's indent that properly. And now we have everything we need. While we're here, we can also rename this application. I'm gonna do JSM Media. Feel free to call it however you want to. Great. With that said, we can now go back to our index.js, and we can use this root by saying root.render, and then the only thing we want to render is the self-closing app component. Great. And before heading to the browser, we just have to add the / client to our React DOM import. Again, this was changed in version 18 of React. And now that we've updated that, just before we check the app in the browser, we can open up our terminal, press Ctrl+C and then Y to stop it from running, and then we can simply run npm start one more time to make sure that all the changes were properly updated. And as you can see, this ran our application in the browser. If I zoom it in, we can see app right there. And that's exactly what we were expecting, because if we now go into the app, you can see that that's the only thing we're returning. There is just one more thing left to add to our index.js, and those are our simple styles. Alongside all the components we'll be creating in Material UI, I created a simple index.css style sheet that's going to help us with some generic styles. So in that same GitHub gist down below where you found all of the packages, you can find an index.css file. Simply paste it inside of the source. So that's going to be source index.css, and there you can see about 100 long CSS file that simply has some general styles, such as resetting the HTML and the body's margins, paddings, setting up the regular anchor tags, and so on. And now, of course, we have to go back inside of the index.js and say import, and then that's going to be /index.css. Great. With that said, we're now ready to go inside of the app.js and start creating the structure of our entire application. Let's get started. To start creating our layout, we can first import a couple of things from React Router DOM. And those are going to be browser router, routes, and then a route. And those are coming from React-router-DOM. We're going to also import something known as a box coming from add-mui/material. A box is nothing more than a simple div element. Now, when it comes to the output of this app, we can turn it into an instant return by simply using the parentheses right here and then removing the return keyword. There we go. Now, instead of a div right here, we'll be returning a browser router that we're going to use to wrap our entire application with. Inside of that browser router, we can render a box element, and that box is going to have an SX prop equal to background color is going to be #000, which is pure black. Inside of that box, we're going to have our navbar. For now, we can simply type it out. Later on, we're going to turn this into a real component. And then below our navbar, we can have our routes. This is a built-in component by React Router DOM, and inside of it, we can place individual route components. Our first route is going to have a path of /, meaning just the root route, and it's going to be exact. Also, it's going to have an element, which is going to render, and that is going to be a feed component. So we can create a self-closing feed component like this. In the browser, we're going to get an error that feed is not yet defined, but that's fine for now. We're going to have many different errors, but let's just go through building the entire project structure first, and then we're going to focus on file and folder structure and creating those actual components. So we can move to our second route, which is going to have a path equal to /video/ and then :ID like this. This means that if we go to /video and then some random sequence of numbers or letters like 123, 123, we're going to go to a specific videos page. And we can render a new element there, which is going to be a video detail page. Now we can duplicate this 2 more times. Instead of rendering the video for the next one, we can render a specific channel. So everything is going to be the same, but instead of video detail, it's going to be channel detail. And finally, the last one is going to go to search. And then we want to have a specific search term that we want to search for. And this is going to render the search feed. Great. Now we have almost all of the components that we have to create, and we can also turn this navbar into its own component. So that brings us to our next step. The routes are ready, but let's go ahead and create those actual components. We can do that by creating a new folder inside of the src folder, and we can call it components. Inside of those components, let's go ahead and create those 5 components. The first one on our list is going to be navbar.jsx, and we can simply run RAFCE inside of it to create a simple navbar component. We can proceed by creating the feed.jsx component, and the same thing, RAFCE. Let's proceed with the third one, which is going to be video detail.jsx, and we can again run RAFCE. The fourth one is going to be channel detail.jsx, and we can again run RAFCE. And for now, there's just one more left to go, and that is going to be the search feed.jsx, and we can again run RAFCE. With this simple structure, we created 5 different components, which we can now import inside of our app.js. To import them, you can double-click the navbar keyword right there, press Ctrl space if you're in Windows, and then simply press Enter. This is going to automatically import the navbar from /components/navbar. If this didn't work for you, if I'm not mistaken, you'll need an extension called IntelliSense. So if you search for Path IntelliSense and npm IntelliSense, you can install those two, and then by pressing Control space or Command space, it's going to give you an immediate import. With that said, if we now repeat that process for all other components, you're going to notice that we're going to have 5 extra lines. And that really clutters our app.js view. 5 different imports. This is not what you want to have. I'm going to show you how we can import all of these in one single line. For that, we're going to need one extra file inside of the components folder. So let's create a new file called index.js. Inside of there, we can say export, in curly braces, default as. The setup is a bit tricky, but you'll be able to repeat it from now on for all other components. And you can say default as, the name of the component, from / and then the file. And now we can repeat this 4 more times. The second time, we're going to have the feed. Then we're going to have the channel detail. After that, we're going to have the search feed. So let's do that right here. And finally, we're going to have the video detail. There we go. So now we're exporting all of these components, and now back inside of the app.js, we can remove all of this, and we can say import. Now inside of curly braces, we can just start naming these components, and they'll be coming from / components. That makes the most sense, right? Import navbar from components. Import feed from components. Import video detail, channel detail, and search feed. All of these are coming straight from / components. Can you see how simple it is to understand this and how simple it is to look at this code? We created our entire app structure by using this great file and folder system in React.js. Now, if we go back into our application, you're going to notice that right now we can see the navbar and we can see the feed because we are on localhost 3000. But if we switch to something like that's going to be search and then / JavaScript mastery, you can see that now we can see the search feed. We can repeat the process for something like video and then 1, 2, 3. Let's remove the search first. And then you can see that we're going to have the video detail. So our routing is indeed working. If you want to get some more practice on how to build professional React.js application that follow the cleanest possible code standards on larger projects, I would strongly suggest that you check out jsmastery.pro. On there, we create even longer and more comprehensive projects. One of the best examples of that is the FilmPar course. There, in the span of 10 hours, you're going to learn how to build a professional movie application by using Redux, Material UI, and you're even going to learn how to add voice functionalities using Alan AI. It's all covered, and I teach it step by step, just as I teach it right here on this channel. We're going to build different pages such as discover movies, movie details, recommendations, and save to favorites. This is how the final application will look like. It's going to teach you how to use Material UI to its fullest potential, and it's also going to teach you how to do routing, and of course, it's going to be fully mobile responsive. As you can see, it seems just like a native mobile application. But when I say mobile, I don't just mean mobile. I mean tablet. It's also going to be for laptops, larger laptops, and even 4K devices. So it works great on every device size. The course contains some React.js knowledge that you'll utilize across all of your React projects. But with that said, let's go ahead and continue with our YouTube clone application. We can clean our working environment a bit by closing all of the currently open files, besides the app.js, and then you can control-click to go into the navbar. Navbar being at the top is going to be the first component that we're going to implement together. So let's go ahead and get started. We can start with our navbar by importing one component from MUI. That's going to be a stack. It's coming from @MUI/material. And if you want to check out what one component is, you can simply hover over it
check out the demo site, and then click Stack right there. This is going to immediately bring you to that component's documentation page. So you can see that a stack is used for one-dimensional layouts. It can be used in a column, but it can also be used in a row. So in this case, we'll be using it in a row to form our navigation bar. And throughout this project, we'll be using a lot of different MUI components. So if you're wondering what some of them do, simply hover over them and then go to the demo page. You can also just research this documentation page a bit. They have all the components listed right here on the left side. So if you want to use one of these components, for example, a button, you can read more about it here and immediately get the code to use it in your application right from here. With that said, we can also import a link component coming from React Router DOM. Now, inside of our navigation bar, we'll also be using our logo. And to speed up the process of creating this application and to teach you more things in shorter amount of time, I've already prepared that logo for you. You can find it in that same GitHub gist you visited before down in the description. There, you'll be able to find a constants.js folder. So that's going to be a special folder containing some things we'll be using throughout our application. First of all, create a new folder inside of our source folder called utils. This stands for utilities, something that we use all across our application. Inside of there, create a new file called constants.js. And then inside of there, you can paste that file that you can find in the GitHub gist. If you quickly look through this, you can see that we're just importing some icons. We have our logo URL right here. We have our array with categories that we're going to use on our sidebar. And then we have some strings for videos that don't have a URL, a channel URL, or a title. Everything is right here. And as you can see, there is absolutely no logic included here. It's just some strings and arrays that we'll be using throughout our application. So now we can go back inside of our navbar and we can import, that's going to be a logo coming from /utils / and constants. There we go. We can turn this into an instant return by removing the return keyword and also using the parentheses right here. And then we can return a stack element. That stack is going to have a direction equal to row and align items equal to center. It's also going to have a P of 2, which stands for padding, and it's going to have a special SX prop. With SX, you can provide any styles to your Material UI components. So if you're using an MUI component, you can give it an SX prop and therefore provide the styles right here in line. We can give it a position style, which is going to be sticky. We want it to stick at the top. We're going to also give it a background, which is going to be #000, which is pure black. Then we want to position it at the top by saying top is 0 and give it a justify content, which is going to be set to space between. Great. Now we can expand this in a couple of lines just to see it better. We are providing this component some kind of properties, direction, align items, SX, and so on. So what are these and how do we know that a stack accepts those properties? Well, you can check the API part when you hover over that component and then click Stack API. In here, you can see a list of all of the properties that a specific component accepts. And again, as we keep going through the video, you can simply go through some of the component's API documentation and then see what does a specific prop do. With this video, I want to teach you not only how to build this project, but rather teach you how to learn by reading the documentation on your own. That is the only way you're going to become an independent developer. And again, that's the same thing that we do on JSMastery.pro. So if you like the teaching here, you're definitely going to love it there. With that said, we now have our stack component and we are ready to start implementing our navbar. At the start, we're going to have a link, and that link is going to just point to home. It's going to have a style equal to display flex, and also align items is going to be set to center. Inside of there, we want to render an IMG tag which is going to have a source equal to logo. Alt is going to be set to logo. And then we can set the height to be equal to 45. And you might have noticed that so far we didn't really look into the browser. And that's okay. That's because we have been just focusing on the structure. But now this logo is the first thing that we can actually see. So what we can do is divide our window into two smaller parts. On the left side, we can have our code editor, and then on the right side, we can have the app we're developing so we can see the changes live. Right here on the second tab, I also have a finished version of the application that you are going to build today. So we can instantly see what we're building at the moment. Right now, we're building the navigation part, so the logo is already there, but now we have to create this search bar. So from time to time, we're going to reference this application to show you exactly what we're building and how. Now let's go back and let's implement the search bar. That search bar is going to be right here below this link, and it's going to be a new component that we're going to create. So let's simply create a new component inside of the components folder called search bar.jsx. And for now, we can run RAFCE. We can also export it right here inside of our index from the components and say export default as search bar from /search bar. Now, of course, if you go back to the nav bar, we can import it. That's going to be import search bar from /search bar. And if we go on localhost 3000, you can see that now we have right here the feed, and on the right side, we have the search bar. Now, of course, we chose the dark mode, so everything is currently dark, but now we can go into that search bar and start implementing it so that we can actually see it right there. Inside of our search bar, we can import the useState hook coming from React. We can also import the useNavigate hook, which is coming from React Router DOM. We can import a couple of components such as a paper and an icon button. And these are coming from @MUI/material. And finally, we can import a search icon, which is coming from @MUI/icons-material. And that's going to be it, but we also have to add curly braces around it. There we go. Now we have all the imports that we need. Inside of our search bar, we can render a paper component. So right here, that's going to be paper. And a paper is nothing more than a simple div that has a white background and some elevation. It appears like it's floating on the top. That paper is going to have a few props. The first one being component. So it's going to take a form of a form in this case. So a paper is going to be a form, in this case, our search bar. It's also going to have an onSubmit property, which we're going to leave as an empty callback function for now. And it's also going to have an SX property. Remember, SX is for styles. It's going to have a border radius of 20. Now let's see if we can see the changes already. If we add some text in here, like test, we should be able to see it right there. And we can. It's also going to have a border of 1 pixel solid, and then we can use E3, E3, E3. It's barely visible, but it is there. We can also add a padding left equal to 2. And as you can see, with SX properties, we can sometimes shorten these, such as PL for padding left. Box shadow is going to be set to none. And then we want to have a margin right only on small devices set to 5. And this is phenomenal. We can provide specific styles for specific devices. With that said, inside of our paper, we can have an input tag. And that input is also going to have a few properties. The first one being a class name of search-bar. Then we can give it a placeholder that's going to say something like search ... We can also give it a value, which at the start is going to be set to an empty string. And we can give it an onChange property, which at the start is going to be set to an empty callback function. Of course, we're going to implement all of these really soon. And below our input, we can add an icon button component. And an icon button component does exactly what it says. It is a button for an icon. So we're going to give it a search icon inside of there. Of course, let's apply some styling. So it's going to be of a type is equal to submit. It's going to have an SX property where padding P is 10 pixels and also color is set to red. So let's do color of red. And it looks like I used the wrong import right here. Instead of search icon, it was supposed to be just search from MUI icons material. So we can rename this to search right here. And immediately we can see a beautiful search icon appear right here, and it is actually a button. That is going to be it for our search bar, and with that, our nav bar, at least for now, because soon enough we're going to come back in here and we're going to make this search work. Of course, we cannot do that yet as we're not fetching any videos. But we will fetch some videos soon because we're going to need them for our next component, which is the feed. And the feed is also one of the most important components of our application. So let's dive right in. Our feed is going to be consisted of two primary parts, the sidebar on the left side, and then the video feed on the right side. So let's get started. We can first import the use state and the use effect hooks from React. We can also import a couple of components such as box, stack, and typography coming from add_MUI/material. Now we can turn this div into a stack, which is going to be our primary wrapper, and it's going to wrap the sidebar and the main part. We can give it an SX prop of flex direction. There, we can open up a new object and say usually, meaning just SX, the prop is going to be set to column. And then on medium devices and larger, the flex direction property is going to be set to row. That is going to allow us to achieve a look that looks like this. We have rows on devices that are medium or higher, meaning laptops, tablets, or desktops. And then on mobile view, it's going to look something like this. Everything is going to be in one column. Now let's collapse this back right here, and let's continue implementing our feed. Inside of the stack, we're going to have a box, and that box is going to have an SX property of height. That height is going to also be dynamic, so usually it's going to be set to auto, and then on medium devices and higher, it's going to be set to 92 VH, meaning 92 vertical height. So now you can see that everything is going to turn dark. We can also give it one more prop, which is going to be, if we can find the end of the height here, that's going to be border right. And that border right is going to have 1 pixel, solid, and then 3D, 3D, 3D. That's a great color. Finally, we also want to give it some padding, so we can say PX for padding horizontal. Usually, it's going to be set to 0. And then on medium devices and higher, so MD, that's going to be 2. There we go. So now we can see just a bit of padding and a really tiny gray border. Inside of there, we want to render our sidebar. So for now, we can write it like this, and then soon enough, we're going to turn it into a real sidebar component. And while we're here, let's also add our typography. Now, typography is just a simple component that is used for all text elements instead of p tags and headings. You can check out the demo right here and notice that if you scroll down, you just have nice headings or subtitles and body elements. With that said, let's write something in there, such as copyright 2022, and I'm going to call it JSM Media. Feel free to use any name you'd want here. Let's also give it a class name equal to copyright, and let's give it a variant, and that's going to be body2. If we save this, we cannot yet see it because we have to provide the SX prop, give it a margin top of 1.5 to divide it a bit, and then we can also give it a color equal to hash FFF. That is white in hexadecimal. And there we go. We can see it right there. Of course, this is going to go on the bottom below our actual sidebar, which brings us to our next step. We can now create a new component called sidebar.jsx. Again, run RAFCE, and then export that sidebar from our index.js from within components. So let's simply say sidebar. And now back in our feed, we can now turn this into a functional component, hold Control or Command and press space, and automatically import it from /sidebar. Now we can control click the sidebar to go into that component and start implementing it right away. Just to see if it works, if we hover here, we can see the sidebar, which is exactly what it says right there. Now to implement our sidebar, we can import the stack component one more time from add_mui/material. And inside of this file, we're going to also import the categories coming from /utils/constants. And if you remember, that is that file that contains an array of all the categories alongside their names and the icons. So what we can do now is turn this into an instant return, just so we have some more space. And we can again use a stack component. The direction of that stack is going to be set to row, but then we can give it an SX prop and give it an overflow Y, which is going to be set to auto. We can also give it a height prop. Usually it's going to be set to auto, and then on medium devices, it's going to be set to 95%. And we can also give it a flex direction. And on medium devices and higher, it's going to be set to column because we want to show it like this. But keep in mind, if we go to mobile and go to something like iPhone 12 Pro, then you can see it's going to appear right here in a row. So again, we're making everything responsive right off the bat. Now inside of there, we have to map over our categories. So we can say categories.map, we get each individual category, and we want to instantly return something. Keep in mind, when you're returning instantly, you want to have a parenthesis right here instead of a curly brace. For each category, we want to return just a regular button. That button is going to have two span elements. The first span element is going to render the category.icon, and then the second span element is going to render the category.name. Now, if we save this, there we go. We can immediately see that's about 10 or 12 buttons that have the icons as well as the text. But now let's style them a bit. We can give this button right here a class name that is going to be equal to category-btn. That's automatically going to update it. And now if we hover over it, you can see that we can see something, but still it appears as if all the buttons are gone. So what we can do is we can give each one an inline style and say background is going to be dynamic. We have to figure out which category is currently clicked. So for now, let's just imagine that the new category is clicked. So I'm going to add a variable at the top, const selected category is equal to new, written like this with capital N. So now we can say if category.name is triple equal to selected category, then and meaning then have the color to be FC1503. Now if we save this, you're going to notice that that's going to be this red color right here, only if it is currently selected. Then we also want to give it a color, and the color is going to be set to white. So now we have all of these buttons right here, but this one is selected red. We can also give it a key, which is going to be equal to category.name, because whenever we're mapping over something in React, we have to give each property a key. Now you can notice that it's not quite like what we have on here. These are of a different color and there's a bit of space right there. So let's implement that right away by styling those spans. Our first span is going to have a style equal to color, and we want to make that dynamic as well. So if category dot name is triple equal to selected category, in that case, we want to make it white. Otherwise, we want to make it red. Now, if we save this, okay, it instantly changes color. And we also want to give it a margin right of 15 pixels. Now, if we save this, it's already looking so much better. Now, let's also style the category name. So let's give it a style. And we want to give it an opacity. So we can say if category.name is triple equal to selected category, then we want to set the opacity to 1. Otherwise, we want to set it to 0.8 to make it just a bit grayer. It's just a bit grayed out, as you can see right there. Great. So now we cannot yet shift between those because the new is selected statically right there, but soon enough, we'll be able to switch those categories and get real videos based on what we select. With that said, we're done with our sidebar, at least for now, and we can get back to our feed. Inside of our feed, as you can see right there, we have to have this title saying which category are we currently viewing, and then we have to show all of our videos. So let's focus on that right away. We can go below our sidebar, below our typography, and below our box, and then we can create a new box, which is going to be for our videos. Inside of there, we can create a new typography property. And that typography is going to say span. That span is going to say videos. And we can give it some styles. So we can say style color is that same red color, FC1503. Make sure to put a hash at the start because this is a hexadecimal value. And then we want to render a word that is going to say which videos are we watching. JS Mastery videos, coding videos, new videos, or something else. So for now, let's simply hard code this in as new. There we go. Right now, that's not looking good. So let's apply some styles. Let's give it a variant equal to H4 to make it bigger. Let's also give it a font weight equal to bold. Let's give it a margin bottom of 2 to divide it a bit from the videos, which we're going to see soon. And then let's change the color by saying SX color is white. There we go. New videos. Now let's also apply some styles to this box. For example, P-2 to divide it a bit from the sidebar. Let's also give it an SX prop of overflow. Y is set to auto. Height is going to be set to 90 VH. And then finally, flex is going to be set to 2. This is going to make it take more space than the sidebar. Now let's save this. And now we are ready to start adding the videos right below this typography. So what we can do is go below the typography and create a new self-closing component called videos. Of course, let's go ahead and add it to our components folder, videos.jsx. We can immediately type RAFCE in there, go to our index, and then export it. Export default as videos from videos. There we go. So now if we go back to videos, it's saying just the videos, and we of course have to go back to feed to actually import it. So at the top, we can say import. That's going to be sidebar, and then a space, comma, videos, and all of that is coming from /components. And there we go. Now it looks like it automatically imported those in 2 different lines. But as we learned, we can import them in one line by saying import sidebar and videos from, in this case, just / because we're already in the components folder. Great. The next thing we're going to do is pass a videos prop into the actual videos. But right now, we cannot really pass anything. We can just pass an empty array because we don't yet have the access to those videos. So our next step is going to be to fetch the data to be able to show all of these videos. So we're going to scroll up and we're going to start implementing the API data fetching part. And of course, for data fetching, we'll be using RapidAPI. So the next part, we're going to learn how to fetch from all kinds of APIs within your React applications is coming right up. This is maybe the star of the show of this entire video, of course, besides creating this beautiful layout that we're looking at right now. So let's get started with API data fetching in React. To start fetching our great YouTube API data, we have to go to RapidAPI's hub. The link is going to be down in the description. There, you can first log in. You can log in using all of these social media platforms or just using your email. Once you log in, you can click the YouTube V3 link down in the description. That's going to lead you straight to the API that we'll be using throughout this video. Once you check this API out, instead of test endpoint, it's going to say subscribe right here. You can click that, which is going to bring you to the pricing section. But don't worry, you won't actually have to pay for it. You can just subscribe to the basic version, which is entirely free. And you get 500 requests a day, which is plenty. So once you subscribe, you can go back to endpoints. And right here, you're going to see your options. So for now, simply copy the entire options object because we're going to use it really soon. Once you copy that, you can go back inside of our application, and then let's create a new file inside of utils called fetch from API.js. This is going to be our utility function for fetching API data. We can first import Axios from Axios, and then we can simply paste our options object. Inside of here, we have all the headers that we need, but we have a couple of things that we maybe don't need, such as we don't have to specify this is a GET request because we're going to do that using Axios. Then the URL, we can put in a special variable. So let's call it something like base_URL, and then we can declare it right here. Const base_URL is equal to, and then we can take that same string that we just copied. There we go. Now, besides that, we don't have to pass any params, at least not yet. So besides the max results is 50, this is going to be all that we need. Now, you're going to notice that we also have the XRapidAPI key and then XRapidAPI host. We can leave the host as it is, but when it comes to the key, we'll have to safely store it in our environment variables. So let's copy this entire key. Instead of the key, let's say process.env.react_app_rapid_API_key. And now we can go back inside of our file tree, and then right in the root of our folder, we can create a new file called .env. Inside of there, we can paste our key, but we can also copy this name and then say React app rapid API key is equal to this key right there. Of course, use your own key, which you're going to get in this options object. With that said, we now need to rerun our application for the changes to take effect. So let's simply press Ctrl+C, Y, and then we can run npm start. There we go, our app reloaded on localhost 3000, and we are ready to put this options object to use. So let's say export const fetch from API is equal to an async function like this. That function is going to accept just one parameter, which is going to be a URL. Now, what we can do is say await axios.get, and we want to call a template string that looks like this, and to it, we're going to pass the base URL. So whatever request we make, we always want it to start with the base URL. That's why we extracted it in a new string right there, and we don't have to pass it right here as the URL to the options object. With that said, we want to add something to that URL, and that is going to be the URL string, which we're getting as a param. That's going to allow us to call / base URL and then / something like get channel, or we can change that to get videos. We're going to make this incredibly dynamic, and we're going to utilize a lot of different endpoints from this API, such as search, suggested videos, video details, channel details, and much more. With that said, let's try to finalize this. So what we can do is also pass the options object as the second and the last parameter into our Axios.get function. Then we have to get the response. So we can say const response is equal to await Axios.get and then the call to that URL. Now we can immediately destructure the data that we get back from that request. And the only thing this function will do is it will return .data. And we can then call it from within our components. This is it. This is the function that allows us to call this API, pass some dynamic URL, and then call it from within any component in our application. We can immediately try it out by going back to our components and then back to our feed component. Inside of this feed component, we can import fetch from API, and that will be coming from /utils / fetch from API. Great. So how do we make use of this function? Well, with a use effect. We want to call fetch from API as soon as our feed loads because we want to immediately fetch the data. So let's create a new use effect right here. Use effect is a lifecycle hook, which gets called when the component initially loads. We also have to provide a dependency array, and for now, we're going to leave it empty, meaning that the code inside of this function will only run when we reload the page. Now, from inside of there, we want to call the fetch from API function, which we created. And we want to pass something to it. We want to pass the remainder of the URL that we want to call. So it's going to be YouTube v31 RapidAPI /. In this case, we don't want to provide the / search in the URL because we're going to add that to that URL. We just want to have a base URL right there. Now we can say search and then question mark part is equal to snippet, and we can say Q as in query is equal to selected category like this. And of course, we have to make this dynamic so we can turn it into a template string. This is going to go hand in hand with what we are just about to implement to our sidebar. Once we select a specific category, we want to update it, and then we want to fetch the videos for that specific category. So let's fix this error right here by defining a new use state field. So let's start typing use state. We can use this function that's going to create it instantly. And we can say selected category, set selected category, and then at the start, it's going to be set to new with a capital letter N. There we go. Now it looks like I missed an S right there. That's supposed to be utils. And now we can see our application again. Since we're using this variable right here inside of the use effect, we also have to provide it inside of this dependency array. That means that it's going to recall this function whenever we change a category. So how can we actually change this category so that instead of new, it says JS Mastery videos right here, or coding or React.js? Well, we can do that by passing the necessary states into our sidebar. So we can expand this, and we can pass the selected category, which is equal to selected category state, and then also set selected category, which is equal to set selected category. Now back inside of our sidebar, remember I told you we're going to go back in here. We can now accept the selected category, as well as set selected category right here. And that's coming through props as we're calling this component. We no longer have to use this static variable. So let's remove that. But now, of course, let's implement the logic to update that category. So what we can do is make use of this function, and that's going to happen once we click on any one of these buttons. So let's simply add an onClick property right here below the class name. OnClick, we're going to have a callback function, and we simply want to set selected category to be equal to category.name. That is it. Now, if we keep changing things, you're going to notice that the highlight of the button actually changes, but it still says new right here. To fix that, we can go back into feed, and we can see that right here, new is hard-coded. So instead of new, let's render the selected category. And there we go. Now it's going to say coding videos, JS mastery videos, Next.js videos, and that works. Now, based on that, we can make different calls to our fetch from API function. The only thing we have to do to extract the data is to attach a .then function. .then is going to be executed once we actually call this function, and once it returns us a promise that's going to result to a successful return. And then we have to add a .then function to it. .then is going to be a result of a promise. So this right here is an asynchronous function. So we cannot simply say const data is equal to and then a call of that function, because it returns a promise. With asynchronous functions, we have to chain a .then to it. So to be able to get the data, we immediately get it right here as the first parameter of the .then, and the only thing we have to do is set it to the state of videos. So we can create a new state, const videos, set videos, and at the start, that's going to be set to an empty array. Now that we have the state, we can simply call the set videos state setter, and we can say that's equal to, in this case, it's simply going to be data.items. There we go. Now, how can we be sure that we are actually getting back the videos? Well, remember where we were. We were just at the point that we're going to send the videos over to the videos component. So instead of sending an empty array, let's now send the real videos. So let's go back into the videos component, and now we can actually console.log to see what we're passing. So let's console log the videos, and those videos will be coming from, of course, props. So we can destructure props right there and then get the videos. Let's open up our inspect element, open up the console as well, expand it just a bit, and open up the info tab. As you can see, we successfully get back an array with 50 different elements. And if we can guess it correctly, those 50 pieces of data represent YouTube videos. So this is working perfectly. Not only that, if we now switch to a different category right here, you can notice that we're going to get another 50. There we go. Every time that we call, we're going to get new 50 results. Perfect. So now we have to figure out what is hiding in those 50 elements, how does each one of these objects look like, and then we can create a video card that looks just like this. So now that we're properly fetching the videos, let's start by creating the layout of the feed component. We can do that by closing this. We can remove this console log, and we can literally dive into just creating our layout. Inside of our videos, we can first import a couple of components from Material UI. Let's first import the stack component, which we've already used a couple of times so far, and let's also import the box component, which we have also used. Now, instead of this div, we're going to render a stack component, and let's give that stack a direction. That's going to be set to row. Let's also give it a flex wrap property equal to wrap, and then justify content, which is going to be equal to start. We can also give it a gap is equal to 2. Now inside of there, we can map through all of our videos. So let's say videos dot map, we get each individual item, and then we're going to also get an index. Now for each one of these indices, or videos in this case, we want to render a box element. That box is going to have a key equal to IDX as an index, and we want to render a video card. But there are going to be two different types of videos that we're getting. One is not going to be a video at all. So what am I even saying? Well, if we search for JavaScript Mastery, or if we click JS Mastery right here, you're going to notice that we get back a profile alongside all of these videos. So this is not a video, but it's rather a channel consisted of different videos that they post there. So what we need to do is we need to take into consideration, are we going to show the profile or are we going to show the video? And we can do that by checking what data does it return. So we can start by rendering the video. If the item has an ID and then the ID points to the video ID, that means that it is a video. So we can say and then we want to render a video card component, a self-closing video card. And we also want to pass a video prop to it, which is going to be equal to item. Let's expand this to be able to see it better. There we go. So if we have the item.id.videoID, then it must be a video card. Now let's duplicate this. If we have the item.id dot, and then if we have the channel ID right there, then we want to render a different component called channel card. And instead of passing the video, we're going to pass in the channel detail. There we go. So hopefully this makes sense. We are immediately taking into consideration what our API returns and what we're going to present on the screen. Now let's create those two components. Let's create a new component called video card.jsx. We can run RAFCE inside of there. And let's create another one called channel card.jsx. Run RAFCE again. We can export both of these components from the index. The first one is going to be video card, and the second one is going to be channel card. There we go. And now if we go back to our videos, we can now import both of these components. So that's going to be import video card coming from just /, because we're already inside of the components folder. And then we can also add the channel card right here coming from /. We no longer have any errors, but now if we expand this properly, we are rendering these cards. And now hopefully we should be able to see something right there. And would you look at that? We have a lot of different video cards, but it seems like we cannot see a channel card so far. If we go into this channel card, it should be saying channel card. Maybe you can see it, but I am definitely missing it right here. I can only see the videos. Oh, that's right. That's because we're in the home page. But if we now switch to JS Mastery, for example, you can see that the first one on the list is indeed a channel card and all the other ones are video cards. Perfect. Now, what we can do next, just to be able to see something, is we can comment out the channel card and we can focus on the video card first by moving into the video card component. Now, this is almost going to be the main star of our show because our feed is consisted of many different video cards that look just like this. So our next step is going to be to implement the look and feel of our feed by creating the video card component. Let's get started. To start implementing our video card, let's first import the link component coming from React Router DOM, because once we click on that card, we'll actually have to navigate to the video detail of that card. We also want to import a couple of components from MUI. That's going to be typography. We're going to also need a card content, and a card media for that great video thumbnail. All of these are coming from add.mui/material. We also want to import the check circle, which is going to be coming from add.mui/icons-material. Now that we have all of those, we also want to import some demo data. So let's import demo thumbnail URL, and that's going to be coming from /utils/constants. Alongside the demo thumbnail URL, we also want to get the demo video URL, the demo video title. We also can get the demo channel URL, and finally the demo channel title. This is going to be used in case we cannot fetch the proper data for some of the videos that we'll receive. Then we just simply want to show some demo data to be able to still kind of check out the rest, but we're going to mask the fact that we're missing some other data as well. Great. With that said, we know that we're passing a prop called video into this component, and we can immediately start exploring it a bit by simply console logging the video component to see what we're getting from it. So let's open up the inspect element. Let's go to the console, to the info tab, and you can see that we get back an object. Now, this object is going to have the ID property, and inside of that ID, we have the video ID, which is what we're concerned with. And then we have the snippet property. So let's immediately destructure those properties from the video. So let's only take the ID, and then we can one more time destructure the video ID coming from that ID with this specific syntax. What we can do next is we can also destructure the syntax. So let's go into the video, and then right here after the ending curly brace, we want to destructure the snippet. So now if we console log the video ID and if we console log the snippet, we're going to immediately get those values. There we go. We have the video ID, and then the snippet contains a lot of different data that we can use to show that right here. So let's focus on actually rendering that card. We can remove those console logs, and we can remove this window right there. We're going to render a card in this case. And inside of that card, we're immediately going to have a link component. And that link is going to wrap the card media component. That card media is going to be a self-closing tag, which is going to have an image property. And then inside of there, we want to go into the snippet, $thumbnails, $hi, $URL. I'm not sure how this card got there. So once again, it is snippet.thumbnails.hi.card. Make sure to put these question marks before every dot, because that way we're not going to get any errors. It's just going to be undefined. Now, if we do that, we can immediately get some errors at least, but that's fine. And if we now go to errors, you can notice that sometimes we're getting some undefineds, it looks like. The above error occurred in the link component. Okay, so our link definitely needs a to property. So we can say to, and that's going to be equal to, if video ID exists, then we want to go to /video/ and then video ID. If it doesn't exist, then we want to go to demo video URL. There we go. Do we have that right there? Well, it looks like we do, but I misspelled it. So now if we save that, we still cannot see those images, but that's because we have to apply some styles to that card media tag. So let's put this into a couple of rows, expand this just a bit, and now our card media is going to have an image property, but it's also going to have an alt property, So we can say alt is equal to, that is going to be snippet question mark dot title. And then most importantly, we can give it an SX property where we can give it a width equal to 358 pixels. And then height is going to be equal to 180 pixels. And if we save that, we should be able to get all of these thumbnails for these videos. That is great. If we switch to JS Mastery, you can see our great thumbnails as well. We're working on a lot of different project-based courses, such as building e-commerce stores, dashboard, TikTok clones, or fitness and gym applications. With that said, we're now showing our card media, but now we're going to move to the actual card content, which is the title and then the channel that posted that video. Below our link containing the card media, we can create the card content. That is another Material UI component. That card content is going to have an SX property of background color, and that's going to be equal to hash 1E, 1E, 1E. And we're also going to have a height equal to 106 pixels. There we go. So now if we close this properly and save it, we can see that this looks a bit more like a card. Now we can properly open up this tag, and then inside of there, we're going to have one more link. This link is going to be almost the same as the initial one, so we can simply copy this link pointing to the video ID, and we can close it right there. Inside of this link, we're going to have a typography. So let's create a new typography. And this typography is going to render the snippet question mark dot title and then dot slice from 0 to 60 characters, because some titles are going to be a bit too long. So now we can see this dark text right there. If the title doesn't exist, we can render the demo video title and then say dot slice from 0 to 60 as well. There we go. Now let's make this a bit bigger by giving it a variant of subtitle 1. Let's also give it a font weight equal to bold. And finally, color is equal to hash FFF. And now we have a proper title. Now we can essentially duplicate this entire link and the typography down below. And instead of pointing to the video ID, we're going to point to the channel ID. So let's say if snippet question mark dot channel ID. If it exists, we're going to point to channel / and then that's going to be snippet question mark dot channel ID. There we go. Or we're going to render the demo channel URL. There we go. And of course, now we don't want to simply render the title 2 times. For the second time, instead of the video title, we want to render the channel title. So we can say snippet dot channel title, or that's going to be demo channel title. There we go, JavaScript mastery right there. But in this case, we want to also give it a variant of subtitle 2 to make it a bit smaller, and also set a color to gray to make it a bit less pronounced. And let's also give it an icon by saying check circle. And then we want to give it an SX prop, which is going to be font size is equal to 12. Color is going to be set to gray. And then finally, margin left is going to be set to 5. In this case, we'll have to render this as 5 pixels. If we save that, this is now looking more like it, but the card definitely expands a bit more than it should. So let's apply some class names to our wrapper card component. We can give it an SX property equal to width. Now we can open that as a new dynamic object. Inside of there, on medium devices, it can have 320 pixels of width, but on extra small devices, it can have 100% of the width. Now, if we save this, This is going to look more like it because we can see 2 cards per row now. And also, we want to give it another property of box shadow is going to be set to none, as well as border radius is going to be set to none as well. There we go. So now we have these great looking cards. And it looks like the border radius remained a bit right here. So instead of none, let's change it to 0. There we go. So now we have a proper card right there. Now let's expand this and just enjoy a bit to see how great this is looking. As you can see, we have different cards right there, and our videos are rendering. All of these are from JS Mastery, but since we already implemented the data fetching logic, we can now switch to coding. We can switch to Next.js, for example, as well as music, education, podcast, movies, and more. So this is working perfectly. Now, it just looks like this first card has some space right there. So we have to check what that empty space is for. And I think that is going to be because there is a channel card appearing right there. So let's go ahead and focus on that channel card right away. We can do that by going to our videos. Let's expand this just a bit so we can see 2 per row. And let's uncomment this channel card. Now, if we go to the channel card, you can see that the text is right there. But of course, let's go ahead and actually implement it so that we show this great looking profile picture. To start with our channel card, we can first import a couple of components from MUI. These being the box. We're also going to get card content, card media, typography, and all of that is coming from @MUI/material. We're also going to import the check circle, which is an icon, coming from, that's going to be @MUI/icons material. We also need to get the link component coming from React Router DOM, and we're also going to get the demo profile picture, and that is coming from data/utils/constants. Now, keep in mind, we're passing from our videos the channel detail to our channel card component. So right here through props, we can get our channel detail. For each channel, let's automatically return, and that's going to be a box element. So instead of a div, we want to return a box right here. That box is going to have quite a few styles. So let's create a new SX property to properly style it. It's going to have a box shadow equal to none. It's also going to have a border radius equal to 20 pixels. So let's do 20. Now, if we save this, we cannot yet see anything, but bear with me, we'll have to add something inside of it to actually be able to style it. So let's start immediately by wrapping everything inside of our box with a link component. Because when somebody clicks right there, we want to link to that channel. So that link is going to have a to property, to dynamic /channel/channel detail !ID !channel ID. Inside of there, we want to render a card content. That card content is going to have an SX property equal to display is set to flex. Flex direction is set to column. Justify content is set to center. Text align is set to center as well. And then color is going to be set to #FFF. There we go. Now we are ready to add the card media. So if we go back, we should finally be able to see something right here. So let's add that card media. It's going to be a self-closing component, and we can give it an image property equal to channel detail, !snippet, !thumbnails, !high, and then !URL. That is where our URL is hidden. And in case we cannot fetch the profile photo, we can also say or demo profile photo, or in this case, it's going to be picture. Now, if we save it, it's not going to show up yet because we have to give it some styles. So let's first set the alt tag to be equal to channel detail (snippet) (title). And finally, for the styles, we can give it an SX property that's going to be set to border radius of 50%, which makes it a circle. We can give it a height equal to 180 pixels, as well as width equal to 180 pixels. If we now save this, you should finally be able to see this image. Again, make sure you are on the JS Mastery because this is the search term for the actual channel. If you are new, there's no YouTube channels to show, but here there is a specific one which matches this search term. With that said, let's also give it a margin bottom of 2. So that's just going to be MB is equal to 2. And let's also give it a border of 1 pixel solid. And then we can do a grayish color like E3, E3, E3. There we go. Finally, below the card media, we can render a typography. That typography is going to have a variant equal to H6. And then inside of there, we can render a channel detail (snippet) (title). Now, if we save this, we can see JavaScript Mastery right there. And we can also render that icon, which is right here inside of the typography. We can even copy that from the video card. That is going to be the check circle icon. So let's copy it and let's paste it right here below the title. There we go. Let's make it a bit bigger by setting the font size to 14, and then everything else can remain as it was. There we go. Now we're going to make this component dynamic, which means that later on we're going to use it on the profile page as well, reusing that same component. That is great. Now, unfortunately, right now we're not getting the amount of subscribers that the channel has, but on the profile page we will be getting it. So let's just make our component future-proof by immediately specifying that detail. Below this typography, we want to check if channel detail (statistics), which is something you only get on the profile page, .subscriber count. So only if that exists, we want to render another typography component. That component is going to say parse int, so parse an integer, and then we're going to pass the channel detail (statistics), .subscriber count, and we want to say .toLocale string. So this is going to give us a human readable number, something like 379,000. Usually it would just be a number string. And what we can say is subscribers. Again, this is not something that's going to show up here because we don't have access to this statistics object, but we will have it later on once we call it from the channel page. With that said, if we now expand this, we can see that it is almost looking good, but it is just not aligning properly. It's still just a bit far off from what we have right there. If we expand this, you can see that it fits nicely right there. So let's try to see where is the difference. We can see that it's taking less space right here. So that's most likely going to be our box. So let's properly style our box component by applying a couple more styles. Let's give it a display is equal to flex, a justify content is equal to center, as well as align items is equal to center. Let's give it a width that's going to be dynamic. On extra small devices, it's going to be 356 pixels. But of course, make sure to put that in a string and say pixels. Otherwise, it's going to be on medium devices, 320 pixels. As soon as we change this, it did get more width, and it's looking closer to what we have on the final design. Finally, let's also specify the height, which is going to be set to 326 pixels. Finally, we can give it a margin set to auto. Now, if we save this, you can see it is almost exactly the same. And now if we expand this, there we go. Our feed is looking perfect. We have our new page where we only have the thumbnails of all the videos, and then we can switch between all of these different channels to check out different technologies, music, education, sport, and a lot more. If you go to a category that has a channel included, we can also see that channel right there. Now that we have the video cards and as well as the channel card done, we are ready to move on to the channel page, which looks like this, where we list all of the videos from that specific channel, or we can move to the video detail page where we can actually play that video and get all videos related to that video. Isn't that exciting? So in this case, let's go ahead and build the profile page first. That's going to be once we click on this link, we're going to be re-navigated to /channel / the ID of that channel, and let's get ready to implement that. I'm going to collapse this right here. And now we can close all of the currently open files because we do have quite a few open, and we want to move to the channel detail component. So that's inside of the app, channel detail, you can control click it, and we are ready to start developing it. To start coding out our great channel detail page, we of course first have to import a couple of things. Let's get the use state and use effect hooks. Let's also get the use params. So we can say import use params coming from React router DOM. Let's also import the box component coming from, you know it, MUI material. And now comes the best part. We're also going to import the videos component as well as the channel card component coming from /. These are the components that we have already created, and I'm going to teach you how to make them reusable. This means that the channel detail component will be incredibly simple to develop, keeping in mind that we'll just reuse the components that we have created before. Of course, we'll have to make some minor adjustments, but overall, the fact that we created reusable components is going to pay off handsomely. So let's start by first wrapping everything in a box. And now keep in mind you can come to the profile detail page by going to JS Mastery and then clicking the profile right there. Now you can notice that we are on /channel /channel ID. So how do we get access to that ID from inside of our code? Well, that's exactly what we use the use params for. So we can say const destructure the ID, and that is equal to use params. Now, if we try printing that out right here, we can render the ID. Right now it is hidden right there, but you do see that we got back an ID. That's all that we needed. Now, based off of that ID, we can create a new use effect hook. That's going to render as soon as our component opens. That use effect is going to re-render whenever the ID changes, so we can pass the ID into the dependency array. And there, we can make two different function calls. We're first going to call our fetch from API function. Again, make sure to import it at the top. Import fetch from API from /utils / fetch from API. We can call it, but this time we're going to provide a different URL to it. So let's say channels part is equal to snippet and ID is equal to ID, like so. Now we can say then we want to get the data, and then the only thing we want to do is we want to set the channel detail page. So let's create a use state for that. Use state. That's going to be channel detail. Set channel detail, and at the start, it's going to be set to null. Now we can say set channel detail. It's going to be equal to data question mark dot items and then the first channel in the list, like that. Now we have access to all of the channel details, and we can even go ahead and console log them. So console log channel detail. If we now open inspect element and then the console, we can go to our info tab, and we do see an object containing all channel details, including the statistics that we talked about earlier: subscriber count, video count, and the total view count. Now we want to fetch something else as well. If you think about it, we need to fetch the videos belonging to that channel. So let's simply copy this entire fetch from API function. And again, this is another thing that we made entirely reusable. We can recall this function and just change the part of the URL to get different data. So instead of channel, we want to set the search question mark, and then we want to get the channel ID is equal to, and then we pass in the ID. Then you want to say and part is equal to snippet right there. I had a mistake, so it's just part is equal to snippet. And then it looks like I have the double ID here, which we don't really need. The only thing we do need is and order is going to be set to date. So now it's going to even order it. Then we get back the videos inside of the data, but now we're not going to set them into the channel detail. What we are going to do is create a new use state called videos and set videos. And at the start, we can set them to be an empty array. Now, instead of setting the channel detail, we can delete that part and say set videos, which is equal to data question mark dot items. There we go. Now, alongside the channel detail, let's console log the videos. Now, if we go back, we can see that we get back undefined for some reason. Interesting. Let's check our query. We have a question mark where we set the channel ID, and that's going to be equal to ID, and part is equal to snippet, and then and order is equal to data. So this is looking good to me. I noticed a small typo. Instead of order is equal to data, it should have been order is equal to date. Now, if we save that and go back, we do get back all the 50 videos related to our channel. Great. So now we know that data is coming back and we're storing it in the state. Now, you might have noticed that we've had a lot of issues actually fetching this data. And that's because we had small typos and errors here and there. And thankfully, we solved this in a couple of minutes, but errors like these can take hours or even days to fix. That's why there is the RapidAPI extension, which allows you to test your APIs. Let me show you how we could have avoided all of the errors we've had previously. You just have to click RapidAPI here, go to the project selection, and then create a new project. In this case, we can keep it local, and the name is going to be YouTube. We can copy the URL we want to call straight from here. So in this case, let's do search as we were doing it, and let's go ahead and copy the URL right here. Now you can paste it right here under the get request, and we can also add the query parameters right here as key and value pairs. So by looking at the docs, we know that we need to pass a couple of params such as a queue, which is a query, and then a part, region code, results, and so on. But we can also see that the only required ones are query and then part. All the other ones are optional. So let's go ahead and pass those parameters. Right here, let's say part is going to be equal to snippet. And let's also pass the order by date. There we go. And finally, we also have to provide our API headers. And finally, we'll also have to pass our auth headers. So let's go back to our RapidAPI. We can see right here that we have the X RapidAPI key and then the host. So let's go ahead and copy the name and then the value. And finally, we have the host right there. So we can also copy and paste the value. There we go. Now we have everything we need to start playing with the data that we're getting back from the API. In this case, since we're working with a search, let's try to pass a Q, as in query. And in this case, let's try to search for React.js. We have the query, we have the headers. Let's just change the name right here to YouTube API search. And let's click send. As you can see, we got 200 OK. And if you collapse this, you can see that we get a JSON text and we get a couple of different items. All of these are video IDs and containing the video snippet data. And in here, you can check the data raw, JSON text, JSON tree even, so you can see it in this format. And what we can also do is do some filtering. So let's try to go into items and then snippet and then title. So that's going to be $items.snippet, or we have to do 0 on the items, .snippet, and then .title. Now, if we search for it, you can see the title of the first video we got, and we can keep changing this for all other videos. This is great. Now we can keep changing the query, changing the part, changing the headers, and make sure that your API request is all right. Once you make sure that everything is great, we can generate a new call right from inside of our Visual Studio Code by clicking this code button right here. You can see it creates the response, it has the headers, it has the response OK, and it just gives you back the data. But that's what we've done before, so we don't have to repeat that. With that said, I just showed you the way in which you can save all the trouble that we've had before by not using this extension. So always make sure to test your APIs. Now let's go back to the development. Finally, let's render it out. As I've said, that's going to be the easy part. What we can do is wrap everything with a box. That box is going to have a min height equal to 95 VH. That's going to make it take the entire screen. Now we also want to wrap it with one more box, and that box is going to contain a self-closing div. This is the div that's going to serve the purpose of this gradient right there. To create that gradient, you can go to cssgradient.io. You can mess with the colors a bit, and then you can copy this line right there. That's the only thing we need. So let's say style is equal to, and you can then paste that line, but just make sure that you wrap everything in a string because we are writing CSS in JS right there. Let's also give it a z index of 10 to appear above our profile image, and let's give it a height of 300 pixels. Now, if we save this and go back, you can see that we have this beautiful CSS gradient. Now, below that, we want to render the channel card. To that channel card, we can provide the channel detail is equal to, and that's going to be channel detail. If we save that, you're going to see that something doesn't work. And that's because we put it right here before the self-closing div. We have to put it below. If we do that, we have our beautiful profile page. And with just one line of code, we reuse this card that we previously used in our feed. Isn't that great? And now we even have the subscribers right there. But there's just one small difference we want to make. If you check out this page, you can notice that it is shifted a bit above, so it appears over the CSS gradient, and here it doesn't. To achieve that look, what we have to do is go into the channel card, and then we have to give it some negative margin top. To do that, we can simply say margin top is equal to, and then let's do minus 93 pixels. If we save that, you can notice that it instantly shifts up and it looks great. But of course, now we have the issue where right here, it also shifts up. So how are we going to make this component reusable in all instances? And this right here is something that you're going to learn right now in this video, and you'll be able to use it with all your other reusable components. Whenever components have similar things, like right here and right there, there's an image, there's a title, that's it. Then you can write everything inside of the component. But if something is different, for example, that margin, then you can pass that part through props. So right here, when calling the channel card, we can pass the margin top property equal to minus 93 pixels. And now we can go inside of that channel card, we can get that prop of margin top, and we can say margin top is equal to margin top. Or just for short, you can omit the latter. Now, this means that it's only going to be used when you actually pass that prop. When calling this component from our grid, or rather from our feed, should I say, we're not passing that prop. So that's being called from videos, if I'm not mistaken. You can see we're calling the channel card, we're not passing that prop. But now if we go back to our video detail, right here we are passing that prop. So if we go there, the styles actually work. And now that I'm looking at it, we can bump that up to 110. Great. So you just learned something. Create reusable components. Now we can go outside of that box. We can show one more box that's going to have a display is equal to flex and p-2 for padding. Inside of that box, we're going to have just one more box. That box is going to have an SX prop where we're going to update the margin right, but only on small devices and larger to 100 pixels. So 100 pixels of margin right is not going to be applied to extra small devices, only to small and higher. And inside of there, we can render our videos component, and we can pass in the videos is equal to videos. Now, this time, our videos are related to the videos belonging to this channel. Now, if we expand this, would you look at that? It's looking great, but it looks like it is missing those 100 pixels of margin right. So let's check what's up with that. Margin right on small devices, 100 pixels, and then we are rendering the videos. Well, the reason for that is that this box right here should be a self-closing tag appearing before the videos. The videos shouldn't be wrapped in it. So if we make that simple change like this and save that, you can now see that it all looks great. And with just a couple of lines of code, we have a custom profile page with the channel card component, this new gradient, and with the list of all of the channel related videos. Isn't that great? And check this out, we made that happen with about 10 lines of code because we used reusable components. Tricks like these are better explained in my jsmastery.pro courses. So if you want to learn React skills in depth, you can do that by checking out the Filmpire or the NFT Marketplace courses. There, I teach many tips just like this one on how to create these reusable components. With that said, we can go back to the home page. We are now done with the feed. We are done with the video cards. We're done with the channel detail card. And the last two things we have to implement are going to be the search. So right here, we can search for any kind of channels or videos, and they're going to be populated right here in the feed. And finally, the video detail page. So if you click on a video, it's going to show up right here. To start creating our search, we can collapse and close all the files besides the app. And then we can see that our search is reached by going to /search/ and then we have to enter the search term. There, we are rendering the search feed component. So let's control click it and go right inside of it. This component is going to be almost exactly the same as our regular feed. If you think about it, the only difference is going to be the data for the videos that we want to show. So what we can do is go back to app.js, go into the feed, And for now, let's simply Control A and then Control C to take the entire code of this file, copy it, go back into the search feed, and then paste it. This is going to be our starting point to implement the search feed. So let's first check out if we have all the imports that we need. We're going to use the use state and the use effect, and then we're going to use the box and also the typography. In this case, we won't be needing a stack. We need to fetch the data from API, and then in this case, we won't be needing the sidebar. The only thing we need are going to be the videos. So this entire thing regarding the sidebar, we can entirely delete. The only thing we need is this box right there. So let's copy this box with padding 2 containing the videos. And then let's remove this entire stack right there. Because once we search for something, we don't want to show the sidebar. We only want to show the actual videos. And if you think about it, the videos are right here where we're rendering the videos component. Now let's indent everything properly. There we go. And let's also remove the selected category state because we won't be needing it. And we can also remove the selected category from here and here because again, we don't need it in this case. We can rename this to search feed instead of simply feed. There we go. And the last thing we need to do is just figure out how can we fetch the data regarding our searched videos. So if we go to RapidAPI and look for search, that's almost exactly what we were already doing for the selected categories. The only thing we have to do is just pass the right query under Q right there. So let's do exactly that. We of course have to get our search term. So let's quickly fix this by removing that part. And let's also remove the selected category from here and say search results for, and then later on we'll be able to render the search term right here. So now the main question is, how can we get the search query that we are going for? Well, let's go to our deployed application and let's quickly see how it works. Let's search for build and deploy React.js and press enter. As you can notice, we have a couple of videos right there, but more importantly, we were re-navigated to /search / and then build and deploy React.js. That means that we should be pulling the data or the query from our parameters in the browser. So to do that, we can import something known as use params coming from React router DOM. And then we need to go into our app and see how did we call this parameter right there. We called it search term. So what we can do is say const search term is going to be equal to use params. And now that's going to get populated to whatever we enter in the URL bar after the /search. Once we actually get that search query, the only thing we need to do is pass it over right here to our API request and also to our use effect so that it gets updated every time we search for something. Everything else is going to be the same. We get the data, we pass over the videos, and then we say search results for, and then we can, inside of the span, say search term. So search results for search term, and then after the span, videos. There we go. Now to be able to test it out, we can now go back and let's try typing something. But of course, that's not yet going to work because we didn't implement the navbar functionality. So let's close this up and let's go to our navbar. Right here, we actually have to go one more step into the search bar, and this is the place where we're going to make this input work. What we have to do is create a new use state field right here at the top. So we can say use state. That's going to be search term, set search term, and at the start, it's going to be set to an empty string. Then we want to update that search term every time that we type something. So we get a key press event, and then we can say set search term is equal to e.target.value. that is where the value of a key press is stored in. And the value, of course, of that input is going to be search term. This is going to allow us to actually type something in. But now the question is, how do we pass that over to our URL, to our query? And we can do that by adding a handle submit function. So right here on submit, we want to call a handle submit function, which we are yet to create. So let's say const handle submit. That is going to be just a regular function that's going to accept an event. In that case, that's going to be a submit event. With every React application, you have to say e.prevent default, because when you submit a form, usually it reloads the page. In React.js, we don't want to do that. And since that is the default behavior of the browser, you have to say e.prevent default. Now we want to check if the search term exists, meaning if something has been typed in, and then if that is the case, we can use the useNavigate hook given to us by React Router DOM. We first have to initialize it by saying const navigate is equal to useNavigate. We call it as a function. And then inside of here, if we fix this typo, we can say navigate, and then we can pass a dynamic template string to /search /, and then we pass in the search term. Of course, at the end, we want to reset the search term to an empty string. So we're going to use this navigate to navigate us to that specific URL. Once we get re-navigated, then we go to this route. This search term gets populated. Inside of the search feed, we can read that search term. We can recall our API to give us the search videos. And then finally, we can render those videos out by using our already built-in videos component. Isn't that great? Now, let's actually test it out. I'm going to go back right here, and I'm going to search for something like, let's do build and deploy a chat application. Okay, search results for build and deploy a chat application videos, and there we go. We can see many different videos from many different channels. This is looking great. We can also search for terms that contain channels. So if we search for JavaScript Mastery, that's going to bring us our regular JavaScript Mastery video search, including even the link to the channel. We can collapse this, and we are ready to move to the final part of our application, which is being able to actually watch the videos that we're looking at right now. So to do that, we can close our search feed, and we can go to the route /video ID, and in our case, that is the video detail component. Let's start off by importing the use state as well as the use effect hooks coming from React. We can also import the link component and the use params hook coming from React-router-DOM. We can also import a React player coming from React-player. This is a dependency that we're going to use to showcase our video. Then we're going to import a typography, a box, and finally a stack coming from add_MUI/material. And finally, we're going to import that check circle, which is going to be coming from add_MUI/icons-material. And then when it comes to our local imports, we can import the video component coming from /. We can also import the fetch from API function from /utils / fetch from API. Great. With that, we have everything we need. So let's get started by creating the layout for our video detail component. Let's open up our finalized application, and let's open up one of the videos. It's going to look like this. We're going to have a big video on the left side. Then we're going to have a title and a channel name, the number of views and likes that the video received, and then you can scroll through all of these similar videos. So let's collapse that again. And let's get started. Well, first of all, we can focus on creating the layout, and then we're going to focus on pulling the actual video data. We can start by wrapping everything in a box. Now, if we save this and go to our current application and click on a video, for example, this one, you can notice that everything is just white. But if we give this box a min height equal to 95 VH, it's going to turn dark. Now we can have a stack component right inside of that box, and that stack, not stack, is going to have a direction property that is going to be dynamic. On extra small devices, it's going to be column, and then on medium devices and higher, it's going to be row. Inside of there, we can have one more box that's going to have a flex property set to 1. Now, inside of that box, we can have another box. This box is going to wrap our left side of the video, meaning the actual video, the title, channel name, views, and likes. This box is going to have an SX property equal to width is 100%, position is going to be set to sticky, and then the top property is going to be set to 86 pixels. Inside of that box, we can immediately render the React player. A React player is a self-closing component that accepts a URL. So since we already have to pass the URL to it, it might be the best idea to immediately fetch the data we need and then later on continue with the layout. So what we can do is first we need to get the ID of the video we want to fetch the data for. And we already learned how to do that. We just have to say const ID is equal to useParams. And now we can use a useEffect hook to immediately fetch the data as soon as our component loads. There we can pass the ID as well. The first thing we need to do is call our fetch from API function. There we can pass a dynamic URL, searching for videos, question mark, part is equal to snippet, comma, statistics, and then we need to pass the ID, so we can say and ID is equal to $sign and curly braces, and then the ID. This is going to give us our video detail data. Then we can say .then, we get that data, and then we want to set that into a new state field. So let's create it. We can say use state. That's going to be equal to video detail, set video detail, and at the start, it's going to be set to null. Then we can say set video detail, and then we pass the data dot items and then 0, meaning only the first video. Great. So now we have the video detail data, and we can use that to render this React player. So we're going to pass a URL to it, which is going to be dynamic. We need to say https://www.youtube.com/watch V is equal to, and then we pass in the ID that we want to see. So now if we save this, and in here we have a video from Food Theory. Great. We can also pass in the class name equal to React-player. So now if you reload, you're going to see that it's going to get a bit bigger. And we can also give it a controls property. So now if you reload, and once you play it, you'll be able to actually navigate and control through the video. Great. Now below that React player, we can show a typography component. This typography is going to simply render the video title. But now the question is, where is the title coming from? Well, all of our data is contained inside of our video detail. So we can say video detail dot snippet and then dot title. If we save this and hover right here, there we go. We can see the title. But let's style this typography just a bit. That is going to be color is equal to #FFF. We also want to give it a variant is equal to H5, and font weight is equal to bold. Let's also give it a padding equal to 2. Now, if we save this, we can see the title. But just so we don't have to every time say video detail.snippet.title and then video detail.snippet.description, let's destructure all of the values from the video detail. We can do that by saying const. We can get the snippet is equal to video detail. This is called object destructuring. We took the snippet property out of the video detail. So now we can simply say snippet.detail and it's still going to work. But we can take this a step further. So we can do colon and then we can extract the title straight from the snippet. With this, we can simply specify the title right here and everything is still going to work. So while we're there, let's also destructure all of the other properties that we're going to use throughout this video. That's going to be channel ID and channel title. Now we're going to go outside of the snippet, but we can go into the statistics. And from there, we can take the view count as well as the like count. And that's going to be it. So now we can continue. Below our typography, we can render a stack component. This stack is going to have a direction equal to row. It's going to have a justify content equal to space between. We can also give it an SX property where we're going to set the color to be equal to #FFF. Let's also give it a padding Y equal to 1 and then padding X equal to 2. Inside of there, we want to show a link. There we go. And this link is going to point to, that's going to be /channel and then / $curly braces channel ID. That's going to be typography. And inside of that typography, we can render the channel title. Now it looks like our app broke. So if I open up the inspect element and go to console, we can see that cannot read properties of null reading snippet. So it's possible that sometimes the snippet doesn't have all the necessary data. And the reason for that is that maybe the data hasn't loaded yet. So to fix that, let's add an if statement right here and say if no video detail $.snippet, then return a string that's going to say loading. There we go. Now, if we save this and go back, we can successfully see our video. Great. Now let's continue styling our typography. It's going to have a variant equal to, it's going to be dynamic. On small sizes, it's going to be subtitle 1. And then on bigger sizes, medium or larger, it's going to be H6. And let's also give it a color equal to #FFF. And there we go. We have the channel name right there. We also want to render that channel icon. So that's going to be check circle. Let's give it an SX property of font size is equal to 12 pixels. Color is going to be equal to gray. And then margin left is going to be 5 pixels. If we save this, you can see it right there. So this is looking good. And now below this link, we can render the last thing on the left side of the video detail page, and that's going to be a stack. This stack is going to render 2 different typographies. So let's start with the first one, typography. In this case, we can say variant is equal to body 1, and we can set the SX prop to opacity is 0.7 to make it just a bit less noticeable. In there, we can render, that's going to be view count and then views. Now, if we save that, we can see right here 98,552 views. Now, if we were talking about millions, it would be really hard to see what this number was. So there's a neat little trick that we can do. We can say parse int, pass in the view count, and then say .toLocale string, and then call it as a function. This is going to add the necessary comma and dots, so this is more easily readable. If we were talking about hundreds of millions, you would be able to immediately say what it was. With that said, let's duplicate this, And instead of the view count, let's render the like count. And then we can say likes. If we save this, they're going to appear one on top of another, but we can add a direction is equal to row to our stack. A gap is going to be equal to 20 pixels. And finally, align items is going to be equal to center. This is already looking better. Now, if we expand this, we have a great looking video, which already is taking the full screen right here. And this guy created a really cool thumbnail, but we now have the video thumbnail, we have the title, we have the channel name, as well as the number of likes and views. With that said, we can now move creating the right side of the video detail page, which is the list of recommended videos. So let's collapse this and let's focus on first fetching those videos. So to fetch the videos, we can go right here inside of our use effect, and we can make a second fetch from API function call. There, we want to pass in the search query, say part is equal to snippet, and we want to get related to video ID is equal to, and then we can say ID and type is equal to video. This means that we want to get all videos related to the video ID with the following ID, and then we only want to get videos not related channels. Once we get that, we can say .then, we get the data, and then we want to say set videos is equal to data.items. Of course, this videos is a state field, which we haven't yet created. So we can create it by saying use state, and then that's going to be videos, set videos, and at the start, they're going to be set to null. Now we have all the necessary video data. We can go back to our app. Let's go to some kind of a JavaScript mastery video like this one. There we go. And now we can try rendering those videos right here. We want to go above one last box. So right here, below the stack, above the box. And there, we're going to render one more box. That box is going to have a padding X of 2, padding Y is going to be on medium devices 1, and then on extra small devices 5. We can also give it a justify content equal to center, and align items equal to center as well. Inside of there, we want to render the videos component, which we have already created. That videos component accepts one prop, which is videos. Let's see if we properly imported it. That's coming from right here. I was missing an S at the top. And if we save this, the videos are now appearing in a row, let's say. Yep, as you can see right there. So there is one neat little trick that we can do to change that and make them appear on the right side. We're going to pass an extra prop. So let's say direction is going to be equal to column. We can go inside of that video, and there we can accept that prop right here, direction. And instead of having the direction hard-coded right here to row, we can make it dynamic and say direction or row. Meaning, first we want to check if there is a specific direction passed in and use that one. If it hasn't been passed in, then use the row. If we pass this, now they're going to appear right here, which is exactly what we wanted. Now, as you can see, they are appearing below the video, and that's because I made one little mistake. This box containing the videos was supposed to go inside of the stack. So put it just one element above, still inside of the stack, so that we have the videos, and then closing box, closing stack, and then one more closing box. Now we can go to a video, and it looks like something breaks again. So let's check it out and see what it is. It looks like it's saying cannot read properties of map inside of the videos. So it looks like sometimes it's getting the videos passed in as null. Let's go into the videos, and maybe right there, we also have to add a loader. So let's say if no videos dot length, but we have to add a question mark right here, then return a string that's going to say loading. Now, if we save this, there we go. This is working perfectly. Let's expand our browser, and there we go. Let's open up some other video. Let's go to JS Mastery, and let's go for this dashboard right here. So we have a great looking thumbnail. We have the video, which we can play. And then we have the title of that video. We have the channel name, which we can click to go to that channel. We have the number of views and the likes. And then we can scroll through all of these videos that are related to the video we're currently watching. Isn't that great? At the same time, we have the search at the top, so we can still search for some new channels, go check them out, and then navigate to the channel page, research some videos, watch them, and go about our day. So this is looking perfect. And that brings us to the end of the phenomenal video where you learned how to build a fully fledged YouTube clone application. Congrats. Now, before we go ahead and deploy our great application, let's first fix just a couple of small errors that we have, or rather just some styling inconsistencies. If we right click and then click inspect, and then go to, let's do iPhone 12 Pro, you can notice that there's a bit of extra space right there. But also, if we go to a small mobile, still there's space. If we go to a large one, then this white line keeps appearing right here. If we go to tablet, it is even worse. So let's go ahead and fix the size of the card on mobile devices. To do that, we can go to the video card, and then right here, we can change the width of the card. Let's first put the XS property at the start, because it is extra small on the left side, and then as it grows, it goes to small, medium, and so on. So now we have extra small right there. Now, with that, what we also have to change is the width of the card right there. Right now, it is always 358 pixels. Now, let's expand that. Let's turn it into an object. And let's say on extra small devices, the width of the image is going to be 100%, like this. And then as it grows to small devices, it's going to be 358 pixels, like this. What we can also do is add another property right here as small 358 pixels. With this, we're making sure that the size of the card and the size of the image inside of that card will always be the same. We can also change right here medium to 320 pixels. Now the image and the actual card will always be the same. So let's check it out right now. Going back to the browser, we can see that now we have 2 cards per row. If we go to iPhone 12 Pro, we have 1 card and this is looking good. If we go to a larger device, it's looking good as well. And tablets are looking great as well. And with that, our application is now ready to be deployed. Let's go ahead and deploy it so that everybody on the internet can see it. You can put it on your portfolio and show it to your friends or potential employers. To deploy this great application, we'll be using Netlify, a free tool that allows you to easily and quickly deploy your React applications. So let's go ahead and click Login. After you log in, you can go to Sites, and then you can scroll all the way down. This is where you can drag and drop your React build folder. Now, to create that React build folder, we can close all of our files, open up the file tree, and collapse everything. Before we create our build, there's one more thing we have to do. Open up the public folder, and in there, create a new file called _redirects without a file extension. Inside of this file, you can type /*index.html and then 200. This file is used to fix one issue with Netlify and React. So just make sure to include this, and now you can create an optimized production build. We can go to View and then Terminal, press Ctrl+C to stop it from running, and then Y, clear it, and then run npm run build. This is going to initialize an optimized production build. This process usually takes about a minute, so let's give it some time, and I'll be right back. And there we go. In about a minute, our application built. So now we can go right here, right-click the build folder, and click Reveal in File Explorer or Open in Finder if you're on Mac. You can then go back to the browser and then simply drag and drop the build folder right into here. The upload process usually takes just a couple of seconds, so while I'm speaking, it should be updated right now. There we go. So this was really quick. With Netlify, you're going to get this random URL right there. If you want to use this website professionally, show it in your portfolio with a dedicated domain name and fast servers, I would definitely recommend Hostinger. I've been using them for a long time now, and to everybody that needs SSL certificate, free domain name, and email, I definitely cannot recommend anything else. Netlify is great for simple sites, but if you need something professional, go for Hostinger. The link is going to be down in the description. With that said, let's go ahead and check out our deployed site. This is not something that usually happens, but when I clicked the link, it said deceptive site ahead. Interesting. Now, if we click details and then click visit this unsafe site, you can still proceed. And there we go. Our website is right here. I am not quite sure why Google triggered it as a deceptive site. That is definitely something we would have to look into. With that said, our website is now online. We can check it out. It is working exactly as it did on our local host. We can watch the videos straight from inside of our newly created YouTube clone application. Isn't this great? With that said, we've came to the end of this great video. Huge thanks to RapidAPI not only for sponsoring this video, but also for creating their phenomenal RapidAPI hub where you can find tens of thousands of different APIs which you can use to create interesting applications. If you'd want me to use some other API to create a video in the future, let me know down in the comments. Hi there, and welcome to a project video where you'll build and deploy a modern React 18 fitness exercises app. With the functionality to choose exercise categories and specific muscle groups, browse more than 1,000 exercises with practical examples, pagination, exercise details, pulling related videos from YouTube, displaying similar exercises, and much more, Gold's Gym is the best React fitness app that you can currently find on YouTube and on the entire internet. Alongside building this phenomenal project that you can put on your portfolio, in this video, you'll also learn advanced React best practices, such as folder and file structure and hooks. You'll also learn how to create a beautiful user interface using Material UI. And most importantly, you'll learn how to fetch data from unlimited sources using RapidAPI. Essentially, you'll become the master of working with APIs. So keep watching and I'll teach you how you can build this amazing application in just one video completely for free. In the end, we'll also deploy the app so you can share it with your friends, put it on your portfolio, and get a job. Before creating a folder for our project code, we must first visit RapidAPI. The link is going to be down in the description. The making of this entire app is possible only due to RapidAPI because we're using their Exercises DB API. This API is just one of thousands of APIs available on their API hub. You're going to learn how to use most of the endpoints from this API, like how to get exercises by ID, by target muscle, and by equipment. And finally, we're going to use one more API from their platform, which is called the YouTube Search and Download. This API is going to allow us to fetch exercise videos straight from YouTube. So, to be able to use these APIs, make sure to use the RapidAPI link in the description, and then you can click Sign Up or Log In. In this case, I'm going to log in since I already have an account. You can log in with Google, GitHub, Facebook, or your regular email. Once you're in, you'll be redirected to RapidAPI's hub, where you can find thousands of APIs. Down in the description, you can also find the finished code for this project. If you at any point get stuck, I would recommend that you browse the finalized code, compare it with the code that you have, and then that way try to debug. I'm sure you're going to be successful. With that said, let's dive straight into the code. To get started with the development of our great exercises application, we're going to start from scratch. as we always do on JavaScript Mastery, I'm going to create a new folder on our desktop and name it gym_exercises. Once you've done that, you can open up an empty Visual Studio Code window or any other code editor that you prefer. Then you can simply drag and drop the folder into Visual Studio Code. Once we've done that, we can make use of Visual Studio Code's integrated terminal by going to View and then Terminal. We can clear it, and then we can initialize our React application by typing npx create-react-app and then /. Of course, make sure that you have Node downloaded and installed on your device to make sure that this works. And we can simply press enter. This process usually takes just about a minute, so I'm gonna pause this video and I'll be right back. And once our app has been initialized, you can notice that we have a few new files and folders right here. The most important folder right here is our source folder. This is where our entire application will be. So what I always like to do with Create React Apps is delete the source folder and then create a new one, because there were a few files that we don't necessarily need. So let's simply create a new folder and name it src. Once we have it, every React application needs to have a few necessary files. And the first one is index.js. Index.js is the file where we connect our application to the DOM. So we can import React from React. We can also import React DOM from React-DOM. And now that we have that, we can say const root is equal to React DOM dot create root, and then pass in the document dot get element by ID, and then simply say root like this. This is an addition that we're doing because we're using the newest version of React, version 18. Now that we have our root, we can call the root.render. And inside of there, we're going to simply pass our self-closing app component. This app hasn't yet been declared, so let's simply import it by saying import app from /app. And of course, we don't yet have it. So what we can do is create a new file called app.js inside of our source folder. To create our application, we can use a great snippet called RAFCE. This is going to create a React arrow function export component, like this. If what we've just done seemed like magic to you, you most likely don't have the right extension installed. So go to Extensions, type ES7 Plus, and install the ES7 Plus React Redux React Native snippets. Once you do that, you can type RAFCE, and this code is going to be automatically populated for you. With that said, we now have our index, which is currently rendering just this app right here, so we can put it in one line. And we also have our app.js. Great. If we were to run this right now, everything would work. But before we do that, let's make sure that we install all of the necessary dependencies that we'll use throughout this project. To make sure that you can watch this video many years after it has been released, we're going to go to package.json, and down in the description, you'll be able to find a GitHub gist containing the exact versions of dependencies you need. You can simply find it below and then override the current dependencies that you have. This is going to make sure to install the exact same versions of dependencies as I'm using in this video, so you can follow along without any interruptions. To install these dependencies, go to View and then Terminal, and then run npm install --legacy -peer -deps, and simply run that command. This is going to install, again, the exact same versions of dependencies for you. This process takes about a minute, so I'm gonna pause this video and we'll be right back. There we go, our dependencies have been installed. There are some vulnerabilities, but that's not our concern right now. We're here to create this great project and make sure that we don't run into any errors while doing so. And as you can notice, we no longer have those squiggly warning lines. Everything is properly installed. So with that said, we can now try running our application for the first time by running npm start. This is going to start our application on localhost 3000. And there we go, application started successfully. And if you go to localhost 3000, you can notice that we have our app right here. So now the setup is properly done and we are ready to start implementing the code. To make sure that we can code this application without any interruptions throughout the whole duration of the course, I'm going to give you access to a CSS file containing some basic styling, as well as the assets so that we can use the images later on. So let's start with the CSS. You can create a new file called app.css. And down below in the description, there's going to be a GitHub gist containing some basic styles. There isn't any logic happening here, mostly just positioning of specific elements on the page. But for most of the layout, we'll be of course using Material UI. This file is mainly some background colors and changing the fonts. We can now import that file inside of our app.js by saying import /app.css. And of course, we're gonna also need the assets folder. So below this lecture, inside of that same GitHub gist, you'll be able to find a link to a zipped assets folder. Unzip it and simply paste it inside of the source. In there, we'll have some icons as well as some images. There we go. So this is going to allow us to simply use them later on when we need them. And with that said, we are ready to start coding out our application. We can of course start with our app.js. Inside of here, we're going to import route and routes, and that is coming from React-router-DOM. We're going to use this to route between our homepage and our exercise details page. And we're going to also import a box component, which is coming from add-MUI/material. A box is essentially just a div with some shading and colors. Now, inside of our app, we can wrap our entire app with a box, and we're going to give the width of 400 to that box, like this. Now, inside of that box, we want to render our navbar component. We haven't yet created it, so for now, we're just going to say navbar as a text. And then we want to show some routes below our navbar. More specifically, there will be two routes. So the first route is going to be a self-closing component that's going to have the path of just /. And it's going to have the element, which is going to be rendered once somebody visits the /. That's going to be the home component, like this. Now, of course, we haven't yet created the home component, but we will soon. And then the second route is going to look the same as the first one. It's going to have the path equal to /exercise/:ID. That means that this ID right here is going to be dynamic. It doesn't have to be just /exercise/:ID. It can be 1, 2, 3, or any other number, and that's going to be dynamically rendered inside of our exercise detail component. So the element, therefore, is going to be exercise detail as a self-closing component. And we're going to also turn this navbar into a self-closing component as well. So now we have three components that we have to import inside of our app. So let's go ahead and create them inside of the components folder. Right-click the source, create a new folder called components folder. Inside of our components, we can first create a navbar.js, and we can run RAFCE, which is automatically going to generate that component. And when it comes to the two other components, these are actually going to be pages because they contain more components inside of them. So let's create a new folder inside of the source called pages. There, we can create a new file called home.js. We can again run RAFCE to create a structure of that home. And we can also create a new component called exercise detail.js. And we can again run RAFCE. Now we can go back to app and we can import these three components. So we can say import exercise detail from /pages/exercise detail. We can repeat the process by importing home from /pages/home. And finally, we can import the navbar from /components/navbar. And we're gonna also need the footer So we can do that right now as well. Footer is going to be a component. So let's go to our components and create a new footer.js component. Run RAFCE, go back to the app, and import the footer right below our navbar. There we go. Now we have the basic structure of our application. I know that we wrote a lot of code and we haven't seen any changes in our website, but this was necessary because now we have different routes, we can switch between them, and we have the basic layout completely set up. There are two more things to finalize the layout, and that is adding the SX property right here, which is going to be width on extra large devices is going to be 1488 pixels. So we're now making sure that this website is responsive on larger devices. And also we're going to have the M is equal to auto, which stands for margin auto. Material UI allows us to do that on the box component. And since we're using the routes and the route, there's just one more thing that we have to do inside of the index.js component. We can go to the index.js and import the browser router, which is coming from React router DOM. We have to wrap our app right here with the browser router so that we can actually use those routes. So we have the browser router there and a closing browser router component as well. And once finalized, that's going to look like this. Great. Our index.js is now finalized. Our app.js has the basic structure. Once we are on the /, we should be able to see our home component. So let's close all of our files and just open up the home page. Now, if we go back to localhost 3000, that we now have a navbar, the home, and the footer. The reason why we only have these text elements is because we only have divs inside of these components: navbar, footer, and home. So what do you say? Let's start with implementing our navigation bar, and then we're going to continue with our entire home component. Great job so far, and we're just getting started. To start implementing our navbar, we can put our browser side by side by the editor so that we can see the changes that we make live. There we go. On the left side, we have our code editor, and on the right side, we can see the changes we're making. So let's start with our navbar. First, we can import the link component coming from React-router-DOM. And we can also import something known as a stack coming from add-mui/material. If you haven't used Material UI before, it's a great UI kit. It allows you to create great looking websites incredibly quickly and professionally. So let's learn about what stack is. A simple Google search on Material UI stack is going to lead us to the stack component. It says right here, the stack component manages the layout of immediate children along the vertical or horizontal axis. So essentially, if you need some kind of a menu or a list of items looking like this or like this, you can use a stack. Material UI is great, and whenever I use some new components in this video, if you're not sure what those mean, simply go to MUI documentation and search for those components right here. As you can see, we have the box, and you can learn what props can you pass to a box. I always encourage all of the developers that watch my videos to learn on their own. The documentation is your best friend, and that is also what I teach on JS Mastery Pro. Just recently, we launched our platform, including 2 project-based courses. We're going to have Filmpire, which is built entirely using Material UI. So if you want to improve your knowledge with Material UI even further, then this is the course for you. If you're interested in Web3 development, then I would suggest checking out the Build an NFT Marketplace course. With that said, let's get back to our video. Now we have the link and stack, and we need to also import our logo. So we can say import logo from /assets/images/logo.png. And let's start creating our navbar. We're going to render a stack component right here. And inside of the stack, we're going to have a link component. Inside of that link, we're going to have a self-closing image tag. And it's going to have a source equal to logo. Let's save it and let's go back to our React app. And let's just add a to property to our link pointing to simply /. That's going to make our logo visible. Let's make it a bit smaller by giving it an alt equal to logo. And more importantly, let's give it styles equal to width is 48 pixels, like this. Height is also going to be set to 48 pixels. And finally, the margin is going to be set to 0 and then 20 pixels on left and right. Of course, we're zoomed in quite a lot, so that's why it is blurry. If we reset, you can notice it's looking good. Now, below that link, we're going to have one more stack right here. So we can say stack, and inside of that stack, we're going to have two links. So let's simply add the first link. This is going to be link to simply /, and it's going to say home. Below that link, we're going to have an anchor tag. So let's create it right here. And this anchor tag is going to have an href equal to exercises. We're going to use this to scroll down this page later on. We can also give it a style equal to text decoration is equal to none. Also color is equal to something like #3a1212. I found this color to look really good. And let's also say exercises. There we go. So now we have home and we also have exercises. Let's style our link just a bit. So we can go to our link and say style. Let's give it a text decoration to none as well. Let's also give it a color of hash or pound 3a1212. And finally, let's give it a border bottom of 3 pixels solid. And then we can specify the color FF2625. And it looks like we're just missing a comma right here. There we go. So now this looks more like a navigation bar. Let's also style our stack a bit. We're going to add a few properties. Direction is equal to row. There we go. Let's also give it a gap equal to 40 pixels. Let's set the font size to be equal to 24 pixels. And let's also set align items to be equal to flex end, like this. There we go. So now this is already looking just a bit better, but of course we still cannot see the full vision of the navigation bar. To do that, let's style our initial wrapper stack. Right here, we can also give it a direction is equal to row. There we go. We can also give it a justify content equal to space dash around. We can give it the SX, which is additional styles properties, of gap on small devices, like this. And this is a really cool thing about Material UI. It allows you to do responsiveness right out of the box. Let's set it to 122 pixels. And then on extra small devices, XS, let's do 40 pixels. So now the gap is going to change based on the width of the device. We can also do something else besides the gap, and that is changing the margin top, so empty. And then we can open a new block again, and we can say on small devices, 32 pixels. And then on extra small devices, 20 pixels should be fine. There we go. So now this is looking more like a navigation bar. If we expand this a bit, you can notice it expands nicely and also it retracts nicely as well. So this is looking good for our navigation bar so far. We can also give it a style right here of justify content, which is going to be set to none. There we go. We want to keep everything at the start. And finally, let's also give it a px as padding x-axis. That's going to be 20 pixels. There we go. So now we have our navigation bar, and we can also look at the finished site. There we go. On the finished site, you can see that we have the logo and those two links right here because the image is being shown on the right side. With that said, we are done with the navigation bar, and we can proceed with the second component, which is going to be our home. So let's open up the pages, and then home.js. Inside of our home, we're going to import the use state coming from React, because in here we'll be dealing with some logic. And we're going to also import the box component coming from add MUI / material. Now, inside of our home, we'll be using many other components. So first, let's wrap everything with a box. And then inside of there, we're going to divide it into 3 more components. The first one is going to be the hero banner, which is this part right here with the text. Then we're going to have the search exercises component, also a self-closing tag, which is going to be this search right here. And then we're going to have the exercises. There we go. So first we have the hero, then we have the search, and then finally the exercises themselves. Great. So of course we have to create those 3 components. And let's start as we always do in the components folder. I'm going to create the hero banner.js and run RAFCE in there. We can repeat the process. That's going to be search exercises.js and again run RAFCE. And finally, we're going to repeat the process for the last component on our list, which is the exercises themselves. So exercises, let's make sure to spell that properly. There we go, and .js, and again run RAFCE right here. Now we can import those 3 components right here. To import them, we can say import exercises from /components / exercises. And we can repeat or duplicate this 2 times. The second time is going to be search exercises. And the third time, we're going to say hero banner. There we go. So now if we go back to our app, you can notice that we have our navigation bar, and then we have the hero banner, search exercises, and then the exercises themselves. So, of course, the next step is to jump into the hero banner and start implementing that component. Inside of there, we'll be using 3 material UI components: the box, the stack, and then the typography. And these are coming from add MUI / material. We have already used the box and the stack. Typography is simply like a p tag. You can think of it as a heading or as a paragraph, just a text element with some additional styles. Let's wrap our entire div with a box, or rather make this component a box. Inside of that box, we're going to have a typography component. This typography is not going to be a self-closing tag. Rather, inside of there, we're going to say something like fitness club. And there we go. Now let's style it a bit. Let's change the color to something like #FF2625. Let's also make the font weight to be equal to 600 and increase the font size to something like 26 pixels. There we go. So this is already looking much better. Let's position our box a bit away from the navbar by giving it the SX property. And let's put this into multiple lines. Margin top on large devices, like this, is going to be set to 212 pixels. And then on extra small devices, it's going to be 70 pixels. Then we're going to also add the margin left right here. On small devices, that's going to be set to 50 pixels. So you can see how easily we can add only specific styles for specific window sizes. Great. Now we can also give it a position relative to this box. So position is equal to relative, as well as P is equal to 20 pixels, which stands for padding. Now let's also add the sweat, smile, and repeat, and also check out the most effective exercises. We can do that with a few additional typographies. So below our typography, let's add another one. Typography, we're going to simply say sweat, smile. We can add a break tag and then say and repeat. There we go. And we can also duplicate this typography one more time. And in the last one, we're going to say, check out the most effective exercises. There we go. Of course, we have to style them a bit because right now this isn't looking that good. And as you know, on JavaScript Mastery, we always strive to create the best looking applications. Again, I have to mention the FilmPire application, which was a marvel of a design. We have some animations, we can change categories, and do everything else you can do in essentially a Netflix clone application. So if you haven't already, definitely make sure to check it out on jsmastery.pro. But with that said, we can quickly get back and add the styles to it to make it look better. So what we can do is add the font weight to the second typography. And that font weight is going to be, let's make it a number of 700. So there we go, just a bit bolder. Then we can also apply some additional styles like the SX property, and we can change the font size. So what we can do is say on large devices, the font size can be 44 pixels. And then usually on smaller devices or on extra small devices, it can be 40 pixels. So just a bit smaller. There we go. And we can do a similar thing for the check out the most effective exercises. We can set the font size to be equal to 22 pixels. We can also change the line height, like this, of course, to be equal to 35 pixels. There we go. So this is already looking more like it. Now, just below, we have to have a button, Explore Exercises, as you can see right here. So what we can do is also import a button component from MUI. And right here, we can use or call that button component. Now, the button is going to say Explore Exercises. There we go. And you can see that it doesn't look that good. But now let's actually go visit Material UI docs to figure out how we can style it. I just visited the Material UI button component, and you can see that we need the contained version. So we can simply say variant contained and add that to our button. That's going to make it look like this. But now we also have to change the color. So let's browse a bit. And there we go. We have color success, color error. But let's simply try setting our own defined color. So color, and that's going to be this one right here. If we save that and go back, you can see that that doesn't quite work. And we can open the inspect element, go to the console, and figure out where the error is. It looks like cannot read properties undefined, reading dark. So let me just remove this color right here. And it looks like that was the cause of our issue. The colors that you can pass right here are mostly the ones which correspond to specific colors like secondary, success, or error. In this case, we have a red button, so the error might be a good fit. And there we go. This is actually looking great. And to divide this from the button, we can also add a margin bottom of something like 20 to the typography above. Oh, that's definitely way too much. Something like 2 might even be enough. There we go. This is already looking so much better, but we can divide it a bit more. So let's do something like 3 instead. There we go. This is looking good. Now, this button is going to have an href equal to hash exercises. So it's going to simply scroll down on this page. And we also need an image, which is the final missing piece. We can say img, and then that's going to be source is equal to, and now we have to import that image. So we can say import hero banner image coming from /assets /images /banner.png. And we can simply use it here. Hero banner image. We can also give it an alt tag equal to banner. And we can give it a class name, which we defined in the app.css equal to hero-banner-img. Now, if we fix this right here and save it, you should be able to notice this great looking image appear right here. And this is already looking so much more like the design. That is great. Now, there's this cool little design element saying exercises here. So how do we implement that? Well, that's going to be a typography above our image. So let's go back. Let's add a typography. And that typography is going to say exercise. Now, of course, let's add some styles, like font weight is going to be 600. We can also give it a color, which is going to be equal to FF2625. And we can also give it a few additional styles with the SX prop, which is going to be opacity 0.1. We want to hide it on mobile devices, so we can say display, and then make that an object. On large devices, block, and then on extra small devices, none. This shows you that you don't have to dive into CSS to mess with media queries. You can do things right here inside of your JSX. And we also want to increase the font size by quite a lot. So let's say font size is equal to 200 pixels. And let's save it. You can see this huge exercises appear right here, but it looks like it should be a bit more down. There is some spacing missing from in between our typographies. So let's see why is it missing. Looks like our typography right here, containing sweat, smile, and repeat, misses the MB, which is margin bottom, of something like 23 pixels, and MT, which is margin top, of 30 pixels. So if we add that, that's going to push this down just a bit. And we can also add some more margin right here between our button. So that's going to be here, margin bottom, something like 4. There we go. So now this is really close to the design, but this button is looking just a bit better than ours. So what we can do is we can add the SX property to our button. Right here, we can say SX and change the background color to be that same color of #FF2625. There we go. So this is already looking much better. And we can also give it some padding. Like let's try with 15 pixels. That's a bit too much, so 10 might do. There we go. So now this is incredibly close to the design. Looking great. With that said, we are done with the start of our homepage, but we're moving to more exciting stuff, which is actually searching for exercises, targeting specific muscle groups, and showing these exercises right here. So let's get to that right away. We can go back to our homepage and go to the search exercises. In here, we can first import a few stuff, then do this part, which is the visual part, and then finally connect it so that it actually works and it searches for new exercises. Let's start by first importing the use effect, as well as the use state hooks from React. We're going to also need to import the box, a button, stack, text field, which is essentially an input, and finally the typography. And that's coming from add_MUI/material. Now we have almost everything we need to start creating the JSX part. So first of all, we're going to wrap everything with a stack component. That stack is going to have a property of align items is equal to center, and also MT for margin top is 37 pixels. It's also going to have a justify content like this equal to center. And finally, padding or P is just equal to 20 pixels. Now, if we save that, you can notice that now we have some padding right here. And below, we can add a typography. So let's say typography. It's not going to be a self-closing component. Rather, we're going to say something like awesome exercises you should know. So I'm going to simply paste that here. And we're going to add a BR or a break tag in between. So now if we go back, you can see that right here. But of course, we can style it a bit. So let's give it a font weight of 700. There we go. Let's also give it the SX property equal to font size. On large devices, that can be set to 44 pixels. And then on extra small, we can bring it down a notch to 30 pixels. Also, let's say the margin bottom or MB is going to be 50 pixels and text align is going to be set to center. Now, if you save that, this looks more like it. There we go. Now, below our typography, we're going to have a box element, and that box is going to have a position equal to relative, as well as margin bottom is equal to 72 pixels. Inside of that box, we're going to have our text field. That text field is a self-closing tag, but it is going to have quite a few properties. Let's give it first a height of 76 pixels. Let's give it a value, because every input needs to have a value. For now, that's going to be an empty string. Every input also needs to have an onChange property. And for now, that's going to be an empty callback function. We're going to fill it soon enough. We can also add a placeholder, something like search exercises. And we can also give it a type, which is going to be equal to text. Now, if we save that, you can see our input right here, which is looking great, but we can also give it some additional styles. So let's add the SX property at the top. Let's space it out in multiple rows, and let's say input. We want to style the input part of the text field, and we want to give it a font weight, like this, of 700. Then we also want to set the border to be set to none, and we also want to set the border radius to be set to something like 4 pixels. Now, if we save that, you can notice this is looking a bit different. Now, outside of styling our input, so all of this was simply to style the input, and we can kind of position that so you can see it more clearly. We had the font weight inside of the input, we had the border, and then we had the border radius. But now we are outside of the input, and we want to style, and we want to change the width. More specifically, on large devices, the width is going to be 1170 pixels, and on extra small devices, the width is going to be 350 pixels. There we go. So now it's actually huge. And what we also want to do is add the background color to be equal to, I think white is going to be fine. So let's do FFF. Of course, we are missing a comma right here. And finally, we also want to give it a border radius of something like 40 pixels. There we go. So now if we compare those two, you can see that this is more like it. If we increase the width, it's looking even better. And on small devices, it's looking great as well. There we go. So we can also add a button below this text field right away. That button is going to not be a self-closing tag, but it will have a class name equal to search-btn. And it's going to say, you can guess it, search. Now, if you save that, we can see search right here, but we have to apply some other styles to it. So let's again open up that SX property. There we go. And first, we want to change the BG color like this. And that's going to be #FF2625. There we go. We also want to change the color of the text. So we can say right here, color is going to be #FFF, which stands for white. We want to set the text transform to be set to none. We also want to change the width of the button. If we are on the large device, we want to make it around 175 pixels, and on extra small, 80 is going to be more than enough. If we check it out, this is looking good. We also want to change the font size like this. On large devices, 20 pixels will be great, and on smaller ones, 14 will be just fine. Finally, we want to change the height of the button. So let's say height is going to be something like 56 pixels. We're missing a comma right there. And also we want to change the position, which is going to be set to absolute. We are doing that so that the button comes to the right side of our screen. Now we can also decrease the width of our text field a bit to something like 1000 pixels. And now it's barely fitting, so we can do something less, like 800 should be enough. There we go. So this is looking good already. Now on smaller devices, you can see this is looking good as well. So this is for tablets and even smaller devices like mobile phones. There we go. So let's expand it a bit so we can see the image. There we go. And now we have our search. The search is going a bit to the right, which isn't happening on the live side. So let's figure out what's happening with this empty space right here. I'm going to go to inspect and I'll try to expand this a bit and see where is this space coming from. Just by going over this, it doesn't seem to be obvious. Let's go into this div and yeah, it's not that obvious, but this is what happens when you're developing websites. It's possible that I missed something, so let's slowly try to figure it out together. And that's the thing that I like sharing most with you, the bugs, problems, and errors that happen. A lot of YouTubers simply go past that or cut that out from recording. Today, we're going to do that together and figure out why this text is not appearing in the center, rather it's appearing a bit more to the right. So let's figure it out. Well, since we are using absolute positioning, we simply have to add the right property right here to this button and set it to 0. That way, it's going to appear like it's centered. So we have our input and we have our search right here. So everything is looking good so far. Now, of course, we want to figure out the logic for searching the exercises. So before displaying them and displaying these categories right here, what we can do is deal with the logic. So this is the first time that we're actually diving in using the state, using the use effect, and interacting with the RapidAPI to fetch all of the latest and greatest exercises that you can use to improve your body. So to get started with that, what we can do is handle the search. Right now, our button is not doing anything and our input is not doing anything as well. So first of all, let's add a new use state at the top. We can say use state, use the state snippet, and call the state search, and set search at the start is going to be set to an empty string. Now, inside of our input right here, or a text field, we can change the value to be search, and also on change, we can simply say set search is equal to e.target.value dot to lowercase, because while we're searching for something, we want to make sure that we don't look in changes in terms of typing. If you search for squat, it should be the same as squat with a capital S or with a lowercase s. So now we're managing the state of what we want to search for. So let's add an onClick on our button right here. OnClick is equal to handle search. And this is a function that we are going to create right now. So scrolling a bit up, we can create that new function, const handle search. It's going to be an arrow function. And it's also going to be asynchronous because we have to fetch some data from it. Async simply means that this function is going to take some time. And in most cases, that means that it's going to pull some data from the API. If you want to learn async await in depth, then our movie application is great because we're fetching a lot of movie data. Once again, the link is in the description. So first, we want to check if the search exists. So if somebody actually typed something in. If the search does exist, then we need to fetch the exercises data. And that's going to be equal to await. And then we're going to create a special fetch data function. This function doesn't yet exist, so I'm going to comment this line out so that we don't get any errors. But now is the time that we create this special fetch data utility function. So let's get to it. To keep our code tidy, we can create this fetch data function in a new file. So let's create a new folder inside of the source folder called utils, short for utility functions. These are the functions that we'll be reusing across our code base. And let's create a new file called fetchdata.js. This is where we're going to make a connection with RapidAPI. So what we can do is we can say export const fetch data, which is going to be an async function looking like this. It's going to accept two parameters. The first one is going to be the URL, and the second one is going to be the options. Now, inside of there, we can say const response is equal to await, and we're going to use the built-in fetch API. We want to fetch the URL and provide the additional options. So that's going to look something like this. Now, if we use just fetch and not Axios, we also have to extract the data by saying const data is equal to await response.json. And then finally, we simply want to return the data. Now, this is an abstraction of a function that's going to actually fetch the data, because you can see we have the URL and options as parameters, but we didn't pass real data. So we don't have the actual URL that we need to call. So how are we going to get to that? Well, if we go to RapidAPI and search for exercise DB, you should be able to find this rectangle right here by Justin, a great API, and you can click right here to subscribe to this API. It is entirely free for up to 500 requests a month, and you're gonna get access to all of these different endpoints that you can see right here. But first of all, we have to copy our options. So let's simply copy this part right here under code snippets, and let's put that at the top by saying export const exercise options is equal to, and then we can just use the object from here. That's going to be method get. In this case, we won't be needing the URL right here. And then we're going to need the RapidAPI host as well as the RapidAPI key. Now, you've seen my key, and I'm okay with that. I want to share everything with you guys. But I would recommend that you hide yours from people that wish you harm. So what we want to do here is we want to take that key and put it in something known as environment variables. So let's create a new file called .env. The code that you put here is going to be private to you and you only. So let's say React _app _rapid _API _key. And that's going to be equal to the key that you just copied. Now, for this key to be populated, what we have to do is open up our terminal, stop it from running by pressing Ctrl+C and then Y, and then rerun our application. That's how our key is going to be populated. Now what we can do is, instead of simply typing out the entire key right here, we can use process.env .react _app _rapid _API _key. Now nobody knows our key, but it is being used right here. So we have exercise options, we have our fetch data, and we're exporting that. We can go back to our search, and now we can actually use that fetch data function. Now we have something weird right here. I don't think I've imported that, so we're going to delete that. But what we do need to import is the fetch data function. So we can import it by saying import. We're going to need the exercise option, or options rather, as well as the fetch data. And that is coming from /utils/fetch data. So what do we want to call? We want to call the fetch data function. And remember, the first parameter is the actual URL. So we can say https:// exercisedb.p.rapidapi.com. And then /. And then if you're wondering how I got that, you can see the URL right here. And then we're specifically looking for exercises under a body list part. So we can copy the entire URL straight from here and paste it there. There we go. And then the second thing is to pass the exercise options. These options are going to authorize you to make the request because we added our own API key right here. So exercises data. Now what we can do with this data is console log it. So if we do console log exercises data, we can add that right here and then go back to our React application, inspect, and then open up the console. At the start, there's going to be nothing in the console, but if we search for something and click search, we'll be able to see 10 different categories. But we don't need the categories. We want to search for specific exercises. So we'll modify our URL just a bit. We want to simply search for exercises. If we save that and click search one more time, we get a total of more than 1,000 exercises. Isn't that crazy? You can see that they're divided by a body part, equipment, GIF, name, target, and so on. Now we want to apply some search functionality. And we can do that like this. I'm going to expand our code just a bit. And right here, we're going to say const searched exercises. And that's going to be equal to exercise data dot filter. Inside of that filter, we need to pass in a callback function where we get each specific exercise. And we want to check if exercise dot name dot to lowercase dot includes the search term we're looking for. Or maybe the name doesn't include the search. But what if the body part or the target include that? Maybe somebody searches for back and there aren't back exercises, but back is a muscle group. So we can copy this and paste it a few times. 3 more times to be exact. We can search for exercise.name. We can search for exercise.target, exercise.equipment, and also exercise.bodypart. We just made our exercises data 4 times stronger because we're applying all of these things in our search query. Great. So what do we do with those search exercises? Well, let's add them to the state so that we can later on display it. We can create a new use state field. That's going to be exercises and also set exercises right here. At the start, that's going to be set to an empty array. Once we're done with the search, the only thing we want to do is, first of all, clear the search. So we can say set search is equal to an empty string. And then we want to set the exercises to be equal to the searched exercises. There we go. So now we're handling almost everything. But of course, we actually have to make use of these exercises and show them somewhere. That's going to be the next part that we're going to do. But before we search for these exercises, if you look at our code, it seems that the exercises come after the actual categories. So let's get these categories to show up first. We can do that by creating a new use effect to fetch the categories as soon as our page loads. So we have a use effect with a callback function, and we want to call it only at the start, which means that our dependency array is going to be empty. There, we want to create a new function called const fetch exercises data, and that's also going to be an async function. There, we want to get the data about all body parts. So we can say const body parts data is equal to, let's change this to parts, not parties, and that's going to be equal to await fetch data. Now we already have the function. We can copy the starting part right here, but we're going to add one additional thing to exercises, and that's going to be body part list. And we also need to pass the exercises options. So you can see how easy it is now that we already have created the fetch data and exercises options utilities. Now, what do we do once we get that data? We simply set body parts to be equal to, first of all, and then we also want to spread all the body parts that we got. So that's going to be body parts data. There we go. And of course, we want to close that right here. Now we're going to need an additional state, so we can create a use state field, body parts, and also set body parts, which is at the start going to be an empty array. Now, when do we want to call this fetch exercises data function? Well, immediately. So we want to call it as soon as the app loads. Now that we have the data about our body parts, we can actually display them in this nice list. That list is going to be a new component. So right here below our box, we can create a new additional box. This box is going to have the SX equal to position relative. Also, it's going to have a width of 100%, and it's going to have a padding of 20 pixels. Inside of there, we want to render a new component called horizontal scroll bar. That is going to be a self-closing component to which we're going to pass the data, which is equal to not fetch exercises data, but rather body parts. There we go. That's going to be all that we need for now. But of course, now is the time that we actually create that horizontal scroll bar. So we can go inside of the components and create a new horizontal scroll bar.js component. We can run RAFCE in there to quickly get it up and running. And then back inside of the search exercises, we can import that component. Import horizontal scroll bar from /horizontal scroll bar. Now, if we save that and go back to our app, you can see that we have the horizontal scroll bar right here, but we cannot see these great looking cards. To get to these cards, we can, of course, implement them inside of the horizontal scroll bar. We already know that our horizontal scroll bar accepts the data prop, so we can immediately loop over that data. Right here, I'm going to open a dynamic block of code and say data.map. We're going to get each individual item, and for each item, we want to return a box. That box is, of course, coming from import box from add_MUI/material. Not icons material, just material. That box, if we render it correctly, there we go, is going to look like this. And we are missing one more parenthesis. That box needs to have a key since we're looping over it. So a key is going to be equal to either item.id or just the item, because later on we're going to pass different things into this horizontal scroll bar. So we want to make sure that it is working as it's supposed to. We need to specify the item ID, which is going to be the same as this. So we can essentially duplicate this. Our item ID, as we said, is item ID or item, and our title is going to be the same, item ID or item. And margin is going to be set to 0 and then 40 pixels. Of course, inside of here, we want to render our body part. So what we can do is simply render the item. Now, if we save this, scroll below, you can see we have all, back, cardio, chest, lower arms, and all of the other categories. Now we have to turn these pieces of text into these nice, clickable, and also scrollable, great looking cards. Our body part card is going to be a separate component, so we can create it. We're going to call it exactly that, bodypart.js. And it's going to be a React component as well, so we can run RAFCE. Let's go back to our horizontal scroll bar and let's import our body part. And that will be coming from /body part. There we go. So now what we can do is we can render the body part component inside of our horizontal scroll bar. That's going to be right here. Instead of item, we can render the self-closing body part, and we can pass the item to it. That way, we'll be able to render it differently. We can also pass the body part, which we're going to pass through the props. So body part is equal to body part, and also the set body part is equal to set body part. These are some properties that we're going to pass through props. So what we can do is go back to where we're calling the horizontal scroll bar, which is going to be inside of the search. And right here, we can pass the data to it, as well as the body part is equal to body part. This is going to be the selected body part, the one on which we clicked. There we go. And also, we're going to need the set body part. Once we actually do this, set body part, one thing that you can notice is that we only have body parts, plural, not a singular body part or set body part. That's because those props will be coming into our search exercises right here. They'll be coming from the homepage. So what we can do is get the set exercises as well as body part, and finally set body part. All of these will be coming from the home. You can notice that we had a state declared here, but that state is actually going to get moved to our home page. Let's go back to our pages and then home. We can paste this state that we had about exercises, but we're gonna also have two other states, and these are going to be as follows. Use state, that's going to be body part, and set body part, which is at the start going to be set to all. And that's going to be it. We need the body part and the exercises. The reason why we need to have these in the home is because changes in these states are going to be reflected all across our application, not just in the search exercises. They'll also be reflected in the exercises themselves. So what we can do now is we can pass the set exercises to be equal to set exercises. We can also pass the body part right here. Body part is equal to body part. And finally, we can pass the set body part to be equal to set body part. Now we're passing all three of these props to our search exercises component. And we can repeat that same process for the exercises because these are shared states. So we can simply copy and paste this to exercises as well. Now both components share the same state. And if you're thinking that we could have done this using React context, you are right. If you don't feel like passing all of these props to many different components, you can use the React Context API. In this case, we just have two components, so I simply decided that we can still pass the states through props, whichever way you prefer. With that said, now we're finally properly passing the values to our horizontal scroll bar, and we're not only getting the data, we're also getting the body parts, the set body part, and that's going to be it for now. There we go. This is going to be singular. Now, of course, it's time that we go into the body part component and we can implement this great looking card. Our body part is going to have a few imports. These are going to be import stack as well as typography. And they are coming from @MUI and then /material. We can also import the icon from /assets /icons /gym.png. There we go. Now to create this great looking card, we're going to first render the stack component like this. And then inside of that stack, we're going to have an image. So we can say img, source is going to be icon, alt is going to be dumbbell. So we can say dumbbell right here. And in this case, we won't even be needing the class name. We will simply need some styles. So we can say styles is equal to width 40 pixels, as well as the height, which is going to be set to 40 pixels as well. So now we have these huge gym icons. Looks like the styles weren't applied, but we're gonna fix that really soon. Let's add additional styles to our stack. We can start by saying type of this stack is going to be equal to a button because we can click on it. We're going to align items to the center. We're going to also justify content to the center. We're going to give it a class name equal to body part -card and save that. As soon as we do that, we have great looking hoverable cards, but they don't yet look like cards. So what we have to do is add the SX property like this, and then we can get all of the props that we passed into this component. So these are going to be item, make sure you are inside of the curly braces, set body part, and also the body part itself. Great. So what we can do is check if the body part is triple equal to the item. In that case, we can render some specific styles. These are going to be border top, 4 pixels, solid, and then we can do that red color, which is FF2625. We can also do the background to be equal to simply white, FFF. And now let's see what do we have here. Looks like we need just one curly brace here, not two. There we go. And looks like we need to close this properly as well. And we also need what happens if the body part is not equal to the item. Let's simply have an empty string then. And we already have this great looking card.
Now let's add additional styles such as border, bottom, left, radius, and let's set that to 20 pixels. Let's set the width to be equal to 270 pixels. Let's set the height to be equal to something like 280 pixels. Of course, don't forget to add commas right here and here. Let's set the cursor to be equal to pointer. And let's set the gap to be equal to 47 pixels. Now, if we save this, make sure to add all the commas. Now, this is looking just a bit better, but still not quite. These icons are too big, and only the first one seems like a card. So let's add the styles for the ones which are not currently selected. In that case, we want to set the background to be equal to #FFF. We also want to give them a border bottom left radius, which is going to be 20. We can copy the width and the height, the cursor as well, and the gap. So essentially, all of these styles are almost exactly the same. Let's paste them right here, save that. And now we have these cards right here, but only the one that is selected has the border at the top. Of course, we could have done this in a better way. We could have had straight right here an object of all the styles. And then we can find all of the styles that are the same, which is everything, I think, besides the border top. So let's add that. And then for that thing that is different, like the border top, we can check if the body part is equal to an item. If it is, then we show this. Else, we show an empty string. And with that, we can remove all of this code and only keep the one that we're using right here. Let's save it. And as you can see, everything looks the same, but it is much simpler and much easier to read. Let's just simply indent this properly. So I'm going to select all the lines and push it back a bit. And there we go. So now we have the cards, but they're still not being displayed properly. They are appearing in a line instead of appearing in a row. To change that, we can go back to our horizontal scroll bar and import a few things. These are going to be import, something known as a scroll menu, as well as visibility, context. And these are coming from a package that we install at the start called React-horizontal-scrolling-menu. Now we can wrap our entire application with that scroll menu. So right here, instead of the div, we're going to have a scroll menu. Let's save it. Of course, let's fix this at the bottom. And there we go. We can already scroll if you have a mouse with a horizontal scroll wheel. If not, we're missing the arrows. So how are we going to add those arrows? Well, you can simply create arrow components, which are going to be simple images with left and right arrows. Since this part is just writing a lot of code and nothing really useful is happening, I'm going to add the code for these icons down below so you can simply copy and paste it from the GitHub gist. That's going to look something like this. We'll have to import the typography as well as the use context. And then you'll have the left arrow and the right arrow that you can use. The way in which you can use them is simply pass them to the scroll menu as left arrow is equal to left arrow. There we go. And right arrow is equal to, you guessed it, right arrow. There we go. And these arrows are nothing more than a typography that has the image inside of them. So now if we go back, you can see those two, and we can actually scroll through different body part exercises. But these are now simply showing an image of a gym, and we want to be able to see which body part are we clicking on. So let's simply go back to the body part, and let's finish implementing this component. Below our image, we're going to have a typography, and this typography is going to simply render the item. As soon as we do that, you should be able to see the text, but it is being hidden or cut down by the image. So let's apply some styles. The font size is going to be 24 pixels. The font weight is going to be set to bold. The color is going to be set to #3A
1212. And the text transform is going to be set to capitalize. Now, if we save that, you can see that it's still not visible because the image is hiding it. So let's see why our image is not behaving as we thought, meaning taking 40 pixels of width and height. So this is width right here, height 40 pixels. This is looking good to me, but it looks like I am missing something. So it is possible that, yep, there we go. I misspelled the style for styles. So if we fix this, now you can see we have lower legs, we have neck, upper arms, and all of the different body parts that you can train. For extra points, if you decide to work on this application on your own, find some images of each one of these muscle parts and then add them right here to make it even better. There we go. So now we have all of the different body parts, but once we click on them, nothing happens. So let's add an on click right here on our stack. So on click, we want to have a callback function, and we want to set the body part to the currently selected item. That's going to select that. There we go. What we also want to do is call the window.scroll to, and then scroll to top in an object to around 1800 pixels, also to the left of 100, and the behavior of the scroll must be smooth. There we go. So now once we click on one of these categories, we're going to scroll down to the exercises. So far, we haven't yet implemented them, but once we do, this is going to scroll to them, and it's going to send the state of the selected category back to our component that's inside of the home, and that is the exercises component. If you remember, or if you think about it, that's the next component that we need to implement. We have our great looking hero section, we have our search, we have our category filters, but we are not yet showing anything. We're not searching through exercises, nor are we able to switch between different exercise categories. So let's go to exercises and let's implement this component next. To finally start implementing our exercises, we can first import a few things inside of the exercises component. So let's import the use effect as well as the use state hooks from React. We're going to also need to import the pagination component coming from add MUI/material/pagination. And we're going to also need to import the box, stack, typography, which are coming from our regular add MUI/material. There we go. Now we also already have the utility functions. So we can import the exercise options as well as fetch data. That is the function we have already created in /utils/fetch data. That's going to be it for the imports for now. And we also are getting some things through props. Don't forget exercises, body part, and set body part. So we can put curly braces here and get the exercises, set exercises, and body part. Let's see if those are the things that we're passing through in case I made a mistake. So going back to the home, set exercises, body part, and set body part. No, I don't think that's right. I think we were supposed to pass the exercises and set exercises. So instead of the set body part, we need to pass the exercises right here. There we go. So exercises, set exercises, and then the body part. Now we can import those mentioned props, and we are ready to start implementing the JSX for our exercises. Let's go ahead and start with the JSX part as we always do. We can render a box element right here. That box is going to have an ID equal to exercises, so we can scroll to it. We're going to also give it some styles, like SX is equal to margin top. That's going to happen on large devices where we're going to set it to 110 pixels. Usually the margin top is going to be set to 50 pixels and the padding is going to be set to 20 pixels.
Now, if we check it out, we only have some padding right here, but let's add our first typography. So right here, we can say typography, and we're going to say showing results. There we go. As you can see right here. Now let's make that just a bit bigger by providing the variant equal to h4. There we go, showing results. That's already looking so much better. And to increase the size just a bit, we can maybe even make that an h3. There we go. Let's also give it a margin bottom equal to 46 pixels. There we go. Now we can show the results or the exercises right here. Let's create a stack component that's going to have a direction equal to row. Let's also give it an SX property where we're going to set the gap on large devices to be equal to 110 pixels and on extra small devices to be equal to 50 pixels. We're going to also give it a flex wrap property equal to wrap and a justify content property equal to center. Now inside of there, we can map over all of our exercises. So let's simply open a new dynamic block of code and say exercises.map. We get each individual exercise as well as the index of that exercise. And for now, let's simply return the exercise dot name. There we go. Of course, let's wrap that in a paragraph so we can actually display it like this. And also we have to make this dynamic. There we go. And if we can spell that properly and actually close it as we should, looks like we're missing just one parenthesis. And now we cannot see anything. So what we can do right now is also console log the exercises to see what we're working with. So right here, console log exercises. Let's save that. Let's open up the console and reload the page. We can see that right now they are an empty array. And if we click through these categories, still an empty array. If we search for deadlift, now we get 19 results. So our search part is definitely working. And you can see the deadlift definitely works out the upper legs. Great. But instead of showing just these names of exercises, we actually want to show GIFs and show this great exercise card to show how people can do those exercises. So to implement that, we're going to create a new component. And that component is going to be called exercise card. So inside of the components, exercise card.js, we can run RAFCE. We can go back and import it right here. Import exercise card coming from /exercise card. And instead of rendering the p tag, we can render the self-closing exercise card. But of course, we're going to pass a key to it. The key is going to be equal to index. And the exercise we need to pass as well. So the exercise is going to be equal to exercise. There we go. Now we can go inside of the exercise card and we can implement this great look right here. So to start with that, we're going to import a link component because each one of our cards is actually going to be a link to the details page of that exercise, React Router DOM. And we're going to also import the button, stack, and a typography coming from add MUI /material. As I've said, each one of our cards is actually going to be a link. So our link is going to wrap everything and it's going to point to a dynamic URL of /exercise.id. There we go. And we can also give this a class name equal to exercise-card. Now you can notice that this exercise ID is not defined, and that's because we have to get the individual exercise right here from props. Of course, we have to have something in there. And for starters, we can show that GIF. So we can say image with a source is equal to exercise.gif URL. And we can also provide the alt tag exercise.name and also set the loading to be equal to lazy, which means that it isn't going to load immediately and slow down the website load. Now let's save this, and there we go. Immediately, we get these great looking GIFs how to do the deadlift exercise. It looks like we can do it with cables, we can do it with the whole bar like this, or with a machine. So this is looking great already. Let's style those cards just a bit. We're going to add a stack right here. And that stack is going to have a direction equal to row. Inside of there, we want to show two buttons, which won't really be buttons in a sense that they won't be clickable, but they're going to look like this. And we're going to explain waist and abs. So what is working out during that exercise? The first button is going to have the SX property right here, equal to margin left is 21 pixels. It's also going to have a color equal to #FFF. It's going to have a background equal to #FFA9A9. And it's going to have a font size equal to 14 pixels, as well as a border radius equal to 20 pixels. And finally, the text transform equal to capitalize. Inside of there, we're going to render the exercise.body part. Now, if we save this, you can notice that the deadlift exercise is working out the upper legs. Now we can duplicate this button entirely. We're going to change the color a bit to something like right here, FCC757. And that's going to show the target muscle. So if we save this, you can see that this is working out glutes. This is working out the spine as well. So everything is looking good. Let's continue styling it by adding the exercise name below the stack. We can create a typography right here. That typography is going to render the exercise.name. There we go. But let's style it a bit. Let's give it a margin left equal to 21 pixels, as well as the color is going to be 000, which is black. We can also give it font weight equal to bold. And let's give it some additional styles, like margin top is 11 pixels, padding bottom is something like 10 pixels, and the text transform is set to capitalize. Now, if we save this, there we go. You can see the exercise name. Let's just increase the font size just a bit by giving it a font size equal to something like 24 pixels. There we go. Maybe 22 is going to be enough. This is looking great to me. Now, if we search for something like cable, which is a piece of equipment, and click search, we can see all exercises that use cables. So this already became a great tool for all of your workouts. And all of this is powered with an API that we found on the RapidAPI platforms, which has hundreds of thousands of phenomenal APIs that you can choose from. With that said, our exercise card is now done, and we can continue working on the exercises component. The next thing we have to implement is the pagination, because right now this is just a huge list of exercises and it's quite hard to go through it. Thankfully, using Material UI, we'll be able to implement the pagination in a simple way. We can do that right here by adding a new stack below the existing stack. That stack is going to have a margin top. So let's say margin top of around 100 pixels. Let's also say align items is equal to center. Now, what we can do is check if exercises.length is greater than 9. In that case, we want to show the pagination component. So let's render a self-closing pagination component, and let's pass a few props to it. Let's simply say something like color is going to be standard. And now I'm just wondering, can we even see that? Maybe if we scroll to the bottom, there we go. We can see the pagination right here. Let's also collapse this just a bit. And let's give it a shape, which is going to be set to rounded. There we go. If you want to know all the properties that you can pass to these components, again, just make sure to go to Material UI, search for pagination, and there you go. Now going back to our exercises, let's go back to the home page, search for something like back, go all the way down right now since we don't have the pagination. There's a lot. And we can also set the default page to be equal to 1, but I think it's 1 by default anyway. We want to set the count of pages to be equal to math.ceil to get the higher number of exercises.length divided by 9, because we have 9 exercises per page. That's going to end up being 25 pages. Then what we can do is we need to specify a page we're currently on. This is going to be a state of current page that we haven't yet created. We can also specify the onChange, which is going to be a function which we're going to call paginate, and the size is going to be set to large. Of course, now we have to create the current page state and the paginate function. To do that, we can scroll up, create a new use state that's going to say current page and set current page, and that's going to be set to 1 by default. We're going to also have a variable const exercises per page, which is going to be set to 9. We can now use this variable right here instead of this statically typed 9. Of course, we are yet to create the paginate component, so we can say const paginate, and this component is going to accept the event as well as the value. We can see that right here because this pagination component immediately passes the event, but it also passes the value of the current page that we click on. This is done behind the scenes by Material UI. So what can we do with the event and the value? Well, we can set the current page to be equal to the value. And we also want to scroll to the top of the page, so we can use the window.scroll to, and then we're going to scroll to top 1800 pixels, and behavior is going to be set to smooth. So this is going to scroll to the top of the exercises. Now, if we go forward, there we go. But it looks like we're now showing all of the exercises, which is not something that we want to do. We want to calculate only the first 9, then the next 9, and so on. So let's create a few variables. Const index of last exercise. That's going to be equal to current page times exercises per page. Let's fix that. Times exercises per page. We also need to get the index of the first exercise. That's going to be const index of first exercise is equal to index of last exercise minus exercises per page. So this is the first exercise on that new page. And we also need to get the current exercises by saying const current exercises is equal to exercises dot slice, and then we pass in the index of the first exercise and the index of last exercise. Now, instead of simply going through all of the exercises, we can simply pass the current exercises right here. If we save that, you can now see that there are only 9. Let's expand this a bit. And if we go forward, it scrolls up and we go to the next 9. So this indeed is working, and it's working great. Our pagination component is fully done, and with that, our search is done as well, because we can search for different exercises. This is perfect. Of course, we are yet to make our categories work, because now if we click, it does scroll to that section, but I don't think it populates the exercises. So that's going to be on our agenda next. So let's go ahead and fix our categories. To do that, we'll have to go into our horizontal scroll bar and then into our body part.
Right here, we are on click setting the body part to be equal to item. So let's see where this set body part is coming from. It is being sent right here through the horizontal scroll bar, set body part, and we're calling that inside of the search, set body part. There we go. Again, being passed right in. So let's check the home component as well. We're passing in the set body part. So that definitely seems to be all right. Let's go ahead and console log the body part right here to see if it is actually changing once we click on it. There we go. I'm gonna choose lower arms. Yep, changed right there. And lower legs. Yep, it is properly changing. But the exercises are not reflecting that. So most likely we have to go to where we're calling these set exercises. That's gonna be either here, set exercises, and it looks like we are calling it right there, searched exercises. But the question is, are we calling it anywhere else? Not in this file, but maybe right here, set exercises. As you can see, it is unused right here. So what we need to do is add a new use effect right below this paginate. Use effect. That's going to be a callback function. And we want to have something in the dependency array. We want to recall this anytime that the body part changes. What we want to do is we want to call the new function called fetch exercises data. That's going to be an async function right here. And first, we want to say let exercises data is equal to an empty array. Then we want to check if body part is triple equal to all, which it is at the start. Then we want to make sure the exercises data is equal to await fetch data. And now we want to fetch all the exercises. And I think we already had that somewhere. It could be inside of the search exercises. There we go. So in here we have a call for all the exercises. So let's copy this await inside of the handle search, and we can paste it right here. Await fetch data exercises / exercises, and we pass in the exercise options. Now, if the body part is not all, in that case, we want to fetch something similar. So we're going to set the exercises data to be equal to fetch, but now we're going to do exercises / body part / $, and then curly braces, and then pass in the body part right here. Of course, we need to switch this into a template string. There we go. And finally, we need to set exercises to be equal to exercises data. There we go. So now the changes in our click right here should be reflected. Let's check it out. Let's go for something like shoulders. Okay, this still seems to be legs. Let's try with something like back. Nope, that didn't do it. Interesting. And that's because we never called the fetch exercises data function. So let's simply call it right here inside of the use effect whenever the body part changes. Let's now properly call, for example, the cardio. And you can see we can do some jumping jacks or something like that. For back, we can do some pull downs. For chest, we can do some push-ups. So this is now working perfectly, as well as our search. So if we search for a squat, we can see all different ways in which we can do a squat. Apparently, there are 9 pages of 9 exercises in which we can do a squat. So that is quite interesting. And with that said, our homepage is now finalized. We have our results, we have the fully functioning search, and fully functioning categories. So this is perfect. Finally, now the goal is that once we click on a specific exercise, we show the exercise details page. This enlarged view with the title, some text, explaining the target muscles, and then we're going to even pull some YouTube videos to teach people how to do that specific exercise. Finally, we're going to show some similar target muscle exercises and exercises with similar equipment. The best thing about this is that you can notice that we are reusing all of the components. We'll be reusing our exercises card as well as this entire row right here. We're going to reuse the horizontal scroll. We're going to reuse everything. And that is the beauty of React. And exactly that is what I teach in all of my videos, and especially the JS Mastery.pro courses. So I'm quite excited to get started with the exercise details page. To focus on that, we can close all of the currently open files, collapse everything, go to source, go to pages, and then exercise details. This is where we'll be spending our time from now until the end of the video. It's been great having you so far. Just keep learning, and let's go ahead and implement the exercise details page. To start with our exercise details page, we can import a few things, and that's going to be the use effect as well as the use state hook. We're going to also import something known as use params, which is coming from React-router-DOM. We're going to use this to determine the ID of the exercise we're currently on, so we can fetch additional data about that exercise. Then we can import the box, so import box from add MUI/material. We can also import some utility functions, so we can import exercise options as well as fetch data. And that's going to be coming from, you already know it, let's check it out, /utils/fetch data. That's going to be it for now. So let's start creating our JSX. We're going to wrap everything with a box. Inside of that box, we're going to have 3 different new components. The first component is going to be the detail component. Then we're going to have the exercise videos component, like this, again, a self-closing component, and finally, similar exercises component. These are 3 components that we haven't yet created, and they're going to look like this, the videos right here, and then we have similar exercises, both for equipment and for target muscles. So what we can do is, as we always do, create those 3 new components. The first one being called details, or rather just detail.js, and then run RAFCE inside of it. We can also get the exercise videos.js, and again, run RAFCE. And finally, we're going to get the similar exercises.js and run RAFCE inside of it. Now we can go back to our exercise details page, and we can import those components right here by saying import detail from. That's going to be /components/detail. We can duplicate this 2 more times. The second time, we're going to import the exercise videos. And then for the last time, we're going to import the similar exercises. There we go. So now if we click on a specific exercise, let's go with sit-ups, we can see that these components are right here. But of course, we have to implement the JSX for them. So let's start with our exercise detail. The key thing is going to be to send the exercise detail data right here to our detail component. So let's go ahead and fetch it right away inside of our exercise detail component. We can do that by creating a few states. So right here, let's say use state. The first state is going to be exercise detail and set exercise detail, which is going to be set to an object or an empty object at the start. We also need to get the ID of the exercise, and we can do that by saying const in curly braces ID is equal to use params. This is going to give us access to that number that we're on right here in the URL. Great. So now that we have this state, we actually have to populate it. We can pass it right here, but of course it's going to be empty. So let's create a use effect so that we can populate it. That use effect is going to have a callback function inside of it, and it's going to have a dependency array that's going to have the ID inside of it, meaning we're going to recall this function whenever the ID changes. Inside of there, we can create a new function, const fetch exercises data, like this. And that's going to be an async function. There we go. Before we actually write the logic for it, we can immediately call it right here, fetch exercises data. Inside of here, we're going to have a lot of different API calls. So let's first set up the URLs of the APIs that we're going to call. Exercise DB URL. That's going to be equal to, we can go back to RapidAPI, and right here, we can copy this URL right here. So that's going to be a string of https://exercisedb.p.rapidapi.com, and don't put the / afterwards. We're going to have one more API that we're going to use for our videos that you can see right here. And for that, we're going to use the YouTube search and download API. You can again click subscribe right here. It is completely free. And then we can copy the URL from here. So let's take it up to this point. And let's say const YouTube search URL. And that's going to be a string of this right here. Now that we have those URLs, we can actually make the API calls. I'm going to expand this just a bit so we can better see it. And let's start making a few calls. First, we need to get the exercise detail data, and that's going to be equal to await. Remember that fetch data function? It accepts two different things. It accepts the URL. So in this case, we can call our exercise DB URL like this, but we'll have to append something to it. We'll have to go inside of exercises and then /, and then we need to pass the ID of the exercise that we want to fetch, like this. And the second parameter is the exercise options, which contains that key to allow us to make that request. Now, once we fetch this data, we want to set it to the state. So set exercise detail. I think that's going to be it. And we can populate that with exercise detail data. There we go. And if you think about it, that's all that we need to do for now. We're going to focus for the YouTube videos later on. For now, we simply want to get this data right here. So we are calling it, we are setting it to the state, and we're passing it to the detail component. Now we can navigate to the detail component and implement the JSX for it. Inside of here, we can import the typography. We can also import the stack and the button. And these are coming from add_MUI/material. We're going to also import 3 different images: body part image from /assets/icons/bodypart.png. We can duplicate that 3 more times. The second one is going to be target image, and we can simply get the target.png. And the third one is going to be equipment, like this, image. And we can simply call that equipment, or rather fetch the equipment image. There we go. We don't necessarily have to say image right here. So this is also fine if you know what you're talking about. But just to differentiate these from components, we can use the image keyword later on. Now we know that we are getting the exercise detail as a prop because we're passing it right here to the detail component. And that exercise detail is going to contain additional values. So we can immediately destructure them at the top by saying const and then in curly braces is equal to exercise detail. In here, we're simply doing object destructuring. Now, before, we've noticed what does this exercise detail contains. It contains a body part. It also contains a GIF URL, or GIF, however you want to call it. It contains a name, a target, and the equipment. There we go. So now we don't have to say exercise detail.bodypart, exercise detail.gif URL. We can simply reference these variables by their name. Great. Now let's start creating the JSX. We're going to have one stack that wraps everything. that stack is going to have a gap equal to 60 pixels. We're going to also have some additional SX properties, such as flex direction is going to be on large devices set to row, and then usually it's going to be set to column by default. We're going to also have padding of 20 pixels, and we're going to also have the align items set to center. Inside of there, we want to render our image by saying img. We're going to provide the source equal to GIF URL, and we're going to also give it an alt, which is going to be the exercise name or simply name. We can set the loading to be set to lazy, and we can also give it a class name equal to detail-image. There we go. So now if we save this and go back, let's go to our app in development, and we can see something. So we see just an empty screen right here, but we cannot really see the GIF. So let's check if we properly imported that. I guess what we can do is console log the GIF URL to check if we are properly fetching it. Let's open up the inspect element, console, and it looks like it is undefined. So let's check if we can go back, and then if we can click on a specific exercise. Yep, it is still undefined. So we most likely have an error somewhere. We're passing in the exercise detail. In here, we're also calling it the exercise detail. And right here, we are setting the exercise detail. So all of that seems to be good to me. Let's see if we are getting any data from our API. So right here, I'm going to console log the exercise detail data. And if you put it in curly braces, it's going to let you know exactly what you're console logging. So if we go here, go to an exercise, it looks like our use effect is not getting called for some reason. Yep, we're not getting the line 20 of the exercise detail page. It is possible that we have some errors. So let's go to errors. And it looks like we have a not found 404. So maybe we misspelled something. And there we go. Exercises DB. No, this is looking good. Exercises right here. That's looking good as well. Oh, but it's going to be exercise. Yeah, so exercise DB, and then we have exercises. Yep, that seems all right. Where is this coming from? Exercise DB, exercises. We get a 404. Interesting. Let's see. Yeah, a 404. Let's try to do some other exercise. And the same thing happens. 404 not found. It looks like I've made a mistake right here. The API, if we properly look into it, let's get the exercise by ID, you're going to notice that it is exercises / exercise and then / ID. So we're missing the / exercise right here. This is not following the best REST API rules. So if you're creating your own APIs, it is enough to have just the plural of the name and then the number or the ID. You don't have to do what this guy or gal did. So simply say exercises and then 1. That is already clear enough. Anyways, we are back on the road, and now we have our exercise image right here, and we can proceed with the development. This is looking great. Let's go back to our detail component. And right here we have the image, but we're going to also have a few other things below the image. More specifically, we're going to have another stack right here. That stack is going to have the SX property with a gap on large devices. That gap is going to be set to 35 pixels. And usually, or rather on extra small devices, we can set that to 20 pixels. Inside of that stack, we're going to have a typography, and that typography is going to render the name of the exercise. Now, before styling it further, let's render all different typographies that we're going to have. So below this one, we're going to have another one, typography. And in here, we can say exercises, or rather, let's copy what we have from here. So this is on goldsgym.netlify.app, or you can type it out by hand. I'm going to copy what we have here. And you can notice that we have some kind of basic demo text. Exercises keep you strong. And then in here, what we want to do is we want to render the exercise name. This is going to be the name right here. So what we can do is spread this out in multiple rows. And instead of 3-4 sit-up, what we can do is render the exercise name. So if we now remove this and save it, you can notice we have 45 side bend, which is the name, and then exercises keep you strong. 45 degrees side bend is one of the best exercises. This is looking good to me, but we can just add an empty space right here. So after the name, and we can do that, I guess, with a space like so. There we go. Now we can keep it going. Is one of the best exercises to target your, and then in here, we can use the target. There we go. So we know that it is for apps. It will help you improve your, and then in here, we can say mood and gain energy. This is going to be some basic text. I think this is already looking good. It's going to look even better once we style it. Maybe we can do that right now by simply giving a variant equal to something like h4 for the title, or in here it's even bigger, so we can use the h3. There we go. And we can use something like variant, maybe h5 will do. This is maybe too big, so maybe h6 will do. Yep, this is looking better already. There we go. You can maybe bold the name and the target, but this is fine as well. Now we want to show these 3 little cards, or let's say target muscle groups and the equipment that you need. So what we can do is we can create a new kind of array that we can loop over. So let's say const extra detail is going to be equal to an array where we have the first object. We can give it an icon equal to body part image and a name, which is going to be body part coming straight from an API. We can then duplicate this 2 times. For the second time, the icon is going to be the target image. And right here, we're going to have the target. And for the third time, the icon is going to be the equipment image. And right here, we can say equipment. Now we can loop over the extra detail right here by opening a dynamic block of code and saying extra detail dot map. We are going to get the item and we can instantly return something. So put parentheses right here. We can return a stack. That stack has to have a key because we're looping over it. So that's going to be the item.name. Direction is going to be set to row. Gap is going to be set to 24 pixels. And align items is going to be set to center. Inside of there, we want to render a button. So right here, a button, and that button is going to contain our image. The source of the image is going to be item.icon. If we go back, you can see that we have 3 of these images right here. Below our button, we're going to have a typography, and this typography is going to simply render the item.name. We can also give it a variant of h6, or maybe even higher, something like h5 should do. There we go. Let's style it just a bit. So we can give this button a few props. SX, that's going to be background. We can do something like hash FFF 2db. We can give it a border radius of 50% to make it into a circle. And we can set the width to be equal to 100 pixels, as well as the height to be equal to 100 pixels. If we save that, you can notice this is already looking better. For the image, we can give it an alt equal to body part. And we can also give it a style, which is going to be width of 50 pixels, as well as the height equal to 50 pixels. There we go. Perfect. And finally, for the typography, we can give it a text transform equal to capitalize. So now it's going to be capitalized and it's going to look just a bit better. Believe it or not, that's going to be it for our exercise detail. But now, of course, we have the exercise videos for which we're going to use the second API from the RapidAPI platform. And then we're going to do the similar exercises. So let's start with our exercise videos. For that, we have to go back to our exercise detail and actually make sure to fetch the data from the second API on our list. So how we can do that is we can first go to our utility file, fetchData.js, and we need to copy the options for our second API, YouTube search and download. Right here, you can subscribe, and then you can copy this entire options object. There we go. We can paste it right here. We won't need the params, so we can remove that. We also won't need the URL. The only thing we need is a method and the headers, but we're going to change the key to the process environment so that only we know it and nobody else. There we go. And we're going to rename this to YouTube options. There we go. And of course, we can export it. So export const YouTube options. Now we can go back to exercise detail and we can make the second API call right here by saying const exercise videos data is equal to await. We call the same function, fetch data. Again, we need to call the YouTube search URL. And then we're going to do the / search. We need to provide the query equal. And then we need to search for exercise detail dot name, like this, exercise detail data dot name. This is going to give us the videos only about a specific exercise that we're currently looking the data for. And we want to pass the YouTube options as the second parameter so that we can actually make that call. The YouTube options are now also being exported from our utils fetch data. Perfect. Now that we have the data for it, let's add it to the state by using the use state snippet right here. And let's say exercise videos. At the start, set to an empty array. Right below, we can say set exercise videos to be equal to exercise videos data. There we go. And now we can send that data over to our exercise videos component. So exercise videos is equal to exercise videos. And we can also send the name of our exercise. That's going to be exercise detail dot name. There we go. So going to the exercise videos component, we can start implementing it right away. We already know that we are getting two different props, which are the actual exercise videos, and finally, the name of the exercise. We can import a few things. We're already used to those. So that's going to be, let's do box, stack, and a typography. That's coming from add MUI / material. Inside of here, we can first return a box. And that box is going to have a few styles. So we can say SX, margin top. On large devices is going to be 200 pixels. And then on extra small devices, it can be something like 20 pixels. We can also give it a padding. So P is equal to 20 pixels. Inside of that box, we need to add a typography that's going to say something like this. Watch, name of the exercise, exercise videos. So let's create a typography. Let's give it a variant of something like H4. Let's also give it a margin bottom of 33 pixels. And let's paste that. Of course, we're going to replace the name of the exercise with the actual name coming from the props. So if we save that and go back, let's check it out. There we go. This is looking good. Maybe we can even use H3 for this. We can make this of a different color by creating a span element right here. That span is going to wrap our dynamic name property, and we can give it a style, which is going to be equal to color Let's do something like FF2625, which is our basic color. And we can also use the text transform capitalize right here. And we can also use text transform equal to capitalize. Now, if we save that, this is already looking more like it. Below our typography, we want to loop over the exercise videos. So what we can do is create a stack element. That stack is going to have a few properties, such as justify content is going to be set to flex start, flex wrap is going to be set to wrap, and then align items is going to be set to center. We're going to also provide some additional styles with the SX prop. So we can say flex direction is going to be set usually to column, but on large devices, it's going to be set to row. We can also give it a gap on large devices. That gap is going to be equal to 110 pixels, and usually on XS, it's going to be set to 0. There we go. Now, inside of here, we'll have to loop over the exercise videos. So let's open a dynamic block of code and say exercise videos, and then question mark dot. We're using the question mark to make sure that this actually exists. And then we can say dot slice, because we first want to decide on how many do we actually want to take. If we do 0 to 3, that's going to be 3 videos. You can, of course, choose a larger number. And then we can map over it. We get each item or a video, and then we get the index. For each one of those, we want to return something. And that something is going to be an anchor tag, because each one of our videos is going to be a link to check it out on YouTube. Let's give it a key equal to index. Let's give it a class name equal to exercise-video. We can most importantly give it an href equal to, now we'll have to make this dynamic, https://www.youtube.com/watch?v for video is equal to item.video.video.id. This is where the URL of our video is hidden. We can also set the target to be equal to _blank to open it in a new tab, and we can give it a rel equal to no refer. That's recommended when using _blank. Of course, we won't be able to see anything yet because we have to add something inside of this anchor tag, and that's going to be an img tag with a source equal to item.video.thumbnails 0.url. We're getting this data from RapidAPI. We can also give it an alt tag equal to item.video.title. Now, if we save this, we of course crashed the website. Let's check out what is happening right here. Looks like exercise videos.slice is not a function. So looks like the exercise videos is undefined or it isn't yet populated. So what we can do is we can add an if statement right here and check if no exercise videos dot length. In that case, return loading like this. Now, if we save this, there we go. We're good to go now. We can see loading right here, but unfortunately, nothing loads. Maybe because we again have a typo in our search query. Looks like we're getting a 400 right here. You should provide at least query or next parameter. So we're maybe missing something while making the API call to get our videos. So let's check that out. It looks like I've made a mistake. This here was supposed to be query and not just queue. So now if we go back and reload the page, it's still loading, but this time I don't see any errors. So let's see if we are getting any data. To check that, I'm going to console log the exercise videos. So let's do that right here. Console log exercise videos. And we do get something, but it is hidden under the contents. Here is where the videos are, not simply under the exercise videos. So what we can do is back in the exercise details, instead of setting the state to exercise videos data, we need to do that and then dot contents with an S at the end. That's going to make sure to pass the actual videos. And you can see that we get a list of 20 videos right now. Now, again, if we reload, looks like we get other kinds of errors. Cannot read properties of undefined, reading 0, exercise videos line 29. So if we go right here, it looks like we're trying to fetch the videos, but we don't have them. So let's debug that together. That's the whole point of these videos, to teach you how to think and to teach you how to code on your own, not just by watching these videos. So 29 is the image right here. Let's check if we maybe misspelled something. Item.video.thumbnails. Looks like I misspelled thumbnails right here. So if we fix this, there we go. We get our YouTube videos of the 45 side bend exercises. They are wrapping in multiple rows, as you can see right now, but we can also see them in one row. So there we go, 45% side bend. And if we click right here, it's going to lead us to the YouTube video explaining that in more detail. Or if we want to watch a real person do it, we can see that right here. So this is working perfectly. We have created our exercise detail as well as the exercise videos right here. If you want to show 6 videos, the only thing you have to do is change the number right here, and now you can see more videos. Let's choose another exercise. For example, sit-ups. And right here, we have a lot of sit-up videos. That is looking great. The only thing that we can do is maybe add the name of that video and the creator. So let's do that right away. Right below our image, we can create a new box, and that box is going to contain a typography. That typography is going to render the item.video.title. There we go. And we can also make it a variant of something like H5. There we go. And we can set the color to be equal to 000, which is black. What we can also do is just duplicate this below and render the item.video.channel name. And this can be something like H6. And there we go. Now we have the title as well as the channel name of each video. The last step in our journey is to create the similar target muscle exercises and similar equipment exercises. This way, we'll know what we can do with no equipment, and we'll know what we can do to practice our abs as well, in this case. So let's go ahead and get started with that right away. A great thing about developing our similar target muscle exercises and similar equipment exercises is that we are already familiar with this component that we can see right here. If we go to our homepage, you can see something that looks just like that. So we'll be able to use the full powers of React and reuse these components. So to start off, we can go to our exercise detail and then hop onto the similar exercises. But before we do that, we'll have to, of course, first fetch them from the API. So to do that, we can make the third API call right here. So that's going to be const target muscle exercises data. And that's going to be equal to await fetch data. We're again going to have a template string where we're going to have the exercise DB URL at the start, /exercises, /target, and then we want to use the / one more time, exercise detail data dot target. So we want to get the similar exercises that target the same muscle group. And we need to provide the exercise options to be able to make that call. Great. And we're going to make one final call, so we can duplicate this right here. And that's going to be not target muscle, rather that's going to be equipment exercises. So exercises that use the same equipment, what we're going to have to change is instead of the target, we're going to say equipment right here. And also right here, instead of target, we're going to say equipment. And now we have to create two new states. And it looks like I misspelled equipment right here. So that's going to be equipment exercises data. Let's create the two new use states. So right here, use state, target muscle exercises, and set target muscle exercises. We can duplicate that and create equipment exercises, as well as set equipment exercises. There we go. So now we can use those states, and as we've always done, we can say set target muscle exercises to be equal to target muscle exercises data. And we can repeat the process right here. Set equipment exercises to be equal to equipment exercises data. Great. We're finally done with fetching and setting all the states, and we can pass that state into our similar exercises component. So we can pass the target muscle exercises is equal to target muscle exercises, as well as we can also pass the equipment exercises, and that's going to be equal to equipment exercises. Now, if we go to similar exercises, we can get those values as props. So target muscle exercises and equipment exercises. And that's going to be all that we need. We can also import a few things. That's going to be import box, stack, and a typography from MUI material. And we can wrap everything with a box. So right here, we have a box. We can add some additional styles to that box. So SX margin top is going to be on large devices 100 pixels, and on extra small it's going to be set to 0. Inside of there, we want to show something that looks like this. So if we go to Gold's Gym, we're going to have the similar, and then we need to render the lists right here through which we can scroll. So that's going to be a typography first. There we can say something like exercises that target the same muscle group. There we go. That's going to be it for now, and we can make that variant of something like H3, should be fine. Now below that, we want to render our stack component. That stack is going to have a direction equal to row, and it's going to have styles of padding is set to 2, and also position is set to relative. Inside of there, we want to loop over all exercises. So we can say if target muscle exercises dot length, and if that exists, meaning that there are some exercises, then we can show the horizontal scroll bar. So horizontal scroll bar. There we go. Did we import it at the top? I don't think we did. So we can say import horizontal scroll bar from / horizontal scroll bar, just like so. Of course, we have to pass some data to that horizontal scroll bar, and that's going to be data is equal to target muscle exercises. Now, if we save that and go back to our application, everything is gonna break. Yep, of course, that's gonna happen. So we might need to add some kind of loaders. So let's create a new loader component. Inside of our components, let's create a loader.js. Let's use a RAFCE, and we're going to import the stack component right here from add MUI / material. And we're going to also import the infinity spin, which is coming from React-loader-spinner. The only thing we have to do is wrap everything with a stack, give it a direction equal to row, a justify content equal to center, align items equal to center, and a width equal to 100%. And then we can render the infinity spin right inside of there with a color equal to gray. There we go. That's going to be it for our loader component. Now we can go back right here and we can import it. Import loader from /loader. We can say if target muscle exercises dot length, so if it exists, then we render the horizontal scroll bar like so. And we can say else right here, we render the self-closing loader component. Let's see if that's going to fix it for us. It still breaks, so let's go to the console. And it looks like objects are not valid as a React child. So the error occurred in a p tag. It looks like we're trying to render something that is an object. So let's see what we're trying to render. This error is actually happening in the horizontal scroll bar. I think that it expects some different kind of data here. So let's go to our horizontal scroll bar, and we might need to make just some slight adjustments. Before, we had cards that are for different body parts. So if we go back to our localhost, you can notice that we had these cards right here. But we're going to modify that slightly. So what we can do is we can import the exercise card from /exercise card. Because instead of looping through body parts, we now want to loop through these exercise cards. The only thing we have to do is, right here, send one additional prop, which is going to be is body parts. So are we displaying the body parts? So we can say if is body parts, then display the body part. This is a prop that we can send when we're calling the horizontal scroll bar inside of the home. So inside of the home, or more specifically inside of search exercises, we are calling our horizontal scroll bar, and we're going to pass a new prop called is body parts. This is going to let the horizontal scroll bar know that we want to show these guys right here. But if we are not sending that prop, as the situation is right here, where we want to scroll through exercise cards, then what we can do is say if is body parts, render the body part card, else we want to render something different. We want to render the exercise card, and we want to pass over the entire item. So now if we save that and click on a specific exercise, you saw the loader and then everything broke. Looks like the error is in the exercise card component. So if we check it out, instead of passing the item, we need to pass the exercise. Because if you go to the exercise card, you can see that that is what we are expecting. So now if we reload the page, you can see that it's loading, we get the videos, and then we get the exercises that target the same muscle group. They are loading right here. What we can do is go back to our exercises. What was it? Let's go to the page. That's going to be similar exercises component. And let's give this typography a margin bottom. So that's going to be MB equal to something like 2. There we go. Let's try with 5. There we go. Already looking much better. Now we're essentially just going to duplicate this entire part, the typography and the stack. The second time, we're going to say exercises that use the same equipment. There we go. And we want to loop over equipment exercises. So if equipment exercises exist, then simply pass the data as equipment exercises. And with that, we have exercises that target the same muscle group and exercises that use the same equipment. Now we can scroll through them, and this is looking great, as you can see right here. Phenomenal. As you can see, you can unleash the full React's power once you actually learn how to reuse components. We just reused our horizontal scroll bar as well as the actual exercise card. So this is phenomenal. With that said, we are getting close to building this phenomenal RapidAPI powered application. We are just missing the footer. So let's go ahead and create that footer component. I think we already have it right here. we just have to implement the JSX for it. And since we've already done a lot of stuff, this is now going to be quite easy. We can go ahead and import the box, stack, and typography, as we already used to, from add_MUI/material. We can also import the logo, which is coming from /assets/images/logo1.png. Let's wrap everything in a box. Let's give it a margin top, 80 pixels, to divide it from the content a bit, and let's set the BG color to be equal to #FFF3F4. Now if we save that, we can barely see it at the bottom, so let's add a stack inside of it. The stack right here is going to have a gap equal to 40 pixels. It's going to have the SX property of align items is equal to center. I think we don't even need to use the SX property for this. We can simply say align items is equal to center. And we can set the padding X equal to 40 pixels, as well as padding top equal to 24 pixels. Okay, we still cannot see anything, but let's add a logo inside of the stack by creating the self-closing image tag with the logo in there. We can also give it a width, which is going to be equal to 200 pixels, and the height, which is going to be equal to, let's do something around 40 pixels. There we go. So we can see the logo right here at the bottom. Now let's create a typography. So right here, typography. Let's say something like we say right here, made with love by JavaScript Mastery. Let's paste it right here. Of course, feel free to use your own name right here. And let's make that variant equal to something like H5. We can also give it a padding bottom. So PB is equal to 40 pixels. And also margin top, something like 40 pixels as well. And there we go. That margin top is a bit too much, so maybe something like 20 pixels will do. There we go. Also, I am missing a P right here. I just noticed that. So now this is looking even better. And that's going to be it for our footer. So now if we collapse everything, close all of the currently open files, we can give our application one final look. Of course, this is just the design that we quickly created. I want to encourage you to change the design, make the most out of the APIs that RapidAPI offers. Go to their platform and try out some other APIs, or merge our application with some additional exercise or gym APIs. Maybe add a body calculator, maybe add something else as well. Provide extended functionalities to your users. Deploy your application to the internet, and then share it on social media platforms and put it on your portfolio. That is how you can get more clients or potential employers to notice you. Share your app on Twitter, Instagram, LinkedIn, and tag JavaScript Mastery. We will gladly share your own implementation of the application. With that said, we are done with the exercise details page as well as the homepage, and all of this is looking great. And it is fully functional. So we can explore a few additional exercises. This one looks interesting. We can see how other people are doing it, and we can see some similar target muscle exercises, as well as equipment exercises. I just noticed I'm looking at my previous finished site, but this one should behave absolutely the same. So if we go here, we get the loading, and we can see all of the exercises right here. This is perfect. I am incredibly happy with the finalized product. And now the final part, of course, is to deploy the application to the internet. Using React, that is as easy as it can be. Let's open up our terminal, stop it from running by pressing Ctrl+C and then Y, and then run npm run build. This is going to create the optimized production build of our React application in about 30 seconds. So I'm gonna pause the video and I'll be right back. Once the build has been created, we can go to netlify.com. Netlify allows you to quickly deploy your React applications. Once you log in, you'll go to Sites, and then right here, you can drag and drop your build folder. So let's reveal in File Explorer. you can drag and drop the build folder right here, and in a few seconds, your website is going to be deployed. It's still being deployed, and there we go. Before we check it out, let's go to domains, and let's go to options, and edit the site name to something like JSM Gym. Of course, feel free to use your own name. You can go to jsm-gym.netlify.app, and there we go. Our application with our two APIs is now deployed and is looking great. If you have any problems with the finalized application, make sure to check the finalized code that's going to be linked in the description. Hi there, and welcome to a project video where you'll build and deploy a modern React.js music player application. With a modern homepage with an exceptional design where you can choose a genre and get the top songs. You can see top charts and top artists on the right side. A fully fledged Spotify-like music player that allows you to go to the previous song and next song, repeat, shuffle, fast forward, change volume, and more. I had to mute the audio due to YouTube's copyright policy, but trust me, the songs are playing. We also have a fully functional search and pages where you can explore the most popular songs in your country, trending artists, and worldwide top charts. I feel like a TV salesman for saying this, but there's more. If you click on a song title, you're navigated to a song's detail page where you can see the song's official music video and the lyrics. Isn't that crazy? Finally, you can click on the artist's name, which shows you the songs related to that artist. I almost forgot to mention that the app is entirely mobile responsive and feels just like a native mobile music player. Lyriks is the best music player and discovery app that you can currently find on the entire internet. Building this single web application with me will give you the knowledge to make any website you can imagine. Many tutorials out there teach you how to create a website with a navigation bar, a few divs, and a footer. Boring, right? Today, you'll learn how to develop a professional web application using the most in-demand technologies and deploy to the internet so that you can share it with your friends, potential employers, and put it in your portfolio. You might be wondering, what are the prerequisites for building such a fantastic website? Besides the general understanding of the JavaScript language and the basics of React, everything else that's going to be taught in this course is entirely beginner-friendly. We'll use the most in-demand technologies today, such as React, Tailwind CSS, Redux Toolkit, Shazam, and Geolocation APIs. We're going to start simple and then move to more complex concepts. I'll explain every step of the way. Alongside building this application, you'll also learn advanced React best practices, such as folder and file structure and hooks. You'll learn how to create a beautiful and modern music player and exploration UI using Tailwind CSS. You'll understand how to make all applications entirely mobile responsive on a lot of different devices. And most importantly, you'll learn how to fetch data from unlimited sources using RapidAPI. Essentially, you'll become the master of working with APIs. Before creating a folder for our project code, we must first visit RapidAPI. The link is going to be down in the description. The making of this entire app is possible only due to RapidAPI because we're using their Shazam core API. This API is just one out of thousands of APIs available on their API hub. You'll learn how to use most of the endpoints from this API. For example, how to search for songs, artists, tracks, and top charts. Throughout the video, we'll also use the RapidAPI client. So to be able to follow along, make sure to install it right now. The link is going to be down in the description. This extension will provide you with a full understanding of how APIs truly work behind the scenes. And it's going to allow us to really easily consume different APIs from within our front-end React applications. So once again, you can install it right away. And then to be able to use this API, make sure to click the RapidAPI link in the description. And then, if you haven't already, you can sign up or log in on top right. In this case, I'm going to log in since I already have the account. You can log in using Google, GitHub, Facebook, or just by using your regular email. Once you're in, you'll be redirected to the RapidAPI's hub. Later on, we're going to come back here, search for our Shazam core API, and we're going to use it within our application. Now, let's create our React application, and then later on, we're going to call the Shazam core API right from our React application. With that said, let's dive straight into the video. To get started with building our great application, this time we won't be creating a folder from scratch. Rather, I'm going to give you some files to make our coding journey much easier. Down in the description, you can find a Google Drive link pointing you to the Lyriks starter code. This is a zipped file, so make sure to download it, drag and drop it to your desktop. Let's rename it to something like Lyriks. You can remove the starter code. And then you have to unzip it or extract it. So let's click extract all. And I'm going to extract it right on the desktop. There we go. Now we can remove the zipped version and we can simply drag and drop the folder right inside of our Visual Studio Code. And here we are. As you can see, we have a source folder. We have a .env.example file for our environment variables. And we have a couple of other configuration files. Primarily, we have our Tailwind config file where we have some predefined styles, and also we'll be using Vite. It's a faster Create React app alternative. Great. With that said, we can go to View and then Terminal. We can clear it and then run npm install. That's going to install all of the dependencies inside of the package.json file. As you can see, we'll be using Redux Toolkit, Axios to make API calls, React Router DOM, and Swiper. So there's just a couple of packages. Everything else is going to be done entirely by you. With that said, our installation has been successful, and you can see that a new node_modules folder appeared. With that said, let's explore what do we have inside of the source folder. We have an assets folder for some simple constants like music genres and links for our navigation bar. We have a favicon, we have a loader SVG and a logo SVG just to provide some assets quickly so we don't have to search for them later on. Then we have our components folder. Inside of here, it might seem that I gave you essentially the whole app immediately, but that is not the case. I simply provided you with empty files so that we can easily just dive into them and start creating the actual logic for those components. As you can see, everything is empty. When I said everything, I mean everything besides the music player component. Inside of the music player, you can see that we do have some files with already predefined logic. These are going to be only for the music player component that you can see at the bottom, such as the seek bar, the track bar, the volume bar, and so on. This is some logic that is repetitive, and I didn't want you to spend time writing it out for hours and hours. Rather, I want you to learn as much as possible by watching this video. So, for that reason, the music player component is provided. Everything else, including all the components and all the pages that you can see right here, is completely emptied. So, you'll be starting from a clean slate. Great. Then diving into the Redux folder, there we have a store.js, which just has a simple configuration right there. But don't worry, we're going to explain everything that there is. We also have some features. So this right here is a Redux features for the music player. Again, the music player is going to be provided right there, such as setting the active song, next song, previous song, and so on. As you can see, most of this logic is repetitive. All of the other API calls will be made specifically by you later throughout this video. So don't worry, not a lot of code was actually provided. We also have the app.js file, which simply now calls all of those empty components that we have. So right there, we have a React router with different routes set up to call different components, which of course we have to create. But one more time, no worries, while going through this video, we're going to explain every single line of code of these files that are already here. Finally, we have an index.css file for some overrides for colors, and we are importing Tailwind here as we're going to be using Tailwind to build this entire project. And then we have an index.js file where we have the general structure, we're importing the styles, and then finally we have our router. Great. So now we understand our file and folder structure, but of course you're going to learn so much more about it once we actually dive into creating all of these components by ourselves. Great. Finally, we can go to View, Terminal, and run npm run dev. This is going to run our application on localhost 3000. So simply hold Control and then click it. As you can see, a bare bones structure of our application appeared. We just have a sidebar on top left. Then we have a music player component on the bottom. You can see it's just white right now without any logic. We have a loader and a discover component right here. And then on top right, we also have something known as a top play component. But when I say component, I actually mean just a piece of text that is right there. We're going to implement absolutely everything on our own. With that said, we can go back into the code, lower our terminal, open up the source, and we can start straight from the app. And as I promised, we can start by explaining the structure. Inside of here, we can see that we have a general routes structure. And the first route on our list is going to be the discover page. So let's hold Control and then click it, and that's going to transport us to the discover.jsx, which is actually a page. So what do you say? Let's start by creating our discover page. And when I say discover, this is what I mean. This is going to be the final structure once our application is fully implemented. We're first starting by creating this div, and then we're going to have a genre picker at the top, but then we have to fetch all of the songs from an API, display them, add these on hover effects, and list all of this beautiful artwork as well. So with that said, let's get started by pulling our browser side by side by our Visual Studio Code. There we go. Discover on one side and localhost 3000 on the other. Let's go ahead and get started with our Discover page. Our Discover page is going to be so much more than just that, because in there we'll be importing all of the other components that we'll have to create before finalizing the Discover page. So let's start with a couple of imports. First, we can import the arrow component, as well as the loader component, and finally the song card component, coming from /components. Just to remind you, all of those components are simply divs that say the component name. So if we get the song card, loader, and the error, they are all completely empty. And we can also fetch the genres coming from /assets/constants. So if we control click into them, you can see that this is an array with objects, and then each object has two key value pairs. The title, which is, let's say, a human readable name for the genre, and then the value, which looks like this, all uppercase, and then it also has underscores. Great, we have everything we need to start creating our Discover page. So let's turn this into a real component like this. There we go. And let's create a return statement. And for now, we can also leave just a console log right here, where we're going to console log the genres. There we go. So let's start with creating our Discover page. We're going to have a div, and that div is going to have a class name equal to flex, and then flex-col for column. In this case, as you can see, we're using Tailwind, and I have a special extension installed that automatically shows me what each property does. So if you go to extensions and type Tailwind, you can see the Tailwind CSS IntelliSense, and you can install it as well. Throughout this video, we're going to write many different Tailwind classes. If you are at any point unsure of what a specific property does, simply hover over it, which is going to give you more information on what styles is it exactly applying, or go to Tailwind CSS /docs and type right here into the search. So that's going to be flex-col. And as you can see, this sets the flex direction to position the items vertically. Great. With that said, we can continue creating our Discover page. Inside of this wrapper div, we're going to have one more div. This div is going to have a class name equal to w-full for full width, flex, justify dash between, items dash center, on small devices, flex dash row, usually flex dash column, margin top or just empty dash 4, and then margin bottom dash 10. And inside of there, we're going to have a select component. Now, you can easily see how useful Tailwind is. You can immediately set justify between, item center, and you can also use different media queries. On small devices, flex row, usually flex column. This is applying a special min width property. It's also much easier to write MT4 for margin top and also margin bottom. Great. Now inside of there, we want to have a genre select. If we go back to the live side, this is how it's going to look like. But on top of that select, we're also going to have an H2. So let's create an H2 property. And that H2 is going to say discover. As you can see, it's not looking that good right now. So let's give it some class names, such as font-bold, text-3XL, which is going to make it much bigger, text-white, and text-left. There we go. This is already looking much better. Now later on, we're going to render a genre title. So for now, let's simply hard code it. Const genre title is equal to, and let's simply set it to pop. Now we can use that genre title to dynamically render it right there. Discover pop. Of course, we're going to change this whenever we use the select component. So now let's continue with the select. There, our select is going to have many elements that almost every input has, which is going to be an onChange property, which for now we can leave as an empty callback function. We're also going to have a value, which is going to be set to an empty string for now. And finally, let's apply some class names. So that's going to be bg-black, text-gray-300, p-3 for padding, text-sm for small text, rounded-lg, that's going to give it some rounded corners, outline-none to remove that ugly default outline that all the inputs have. On small devices, margin top 0, usually margin top 5. And inside of there, we want to map over the genres. So let's open a dynamic block of code and say genres.map. We want to get a specific genre information. And for each one, we want to return an HTML5 option component. Inside of that option, we want to render the genre.title. Now, if we save this, you can see that we have pop, but we also have a lot of different options we can choose from. Of course, each option has to have a key since we're mapping over it, and a key is going to be genre.value as it is unique, and also we can give it the actual value, which is going to be genre.value. So once we select some of these properties, the genre.value is going to be applied. Of course, our onChange is not doing anything right now, so it's not gonna work, but soon enough, we're gonna make it work. Now, below this div right here, we're going to create one more div. This is going to be the wrapper for our songs. So now if we go back to the real side, now we're diving into displaying the actual songs we're fetching from the API. So going back, let's give it a class name equal to flex-wrap. On small devices, justify-start, usually justify-center, and gap-8. Inside of there, we want to map over the songs we're going to fetch from the API. But for now, let's create a dynamic block of code. Let's create a demo array with numbers, for example, from 1 to 10, And then let's pretend each number is a song. For each song, we want to return something like this. Not something exactly like this. We want to return a song card component, which is a self-closing component. And we want to pass a couple of things into it. We want to pass a key, which is going to be equal to the song. We also want to pass the song itself, which is going to be equal to song. Now, I made a mistake here. Each song is actually going to have a key property. We'll be able to look into that while we're fetching the data from the API. So this is going to be song.key. And we also have to provide the index of a specific song. So that's going to be I is equal to I, and that I is coming as the second parameter to our map function. Great. That's going to be all that we need to pass for now. Now, if we save this, you can see that we're not properly closing something, and that something is going to be one extra parenthesis right there. There we go. So now we can simply see song card listed 10 times. Now, there is a specific reason why I started with the discover component first. That's because we are going to immediately dive into the most important functionalities of this application. And those are fetching the actual songs from the Shazam core API. And then secondly, once we fetch them, actually working on the looks and on the styles of displaying them right there. So let's now focus on fetching the data from the API. To do that, we're going to follow the recommended Redux Toolkit structure. So let's open up the file tree. And if you go inside of the index.jsx, there you can notice that we are already importing the provider component from React Redux. And then we're wrapping our application with it. You can also notice that we are providing one parameter or one property to our provider, and that is store equal to store. That store variable is coming from /redux/store, which is right here. If you look into that, there is a simple setter function called configure store coming from @Redux.js/toolkit. And then also we talked about the functionality for the player, which we can skip for now. Now we have to focus on new functionalities that we want to implement and add to our Redux store. And those are going to be to fetch our songs. So if we're going to follow the structure, we need to create a new folder inside of the Redux folder. It's going to be called services. So which service do we want to call? And then inside of there, we're going to create a new file called Shazam core.js. This is going to be our main file in which we're going to focus on making those API calls. So of course, let's focus on fetching the correct data from RapidAPI. As I've told you, we're going to use a cool extension that's going to allow us to more easily see what endpoints can we call. So go to the extensions tab and search for RapidAPI. There you can see the RapidAPI client extension, so just make sure to install it. Once you install it, you can see it right here in the extensions tab. It's going to look something like this. You can see I've used it the last time for the YouTube API video. For now, we can delete that request and we can create a new environment. You can do that by clicking create a new project, and let's click create new project. We want to keep it local for now, and let's call it Lyriks. There we go. We immediately have our first request right there. Now I'm going to zoom this out a bit so we can see everything better. And let's see, what do we have to fetch first? Let's say that we want to get the top charts. That's going to be the most important API call for now. So that's going to be world chart. So right here, let's document it by saying something like fetch world chart. And we can figure out what API endpoint do we have to call. So looking at this right here, this is going to be the URL. Let's copy it and let's paste it right here. There we go. This is looking right. But we can also see that there are some required parameters that we have to pass. So let's go to headers and let's add a new header called xRapidAPI key. Let's paste the name right there. And then you can copy your key straight from here and paste it there. And we also have to add XRapidAPI host as well as its value. Once you do that, let's click send. And as you can see, immediately, right inside of our Visual Studio Code, we got back the music data. Let's explore it in a couple of different ways. First, let's look into the headers. Or even before, let's look into the info. Right here, we can see that we made a request to this URL and that it went okay. It took only 466 milliseconds. We can see our entire request right here alongside the headers, and we can also see the response. That response has a couple of headers. We can see everything in the text format or a JSON 3 format, but primarily we want to focus on the JSON text format. Right here, we can see everything that we are getting. So we have an array, and then we have a couple of different objects, which we can even collapse. You can quickly see that each object is a music object, and it contains a layout, a type, key, title, subtitle, and much more. So already, this is great. We know that we can call this API straight from our code. One really cool thing you can do with RapidAPI extension is click this toggle right there, select TypeScript, and then click this code icon. This is going to generate all the types of everything that you're getting back from that API endpoint. You can see all the artists, hub, images, layout, properties, and even what those properties inside of the root object contain. Isn't that crazy? So if you wanted to use TypeScript in your project, then this is incredibly helpful as you don't have to write those types on your own. In this case, we're not using TypeScript, so we can close that. Now, another really cool thing we can do is right here, request a code snippet to get this API endpoint inside of our code. So let's request a JavaScript snippet, and you can even choose between fetch and Axios. So let's go for fetch and click code right there. This is going to generate a code input. So let's go ahead and copy it. And now you know how to use the RapidAPI extension, so you can use it for all future API endpoints. For now, let's go back as we learned a lot, and let's paste it right there. This is where we're going to be calling our API. There are a couple of differences we're going to have to make to this code because we're using Redux Toolkit. So let's start by creating something called an API, because that's exactly what we're doing. I'm going to zoom back in, and let's collapse these for now. We're going to say export const Shazam core API. That's going to be equal to, and now we have to import something. We're going to import two utility functions coming from Redux Toolkit. One is called create API, and the other one is called fetch base query. And these are coming from @Redux.js /toolkit/query/React. Now we can say export const Shazam core API and call the create API function. We're going to provide just one object inside of it. An API needs to have a reducer path, and that is going to be simply a name of our API. Let's call it Shazam core API. Just by having this, it's enough to call it from within our store. So let's go back to our store.js, and from inside of here, we can import our Shazam core API by saying import, inside of curly braces, Shazam core API coming from /services/Shazam core. And then inside of the reducer, the structure looks like this. Inside of square brackets, we can say Shazam core API dot reducer path is equal to, or rather a colon, Shazam core API dot reducer. And we can add a comma. We can also specify the default middleware, and that's going to look like this. Middleware is equal to, and then we have an arrow function. Inside of there, we get the first parameter called get default middleware. And then you simply want to call that as a function, get default middleware, and then you call a .concat function, where we want to add the middlewares of all reducers we're using in our app. In this case, we have simply one, which is going to be Shazam Core API .middleware. Great. Now that's going to be it for the setup, and we can go back inside of our Shazam core. And by the way, if you're wondering how am I coming up with this code, this is something that you do in every single Redux Toolkit application. It is a boilerplate code that you can find in their documentation. So nothing to worry about. Now let's go back to the Shazam core. Our API also needs to have a base query. And a base query is going to be a function call to fetch base query, to which we're going to provide an object. Inside of that object, we're going to have our base URL. And that base URL is simply going to be a string. Now, this code generated by RapidAPI is going to be useful right there, as we can simply copy our base URL. So let's copy everything all the way to v1, as that's our base query. So that's always going to be the same, and then different endpoints are going to be added to that base query. Now, we also need to have the headers. So let's call the prepare headers. And Redux Toolkit right here is automatically calling this function. So it's a callback arrow function, and it's going to prepare headers for us before each and every API call. So we won't have to provide options every time. The only thing we need to do is say headers dot set x-rapid API, or let's copy that just so we don't mess it up. So copy it from the headers, paste it right there, and then add a comma, and there we have to get our key. So for now, simply copy it from here and paste it. Of course, as a string. Now we no longer need these options. As a matter of fact, we also don't need this fetch function as well. Great. The headers are coming from here as the first parameter to prepare headers. Later on, we're going to move this to environment variables, so it's not so plainly listed right here. Finally, you have to return the headers after you set a specific property. So let's say return headers. Great. This was the prep work. Now we can go below our base query right here, and we can add another property called endpoints. There, as the first parameter, we get something known as builder. And again, we pass in an object. In here, we're building all of the endpoints of the API we want to call. In this case, the first one is going to be get top charts. We call the builder.query, provide an object again, and then inside of there, we say query is, that's going to be /charts/world, as we saw before. And that's all that we have to do. Everything else is going to be done for us. And now Redux Toolkit allows us to call this as a hook. The only thing you have to do is say export const use get top charts query. So as you can notice, it takes the name get top charts, adds the use in front, and then query at the back. And that is equal to Shazam Core API. Now you can copy this, use get top charts query, and we can go back to our discover component, or rather discover page. From there, we can import use get top charts query, and it's going to be coming from, that's going to be /redux/services/Shazam core. Great. Now we can call it from the top of our component as any other hook. Const, let's leave the object empty for now, and let's call it use get top charts query. Great. Now, what do we get back? That is the main question. We get back three different things. First, we get the actual data. That's going to be the result of the API call. Then we get the isFetching property. That's going to allow us to know if we're currently fetching, therefore we can show the loading state. And finally, we also get the error property. That's going to allow us to know if an error has happened. So as you can see, On top of allowing you to so easily create an endpoint, you also get additional functionalities which are incredibly useful inside of your components. And you don't have to clutter the component view to focus on the data fetching logic. All of the logic is contained right there. And I know it might seem like a lot of setup right now, but that's it. We've done the entire setup. So now when we focus on all the other endpoints for fetching the artists, the songs, the genres, and so on, it's going to look just like this. You're going to add additional properties and additional endpoints. Great. With that said, let's go back to the Discover component and let's see what we're getting back as data. Since we use the RapidAPI extension, you should already know how it's going to look like. It's going to be an array of different songs. But let's go ahead and check it together right now. Going back to localhost 3000, we can open up the inspect element, go to console, and reload the page. As you can see, we're getting undefined as we have the endpoint definition.query is not a function. So let's go back to where we're defining this function and let's make sure that everything is done correctly. I've done one mistake, and that is as query, you don't simply set a string right here. In this case, it does make sense as it's just a static string. But later on, imagine if you have to call something like /charts and then you pass in a genre like pop. How would you make this dynamic? How would you change this to rock? If it's a string, you cannot do that. So Redux Toolkit did something differently. If we now go back a bit, what you can do is you can check that query is actually not a string. It is a function that returns a string. So let's do just that. Let's turn it into an arrow function that instantly returns this string. If we save that, you can notice that now we get 50 songs back. This is going to be incredibly useful later on when you need to pass real data into the parameters of that function. For now, we're fine with it as it is. And as you can see, the data is looking exactly as it did in the RapidAPI extension. So this is great. Now we can focus on displaying those songs right inside of our Discover component. We know that we're getting back the data, so let's remove it from the console log. And instead of mapping over our dummy array, let's map over the real data. We can also add a question mark in case the data doesn't exist yet. And we can also add a couple of checks and loading states. It's so easy to do that using Redux Toolkit. So we can say if is fetching. In that case, we want to return a loader component. And we can also pass a title to that loader. So title is equal to loading songs, ... And then if we have the error, we can simply return the error component. Great. Now, if we go back and reload the page, you can see that nothing happens, and that's because both of these components are empty. So let's quickly dive into the loader by holding Control and then clicking it, and then let's implement the loader component. We can start by importing the loader coming from ... assets. We also know that we're accepting a title as a prop. We're going to have a wrapper div that's going to have a class name equal to w-full, flex, justify-center, items-center, and flex-call. Inside of there, we want to render a self-closing image tag that's going to have a source equal to loader. We can also give it an alt tag equal to loader, and let's give it a class name equal to w-32, h-32, and object-contain. Finally, let's add an h1 below the image. That h1 is simply going to render either the title, or if the title doesn't exist, it's simply going to say loading. And let's give it some class names. That's going to be font-bold, text-2XL, text-white, and margin top 2. That's going to be it for our loader component. Now we can close it, and if we reload the page, you can notice that briefly it shows loading songs. We can do the same thing for the error, so control click to go into it. In this case, we don't have to import anything, and we can simply render a wrapper div that's going to have a class name equal to w-full flex justify-center items-center. We can also simply show an h1, and this h1 is going to be the same as the one in the loader component, so let's simply copy it and let's paste it right here. In this case, it's always going to say a static message of something went wrong, please try again. There we go. Let's save it. And of course, we're not going to see the error right now as everything is working properly. That means that we can now go back into the Discover component. We are now mapping over the real songs, which we can see because there are 50 songs right here listed as song cards component. But of course, that song card is just a lonely single word, song card. So what do you say that we implement the song card look right away? By implementing the look of a single card, we're actually reusing this component 50 times, which is the most beautiful thing about React. As soon as we implement the code for one, all of the music data is going to show, as we're pulling real dynamic data from the RapidAPI, and we're using React. So the final product is going to look something like this. Let's go ahead and get started with the song card component. To start implementing the song card component, we can first import a link component coming from React-router-DOM. We can also import something known as useDispatch, which is coming from React-Redux. We're going to discuss this further once we start using it really soon. We can also import the play-pause component coming from /play-pause. And of course, let's spell it properly. Also, from the player functionality, we have to import the play-pause function as well as the set active songs. And that's going to be coming from /redux/features/player slice. Great. Now it looks like I typed form here, but that was supposed to be from. There we go. Finally, let's get started with implementing our song card. We already know that we're passing a couple of things into our song card from the Discover component. So right here, we're passing the key, which is just necessary for React to know which song are we showing, but we are passing the index as well as the song as props. So going back, we can now accept that song as well as the index. And we can start with the JSX. Let's pull this a bit to the right side. There we go. And we can have our wrapper div. That div is going to have a class name equal to flex-call, w- inside of square brackets 250 pixels. If you want to specify a specific amount, you can use square brackets so Tailwind knows you're talking about specific pixel width. We can also give it a p-4 for padding, bg-white divided by 5, bg-opacity-80, backdrop-blur-small, animate-slide up, rounded-LG, and cursor-pointer. Now, inside of there, we can also create another div. Now, you can notice that something breaks right there, and that's because we should have imported setActiveSong rather than setActiveSongs, as that doesn't exist. Now you can see those beautiful divs. They are just lightly colored, so it seems like they're appearing above the background. And if you reload, you can notice that they slide up, which looks great. Now, this inner div is also going to have a class name, and that's going to be set to relative, w-full, and h-56, That's going to be the height, and it's going to be set to group. Inside of there, we're going to have one more div. This div is going to have a class name that's going to be dynamic. So it's going to have a template string. We can set it as absolute. Inset is going to be set to 0, justify-center, items-center, bg-black, bg-opacity-50, group-hover. So once we hover over the group, we want to make it flex, so flex. And now we gotta figure out if the song we're currently showing is the song that is actively playing. So let's open up a $ and curly braces, and let's say active song (title) is triple to song.title. If it is, then we can set the property to flex and bg-black and bg-opacity-70. If it's not, so let's close this properly. If it's not currently playing, then we can simply set it to hidden. There we go. Now we're going to notice that the active song currently doesn't exist, so let's simply hard code it. Let's expand this, add a return statement. There we go. And I'm going to hard code the active song to be something like test. There we go. And you can notice that now if you hover over it, it's looking great. And it's going to look the same as if the song is currently playing. Great. We have all of those different song cards right here. Now, inside of this div, we're going to implement the play pause functionality. So once you click over the song, you should be able to play it or pause it. So let's expand this div and let's call the play pause component inside of it, which is a self-closing component. For now, that's not going to do anything as we haven't yet implemented the play pause component. What we can do though is below this div, provide an image that's going to have an alt tag equal to song_img, and also a source equal to song.images, and then $cover art. Now, the moment of truth, if we save this, there we go. We're fetching 50 different cover arts for 50 different songs coming straight from the RapidAPI hub. More specifically, coming from the Shazam core API. This is looking great. Congratulations on coming to this part of the video, but we are just getting started. Now we're going to add the song title, song subtitle, and then we're going to focus on implementing the play functionality so the entire music player will look great really soon. Let's focus on adding the title and the subtitle first. So below the div that's below the image, create another div. That div is going to have a class name equal to margin top 4 or MT4, flex, and then flex-call, as we want to show the title and the subtitle one below another. We're going to also have a p tag, and that p tag is going to actually be a link. Inside of that link, let's render the song.title. Now let's duplicate that p tag one more time below, as one is going to be for the title and the other one is going to be for the subtitle. So we can say subtitle right there. Now, if we save this, you can see Yours by Jin. We have Under the Influence by Chris Brown, but it's really hard to see what does it say. So what we can do is apply some class names. To our first p tag, we can say font-semi-bold, text-lg, text-white, and truncate. So if the title is too long, we're going to immediately truncate it, and Tailwind makes this so handy. By just saying truncate, it applies overflow hidden, text overflow of ellipsis to add those 3 dots, and white space no wrap. The link is going to go to, it's going to be dynamic, /songs, / and then song ? Key. So when clicking on this link, you're going to be led to a specific song details page. Finally, for the class names for the subtitle, that's going to be text-sm, truncate, text-gray-300, and margin top 1 to divide it from the title. Finally, we also want to apply a link right there. It's going to point to, we have to check if song.artists exists. Then we want to go to a dynamic string of /artists /song?artists, and then we want to get the first artist by specifying the index of 0 $atom ID, like this. Otherwise, if the artist doesn't exist, we can simply point to /top artists, like this. Now, it looks like we didn't close our template string right there. If we do close it, everything should be good. If we save it, there we go. This is looking much better. I ain't worried by OneRepublic, and we can also see Tom Cruise right there. This is looking great. It's already looking so much more like the final product, but don't worry, we're gonna get there as well. The next thing is this hover functionality, where you can hover and then this nice icon shows and it actually triggers the music player once you click it. So let's focus on implementing that next. To implement our music player, first we're gonna have to work on our play and pause component. But before we go into it, we first have to pass a couple of props to it. Props such as song is equal to song. The other props are going to be the functions that are going to handle the play and pause functionality. So let's say handle pause is equal to handle pause click, and handle play is equal to handle play click. These are the functions that we are yet to create. So let's create them right here. Const handle pause click. For now, it's going to be just an arrow function. And we can repeat the process for const handle play click. And that's also going to be an arrow function. We also have to know which song is the currently active song, and are we currently playing? And we can know that not inside of the song card component, but rather inside of our discover component. This is where we have to handle that global state of are we showing the player, are we playing, or are we not? In here, we'll have to make use of special Redux Toolkit functions. So let's import them. Import use dispatch as well as use selector. And that's going to be coming from React-Redux. These are, as you can see, hooks. So we can call them right at the top of our component. Const dispatch is equal to use dispatch, and we call it as a hook. And then also const something, for now we're going to leave it blank, an empty object, is equal to use selector. So how Redux works is you have one huge global state that looks like this, like an object. You can think of this as a cake. So this is one huge round cake. And then a cake can have different slices. So we're going to have a slice for the music player functionality. And also we're going to have another slice for the Shazam core functionality to fetch songs. So you're wondering which piece of the pie or of the cake do you want to select? Do you more like chocolate? So let's say choco right there. Or do you more like vanilla? What do you select? Well, to select a specific piece of the cake, we're going to use the use selector function. Let me show you how it works. As the first parameter to this callback function, you get access to the entire cake. So let's say cake. Now you know what you want to get, and you know your cake has it. So you say cake.vanilla. That's what I want to pull into from this state. So now let's put that in Redux Toolkit language. We're going to have a state, and you want to get the state.player.
So you're pulling the player information from the entire state. And what specifically you want to get? We want to get the active song as well as the is playing property. How do we know our state has these? Well, if we go back to our store, right here to our features and to the player slice, we can see the initial state and all of the variables that the state will eventually have. Is active, is playing, active song, genre list ID, and so much more. Now that we're fetching those, let's pass them over to our song card component. So we're going to have a song, we're going to have the is playing, which is equal to is playing, as well as active song is equal to active song. Now we can go back to the song card. We can get those properties from here. So that's going to be song is playing, active song, and then we also have the index. And there's one thing I missed. We also want to pass the entire data object into the songs. We're going to need it later on. So now if we go into the song card, we can also get the data right inside of here. We no longer need this dummy active song, as now we have the real one. Now that we have all of that information, we can pass it over to the play pause component. So we're going to pass the is playing is equal to is playing, as well as active song is equal to active song. And finally, we can control click to go into the play pause component. This component will be fairly straightforward. We're going to import two different icons. That's going to be FA pause circle, and I think you can guess it, FA play circle, coming from React-icons/FA. We already know we're getting quite a lot of different props, such as is playing, active song, song, handle pause, and handle play. Finally, based on those props, we can have a ternary operator. So we can say if is playing and active song dot title is triple equal to the current song dot title, then we want to show a pause icon. So FA pause circle. Else we want to show a play icon. So FA play circle as a self-closing icon. So one more time, if we are playing and if the active song title is equal to the current list song title, then that means that we're currently playing it and we want to show a pause icon. Otherwise, we want to be able to play it as we can right here. Now, let's apply a couple of different properties. We can do it at the same time by holding Alt and then adding more cursors. Let's set the size to 35 pixels, the class name to text-gray-300, and then on click, we want to call the handle pause, as well as on the bottom one, handle play. And that's going to be it for this component. As you can see, now this is looking great. Of course, the last thing we have to do is actually make the player work. This by itself is not going to do anything, as if we go to our handle play, right here, you can notice right now it is entirely empty. So how do we actually make the song play? We have to call that thing called dispatch. So we imported it before, use dispatch. Const dispatch is use dispatch. We just initiated right there. And now going back to that cake analogy, we have different cakes, and then we have the selectors for different pieces of those cakes. What dispatch does is dispatch allows you to make changes to that cake. So if you say dispatch, then we can do something like add chocolate powder. There we go, like this. Or we can do something like dispatch. Let's do add chocolate, and in this case, we can do dressing. There we go. So these are the verbs of doing something to the state. Do something to our cake, from which then later on we'll be able to select those pieces we've done something to. Hopefully that makes sense. So how do we use dispatch? Well, let's say dispatch, set active song, and then to that we want to pass an object, including the song we want to play, the data for all the songs, and then the index of that song. We also want to trigger the dispatch play pause to true, as we are right now playing. The only thing we want to do if we want to handle pause is dispatch the play pause and then pass the false as the parameter. Now, if we hover over a song and click it, of course we're gonna get an error, because that's our usual life as developers. We're always experiencing different bugs, and I'm not gonna sugarcoat it right here while creating these tutorials. Bugs happen, and that's also something that I emphasize in the JSM Masterclass experience. If you haven't already, enter your email down below, because I really want to see you in the next cohort of our program. There, I'm gonna teach you how to build applications such as this one completely on your own. Great. With that said, let's figure out what this error is all about. It seems that the error occurred in the music player component. Yep, it seems to be it. Cannot read properties of undefined reading length. So we're trying to read and understand what's happening. Let's reload the page one more time. And let's click on a song. Actually, it just started playing. So sometimes we don't have errors. Sometimes Vite or Create React App or somebody else is messing with us and you simply need to reload your application. We are good developers after all. So now let's expand this. And as you can see, we get that beautiful music player at the bottom. Of course, these components have been coded before, so if you want to dive into a bit more depth on how this is working, just go to our components, music player, and then you can dive deeper into the controls and then how all of this is functioning. It's mainly just some setup, setting different icons as you can see right there, setting the tracking bars from the volume as well as the playing time, and that's essentially it. With that said, I'm going to turn down the volume. We can also see that if we click on a new song, it's going to be highlighted, and then we can pause it. So this is working perfectly. Let's see if we can pause it. That works as well. And if we click next song, that works as well. So our complete music player functionality is now done. Of course, we're not happy with the application. It's not looking as I promised you it's gonna look at the beginning of this video. We are yet to create the sidebar, the search top bar, as well as the top charts and top artist components. We also have to make the genre picker work, as well as implement 3 additional pages: around you, top artists, and top charts. There's still a lot more work to do, but as you can notice, we'll be reusing the components we've already created all around our application. If we go to around you, you can see that we're reusing the same song card component we have created so far. Same thing for the top artists and top charts. Isn't that great? And that's also what we teach in the FilmPar course. If you haven't checked it out yet, and if you want to master React, then this is the course for you. We teach you how to create reusable components, beautiful designs using Material UI, dark mode, light mode, using artificial voice intelligence to be able to traverse the application, add loadings, and so much more. The link is going to be down in the description. With that said, let's go back to creating our great application. And for now, I think we can focus on the sidebar. As now that bottom bar, the music player is done, everything is looking great, and the sidebar is the only thing that sticks out. So we can close all of the currently open files. Back in the app, the sidebar is right here at the top. So let's control click it, and we're ready to start implementing it.
To start implementing the sidebar, let's first import a couple of things. We can import the useState hook coming from React. Let's also import something known as a nav link coming from React-router-DOM. We can also import one icon, so that's going to be ri close line coming from React-icons /ri. Finally, we can import the logo inside of curly braces coming from /assets. And the final thing is to import the links. So we can say import links, also inside of curly braces, coming from /assets/constants. There we go. Now we can look into them really quickly. Those links is simply an array with objects inside of it. Each object has a name for a specific property. We can look into it right here if we open up the sidebar. Discover, around you, top artists and top charts. It also has a URL we want to go to, and then finally it has an icon. Now we know what we're working with. Inside of our sidebar, we need to know if the mobile navbar is currently open, in case we are on mobile. So let's create a new state, const mobile menu open, and set mobile menu open. That's going to be equal to useState, and at the start it's going to be set to false. Now that we have that, we can open up a return statement where we can simply wrap everything with an empty React fragment. There, let's create the initial div. This div is going to wrap our entire navigation bar. So inside of here, let's give it some class names. Equal to on medium devices, it's going to be flex. So on medium and higher, usually it's going to be hidden. So this is only for desktop devices. Flex is going to be set to col. W is going to be set to 240 pixels, which is the width. Padding Y is going to be 10, so this is on the Y axis, top and bottom. Padding X is going to be set to 4, that's left and right. And then BG is going to be a special color, so we can say BG dash inside of square brackets, hash or pound 191624. This is going to be a really dark version of a blue color. Inside of there, we can render an image. So that's going to be a self-closing image tag with a source equal to logo. Alt tag is also going to be logo. And we can give it a class name equal to w-full, h-14, and object-contain. Now, if we save this, you can see that it disappears from the left side. And that's because we are right now on mobile. At least it seems that way. So now let's expand to desktop. And there we go. We see our beautiful Lyriks sidebar. Now, since we'll be reusing our navigation bar both on mobile and on desktop devices to make everything reusable, we can create a new component right on top of our sidebar. Const nav links. It's going to be an arrow function component. And it can have an instant return, so we can simply have parentheses right here. We can now render that navlinks component right here below our image. And inside of there, let's of course create some code. So we're going to add a div, which is going to wrap everything, and it's going to have a class name equal to mt-10 to divide it a bit from that navbar image. And let's do this properly. There we go. Inside of there, we want to loop over the links, which we're importing from the assets. So we can say links.map, we get each individual item or a link, and we want to return something for it. We're going to return a simple nav link, which we're importing from the top. That is not going to be a self-closing component. Rather, we're going to put something inside of there, and that's going to be item.name. Now, if we save this, you can see discover, around you, top artists, and top charts, but we have to just style it a bit better. So let's give it a class name. Class name is equal to flex-row, justify-start, items-center, margin Y is 8, text is small, font is medium, text is gray 400, and on hover, text is going to be cyan 400. Now, if we save this, it already looks much better. There we go. That's beautiful. And we can also make it functional by giving it a key equal to item.name and also give it a to property. So once we click this, where do we want to go? That's going to be item.to. And we can also give it an on click. So right here, after our class name, on click, there we want to call a callback function and simply call the handle click function like this. But we can call that handle click only on mobile devices. So what we have to do first is check if handle click exists. We can do that by saying if handle click, or rather just type it out, and then we can say and handle click. So if handle click exists, only then call it. And that's going to be coming through props, handle click. Otherwise, if we didn't have this check, in this case on desktop devices, when we're not passing the handle click, it will try to call something that is not a function, which would result in an error. But again, for mobile devices, we will need to have it. So this is just a simple check we're doing. We also want to render the icon above the item name. So we can render the item.icon, self-closing tag, and provide it a class name equal to w-6, h-6, and margin right 2. If we save this, this is looking exactly like our sidebar. This is great. But usually the mobile sidebars are a bit tricky. So now below this div, we can focus on the mobile sidebar. To focus on our mobile sidebar, we can create a new div right below this one. And it looks like we lost that React fragment, so we can bring it back. That's going to be right here, a simple React fragment. And now, adjacent to this div, we can create another div, which is going to be our mobile sidebar. So let's create it. There we go. It's going to have a class name equal to absolute. On medium devices, it's going to be hidden. So on medium and upwards. Usually, it's going to be visible. So it's going to have a block property. And it's going to be positioned on top 6 and right 3. In this case, we're just talking about the icon to open and close the actual menu. Later on, we're going to implement the menu. So for now, let's simply check if the menu is open. So a dynamic block of code. If mobile menu open, in that case, we want to return ri close line, which is a self-closing icon. Otherwise, we can show the hi outline menu. There we go. So we want to show the menu to be able to open it. Now, the outline menu, I don't think we are importing it, so we can get it right here from the top. That's going to be import hi outline menu coming from React-icons/hi. Now, let's add some properties to these icons. We can select both of them by holding Alt and then clicking inside of them. And let's give it a class name equal to w-6, h-6, text-white, and margin right 2. There we go. Now, of course, we have to switch to a bit of a smaller screen because now you can see that icon appear right here at the top right of the screen. There we go, the menu icon. With that said, we can now add our actual menu. To do that, we can for now copy the existing desktop menu as we're going to modify it. And then below this div, which is just an icon to open the menu, we can paste the actual menu. Now, the image is going to be almost the same. The nav links is also going to be similar, but what we are going to change is going to be the class name of the outer div. There, we can make it dynamic first of all. So it's going to look like this. Let's give it a property of absolute. Top-0, so it appears at the top. H-screen, meaning full height. W-2/3, so 2/3. BG-gradient-2-top left, or TL. And then from which color do we want to transition? From white over 10. And then to dash, we can give it a hash color 48-3D8B. So this is just a nice bluish color, or rather a purplish color that I found, which matches our aesthetic. We can give it a backdrop dash blur dash LG, a Z index of 10 to appear over the elements, a padding of 6, on medium devices hidden, and a smooth transition. Now we want to check if the menu is currently open. So we can say if mobile menu open question mark, then we're going to give it a left of 0. Else we're going to give it a minus left dash full. So it's not going to be visible. Now if we save this, as you can see, nothing happens. But if we click the menu icon, still nothing happens. And that's because we didn't provide that handle click to the navlinks function. So we can say handle click is equal to a callback function where we're going to provide the set mobile menu open, and we're going to give it false. So we want to close it. But to these icons right there, we also need to give that property, but of course to open it. So on the menu, let's give it a onClick property equal to a callback function where we call the set mobile menu open and we provide true. We can copy that onClick, paste it right here as well, and there we're going to provide false. There we go. Now I had to reload the page, but once you reload it and click right there, you can notice that it opens up. It takes 2/3 of the screen, which is great on mobile devices. It's going to look so great. And there we go. You have a fully functional glass polymorphism menu. This is looking great. Now, what you can notice is that if you go to the top of the screen and then if you reload on mobile devices, for some reason it scrolls back down. But don't worry, this is only happening on mobile devices, not on desktop, and we're going to also fix it really soon. For now, our sidebar is done. We can expand our application and see how it looks like. Now we have a great sidebar. We also have the songs, and if we click right here, they actually play. So everything is looking great. Now, before we implement different pages, such as around you, top artists, and top charts, what do you say that we focus on adding the top charts and top artists right here on the right side of the screen? That's going to give you the top 5 in terms of artists and charts, and you can click see more, which is also going to lead us to those pages, which we have to create soon. So to create that, let's call it a widget. We can go back to our application and we can jump into the top play component. It is right here below all of our routes, meaning that it's going to show up no matter which page we're on. So let's go ahead and control click it, top play, and let's focus on implementing that component next. To start creating our top play component, we can first import use effect as well as use ref from React. We can also import a link component coming from React-router-DOM. We're going to also use the use selector as well as the use dispatch hooks coming from React-Redux. We're going to use the swiper as well as the swiper slide coming from swiper/React. That's a special package we're using to create the swiper for the profiles. We can see that right here if we scroll to the top. And there we go. You can notice that right here, we can swipe through the artists. We're going to also import something known as a free mode coming from swiper. Swiper also requires us to import some CSS modules. So let's import swiper/CSS as well as import swiper/CSS/free mode. Now let's import the play and pause component, which we created before. So that's going to be import play pause from /play pause. And we can also import the play pause function as well as the set active song, which we already know are coming from redux/features/player slice. So that is that one slice of state that has to do something with the play and pause functionality. We can also import a hook we already created. Use get top charts query. And that's coming from redux/services/Shazam core. Great. Now we have all that we need to start creating our top play component. First, let's initialize some states. We can start at the top by initializing the dispatch function. Const dispatch is equal to use dispatch, like this. We're going to also get the active song as well as the is playing property, and that's going to be equal to the use selector, where we get the state, and then we choose a specific piece of state, in this case, a player. We can also get the data, which is equal to use get top charts query. We already used this before inside of the discover component. Of course, you know that you can already get the is fetching property and the error, but in this case, we won't be needing it. And we can also create an empty div ref, which is going to be equal to use ref at the start set to null. We're going to use this later on to scroll to the top of the page. Now, we're going to also use the play and pause functionality. As you can see, we have those play buttons right there. So we can grab the functions to do that from the discover component, as we have already used that there. Or no, that's not going to be discover, rather that's going to be the song card. There we created the handle pause click and handle play click. So let's copy those two, go back to the top play, and then let's paste them right here. Great. Now, on top of that, we're going to also create a new variable called top plays. That's going to be the top songs. And we can say data !slice. And we only want to take the first 5 songs. So this is what top plays are. And then the data is list of 50 most popular world chart songs. Great. Now we have a lot of different states that we are yet to make use of. So let's start creating our JSX by saying return, and we can wrap everything in a div. We can go back to our version of the application and again scroll to the top. This div is going to have a ref equal to div ref. And again, if we now save this and reload the page, you can notice that for some reason it scrolls down. So let's immediately make this div ref work. We can do that by adding a use effect right here at the top. There we go. This use effect is going to have a dependency array of nothing, so it's going to only happen at the start, at least for now. And we can say div_ref.current.scroll into view, and the behavior is going to be set to a string of smooth. Now, if we save this, you can notice that it scrolls to the top. So if I reload the page, it stays there. And that's because we have to remove this dependency array. In this case, we want to make sure this happens as soon as the page is loaded. And there we go. This way it tracks it. If we reload one more time, it scrolls to the top. Now we are ready to start creating the top plays, which is going to be the top charts and the top artists. We can open up this div and give it a class name. The class name is going to be on extra large devices, margin left is going to be set to 6. Usually, margin left is going to be set to 0. On extra large devices, margin bottom is going to be set to 0. Usually, margin bottom is going to be set to 6. Flex is going to be set to 1. On extra large devices, max-w- is going to be set to 500 pixels. And then usually, max width is going to be full. We can give it a flex and a flex-call. Inside of there, we're going to have one more div. This div is going to have a class name equal to w-full, flex, and flex-call. Now, if I save this, we cannot really yet see anything, so I'm going to go back and add a few more things inside of this div. We're going to add one more div. And this div is going to have a class name equal to flex, flex-row, justify-between, and items-center. Inside of there, we're going to have an h2. This h2 is going to say top charts. Below that h2, we're going to have a link that's going to go to the top charts. So make sure to put the / at the start. So / top dash charts. And inside of there, we can have a p tag that's going to say see more. If we save this, we can barely see the top charts and see more, but let's apply some class names to the h2 first. That's going to be text-white, font-bold, and text-2XL. That's so much better. And let's do the same thing for this p tag by giving it a class name equal to text-gray-300, text-base, and cursor-pointer. Okay, that's already so much better. Now, if we expand it, you can notice that it appears right here at the right side. Let's collapse it to the mobile view again. The mobile view would look something like this. So again, if we reload the page, there we go. So we can see top charts and see more. Of course, this is going to look so much better really soon. Now, we can go below this first div that's below the link and create a new div that's going to have a class name equal to empty-4, flex, flex-col, and gap-1. Inside of there, we want to map over the top songs, or we call them top plays. So top plays, !map, we get each individual song as well as the index, and we want to return the top chart card, like this. It is a self-closing component. And this top chart card is going to be created right here above our top play component, as this is the only place where we're going to use it. So let's do const top chart card. Try saying that 3 times fast. Top chart card. And then we're going to simply have an instant return right there. So that's going to be a div. And that div is going to have a class name. For now, let's give it a w-full, flex, flex-row, items-center. On hover, we're going to give it a bg of, it's going to be hash 4c42-6e. There we go. We can also give it padding y of 2, padding in general of 4, rounded-lg, cursor-pointer, and margin bottom 2. For now, inside of there, let's simply render the song title. So song.title. And the song, we're going to pass through the props. So right here, we're going to get the song as well as the index. Great. Now let's go back and pass the song and the index to our top chart card. Song is equal to song and I is equal to I. Since we're mapping over this, we also need to pass a key, which is going to be equal to song.key. Now, if we save this, you can notice that we get 5 different songs. That's going to be yours, Under the Influence, I'm Good, Calm Down, and this one right here. Great. It's hard to see them right now, but we're going to focus on the design really soon. Before we do that, let's implement the top artists swiper as well. So right below this div and below one another div, we can create a new div that's going to be for our top artists. But if you think about it, the top charts and see more is quite similar to top artists and see more. So we can copy what we already have. That's going to be this div that contains the top charts and see more. And we can paste it right here. But of course, we have to wrap it in one more div. So that's going to be a div like this. That's going to have a class name equal to w-full, flex, flex-col, and margin top of 8. Now inside of there, we can put the div we just copied. Now if we save that and go back, you can notice now we have top charts and see more, But we want to change that to top artists as well as top artists right here. Great. And below that, we can render the swiper component. So that's going to be below the link and below this div right there. We're going to render the swiper component. We're going to also pass some options to it. So let's say slide per view is going to be set to a string of auto. And if you want to learn more about different options you can pass to the swiper, simply Google for swiper React npm and you'll be able to see the full documentation. We can specify the space between set to 15 pixels as well. We can give it a free mode property. We can give it a centered slides property. We can also do centered slides bounds. We can give it modules equal to an array that simply has free mode inside of it. And we can give it a class name equal to mt-4. Inside of there, we'll have to loop over our top place. So we can do the same thing we used to do before. That's going to be top place !map, and then we have the song and the index of that song. For each song, we want to render the swiper slide that looks like this. Inside of there, let's give it a few props. We're going to give it a key equal to song !key. Let's also give it a style equal to width is 25%. And also the height is going to be set to auto. We can also give it a class name equal to shadow-lg, rounded-full to make it into a circle, and animate-slider right. Inside of there, we're going to render a link. There we go. And that link is going to point to, that's going to be a dynamic template string of /artists, /, and then we want to get the song !artists, and then we want to get the first artist, and then .atom ID. I'm not really sure what atom means right there, but I'm guessing it's some sort of an ID. Great. Now, inside of that link, we want to render, of course, the artist image. That's going to be a source equal to song, !images, and then .background. We can also give it an alt tag equal to name, and give it a class name equal to rounded-full, w-full, and object-cover. Great. Now let's save it. And of course, something seems to be breaking. We cannot yet see the images. So if we open up the inspect element and go to console, nothing will be there. It seems that React does not recognize the slide per view prop on a DOM element. This right here was supposed to be slides per view. So now if we save this and reload the page, we see our top artists. There we go. And we can actually swipe through them. This is going to be great for mobile devices as well. Looking perfect. That's going to be it for our swiper component. And now we have to go back and focus on this, which is going to be the top chart card. Going to the final version, we have to create a layout that looks like this. And again, this widget is really important because it's going to be showing on all the pages. Inside of this div, we can create an h3 tag. That h3 is going to render the index. So we can say I, but we don't want to start from 0, so we're going to increment 1 immediately. Now, if we save that, we can barely see it right here, but there it is, 1 to 5. And let's give it a class name equal to font-bold, text-base, text-white, and margin right of 3. There we go. We can also add a dot afterward. Below that h3, we're going to create a div, which is going to be the wrapper for the rest of our design. There, we can give it a class name equal to flex-1, flex, flex-row, justify-between, and items-center. Inside of there, we can render our image by opening a self-closing image tag, giving it a source equal to song dot images dot cover art. We can also give it an alt tag equal to song dot title. Of course, that has to be dynamically rendered. We can also give it a class name equal to W-20, H-20, and rounded-LG. Now, if we save this, we can see beautiful cover art of the top 5 songs. Below that image, we're going to create a div. That div is going to have a class name equal to flex1, flex-column, justify-center, and margin x3. There, we want to have 2 different links. So let's start with the first one. Link. This link is going to point to, it's going to be a dynamic template string, /songs, / and then song.key. Inside of there, we can render a p tag that's going to say song dot title. And we can also give it a class name equal to text-xl, font-bold, and text-white. Now, if we save this, you can see the name. We're going to duplicate this link one more time below. This one is going to point to artists. And then to get the key of the artist, that's going to be song dot, or rather dot, artists, 0 to get the first one, and then dot atom ID. Of course, we can change the styles just a bit. We're not going to make it text XL. We're going to make it text-base. Give it the color of text-gray-300 and give it a margin top of 1. In this case, it doesn't have to be bolded. And we're going to render the song.subtitle. Now, if we save this, you can see yours, Jin, under the influence, Chris Brown, and if we click on these, we're going to be led to specific pages. For now, those pages are just empty, song details page, or we also have the artist details page. We're going to implement those really soon. And finally, the most important thing is the play pause button. Now, it's going to be simple to implement that as we have already created it. But of course, we have to pass the proper values to our top chart card component. So alongside the key, the song, the index, let's provide the isPlaying is equal to isPlaying. Let's also pass the active song equal to the active song. And let's pass the handle pause click, which we pulled from the song play component. And also let's get the handle play click equal to handle play click. Now we can go back to our top chart card component and we can get all of those props right there. There's gonna be the isPlaying, also the active song, the handle pause click, and the handle play click. Great. And we already created that play pause component. So now going below the link and then below 2 more divs, we can simply call the play pause component as a self-closing tag and pass a couple of props to it. We're going to pass the isPlaying. We're going to pass the active song. We're going to pass the song itself. We're going to pass the handle pause equal to handle pause click. And we're going to pass the handle play equal to handle play click. And that's going to make these great play and stop buttons work. Now, if we click on this, seems like nothing is happening. Let's expand it a bit. There we go. That's looking great. Let's go back to the Discover page. And still nothing is happening. Let's open up the console and expand it just a bit. Let's reload the page and let's click play right here. It seems that the song is not defined. So always when something is not working, look into the console. Top play, line 55. Song is not defined. Right here, it says, we never have the access to the song. That song is actually coming as a parameter to the handle play click, and the index is also being passed. So where are we calling that handle play click? Well, we're calling it right below. We have to call it as a callback function, and we're going to provide the song as well as the index right here. So once we click on a specific song, we want to know which song do we want to play. Now we can collapse this and click play. As you can see, the song started, which means that now we can play the songs from the top charts as well. We also have those great top artists. That's working perfectly. Let's collapse this and open it up in its full glory. There we go. This is looking perfect. We now have the sidebar, we have the Discover Pop page, we have the top charts as well, and the top artists. And we can play all of the songs that are currently available. You can also see that if we go to I'm Good, for example, and play it from the sidebar and play it from the widget, it's also going to be showed as playing right here and at the bottom of the page. That's the beauty of using Redux. One single state is shared across 3 completely different pieces of our user interface: the Discover page, the top charts widget, and the music player component. With that said, we can now collapse this one more time. We can close the top play as we're now done with it, the Discover as well, and back in the app, we can see exactly where we left off. We have our top charts, top artists, the sidebar, the Discover Pop. But now, if we want to learn more about a specific song, for example, by clicking it right there, or by clicking it right here, or if we want to learn more about a specific artist, we cannot do that, as the song detail is currently empty. So that might be the next logical step. Let's go ahead and control-click into the song details component. To start working on our song details component, we can first import something known as use params coming from React-router-DOM. This is a really important import because it's going to give us access to this song ID we have in our URL bar. Let me show you how it works. Let's expand our song details by creating a return statement. There we go. And now, at the top of our component, we can say const. We can get the song ID like this and say equal to use params. And now we can console log the song ID. Now, why song ID specifically like this? Why not ID or song or key? Well, if we go back to the app, you can notice a route that has these song details. It goes like this: /songs, / and then colon song ID. So this is a special key you can specify on your own. In this case, let's leave it as song ID, and that's going to be it. So let's open up the console and let's see if it's there. There we go, 590.865.488, exactly as it is in the URL bar. This will allow us to make another API call to fetch more details about a specific song. So let's start with that right away. Let's focus on getting all the other imports in as well. Imports such as use selector and use dispatch coming from React-Redux. We also need to import a couple of components such as details header, error, loader, and related songs. And these are coming from / components. We also need to get some features from the player slice by saying import set active song, as well as play pause. Nothing new. We've already worked with this. And we're going to import this from, that's going to be / redux / features / player slice. There we go. Now let's initialize our dispatch. So const dispatch is equal to use dispatch. And then we can also pull the data from the state by saying const active song and is playing is equal to use selector. And you know the drill. We get the state and then specifically pinpoint state.player. And finally, we can focus on the JSX part. So let's create a new return statement. We're going to have one wrapper div inside of it. So let's say div, and let's give it a class name equal to flex and flex-call. Inside of that div, we're going to have our own component called details header, which is a self-closing component. We can pass two different props to it. The artist ID, that's going to be set to artist ID, as well as song data, which is going to be equal to song data. Now, where are we going to get that information? For now, we don't know. We haven't yet fetched the data about a specific song, so let's simply comment this out. For now, we're just creating the structure of our song details component. Soon enough, we're going to fetch real data. Below this details header, we're going to have another div, and that div is going to have a class name equal to margin bottom 10. Inside of there, we're going to have an h2 that's going to simply say lyrics. And it's going to have a class name equal to text-white, text-3XL, and then font-bold. Now, if we save this and reload the page, you can notice that something seems to break. So let's go to inspect, console, and it seems like components index.js does not provide an export named related songs. We wanted to look for songs. So if we fix this, we should be good to go. And yes, we are. So we can see the top charts, top artists, and then we have the lyrics of this special song. If we look at the finished side and click on a specific song, you can notice that we have all the details right here. So soon enough, we'll have to focus on pulling the actual song data in. For now, let's finalize this structure. Right below this h2, we're going to have a div. And that div is going to have a class name equal to empty-5. Inside of there, we want to loop over the song data. Now, in this case, we will need to have the song data, so now might be a good time to jump into the API and make that request to get the song details by using a specific song ID. So what we can do is go back to our features and services Shazam core. There, we simply need to add another API endpoint. In this case, that's going to be get song details. Again, it's going to look similar. Builder.query. We pass in the actual query. And that query is a callback function. And in this case, it will accept a parameter, which is going to be a song ID inside of curly braces. So like this, we want to destructure the song ID. Make sure that the I in the ID is lowercase. And then finally, we want to go to /tracks. So that's going to be a dynamic template string /tracks /details track underscore ID is equal to, and then song ID like this. There we go. And as you know, now Redux Toolkit automatically generates a new query for us. So that's going to be use get song details query. There we go. And we can use that right inside of our song details. So we already learned how to call it. We first need to import it by saying import use get song details query coming from /redux /services /Shazam core. And we can call it as a hook by saying const data. We can immediately rename it to song data to be more explicit. And we can say is fetching. And we can also rename that to is fetching song details, as we're going to fetch multiple things later on. So we want to know what are we fetching. And that's going to be equal to use get song details query. But keep in mind, we have to pass in the song ID inside of an object like this? Well, you can choose to pass the song ID just as a parameter, like this, which in this case might make more sense. But then if you go back, you must remove the object from here as well, or rather object destructuring. So you can keep it like this, or you can put an object sign here and then destructure it here. It is totally up to you. In this case, I'm going to keep it like this, object destructuring right there, and also inside of an object right here. Great. So now we're getting real song data. That song data should contain the lyrics to the song. So let's try it out. We can go inside of this div and open up a new dynamic block of code. Let's say song data, !sections. We want to get the first section, and then we want to check if the type of that section is equal to lyrics, all uppercase. In that case, if it is, then we want to get the song data, !sections 1, and then we want to go into the text, and then we want to map over each line specifically and get the index. So it's going to look something like this. For each line, we want to return a p tag, and there we're going to render out that line. Now, if we don't have the lyrics, then we're going to go right here, and then we can render a p tag that's going to say something like, sorry, no lyrics found. There we go, but we were supposed to close it right there. So now this should be good. Let's structure it a bit better so it makes sense. So we are first checking if we do have the lyrics. If we do have them, then map over them and then show the p tag as a line. And then if we don't have it, simply say, sorry, no lyrics found. Now let's add some class names to this p tag. We can do it for the line as well as for the error. Class name is equal to text-gray-400, text-base, and my-1. Now, as you can see, this song is in Korean, so we can see Korean. But if we move to something like I'm good, there we go. I'm good. Yeah, I'm feeling all right. That's good. So now we're getting the lyrics, which is great, which means that we're getting the song data. Now, based on that, we can also call the details header. For now, we won't have the artist ID, so we can simply pass it as empty, but we will have the song data. So now we can move into the details header and focus on that component right away. That component will be a dynamic component. We're going to use it both for the artist detail and the song detail. So, therefore, it's going to accept a couple of different props. The artist ID in case we are on the artist details page. The artist data, same thing, or the song data if we're on the song details page, which is where we're on right now. And we can also import a link coming from React Router DOM. There we go. Now we want to show a div, and that div will have a class name equal to relative, w-full, flex, and flex-call. Inside of there, we want to have one more div, which is going to be just a gradient. It's going to look something like this. You can see this gray rectangle there. So let's create a div as a self-closing tag. Let's give it a class name equal to w-full, bg-gradient-2l, like this, from transparent, and then to black. You can see this is almost like writing in plain English. Tailwind makes it so easy. On small devices, the height is going to be 48, and usually the height is going to be 28. Now, if we save this, you can see this gradient right there. Below that, we can create a new div. That div is going to have a class name equal to absolute, inset0, flex, and items-center. Inside of there, we're going to render the image. The image is going to be the self-closing tag, and we can give it an alt tag as art. After that, we can give it the source, which is going to be dynamic. In case we have the artist ID, we want to render the artist data, question mark dot artists, and then we want to dive into the specific artist by saying artist ID, and then dive into its attributes, and then again dive into its artwork, and then finally get the URL of that artwork. Of course, let's fix this, artwork. There we go. That URL is also going to have some properties, such as the height and the width of the image, so we have to explicitly rename them right here. So we can say replace braces, W, braces. This is going to be for the width. We want to replace that with 500 pixels. And we want to call a replace one more time and replace the braces, H, and then also 500. Because they've made it so that the API returns a dynamic image. You can change the numbers to provide a specific height and width, which is exactly what we're doing right here. In case we don't have the artist ID, then we want to render the song data, question mark dot images, question mark dot cover art. There we go. Let's fix this to artist data and save it. And as you can see, we have I'm Good by David Guetta. That's great. We can also apply a class name to this image by giving it a small W-48. Usually, width is 28. On small devices, height is also 48. And usually, height is 28. It's going to be rounded -full and object -cover. It's also going to have a border of 2 and a shadow of extra large. Finally, it's going to have a shadow of black. If we save this, it perfectly goes right here in this gradient rectangle. Now we can also provide a bit more information about the song or the artist. So we can go below this image, still inside of the div, and we can create another div. This div is going to have a class name equal to ml-5 for margin left. Inside of there, we're going to create a p tag where we want to render the artist's name or the song title. So if we do have the artist ID, in that case, we want to go into the artist data, question mark dot artists. We want to tap into that specific artist. So we're going to give it the artist ID. And then we want to go into the attributes. And finally, get the name. As you can notice, these are quite long strings, and this is looking a bit clumsy right inside of our JSX. So what we can do is we can extract that immediately. Let's go ahead and open this up. So we're going to provide it as a return statement and create a normal function block. There we go. This is looking better already. Let's comment out this p tag for now. And now at the top, we can say const, and now we can destructure those values at the top. And you can also notice it's being repeated down there as well. So 2 times. And this is repetitive. It's just a lot of data and something can easily go wrong. So rather, let's simply say const artist data is equal to artist data question mark dot artists artist ID dot attributes, or rather question mark dot attributes. And then in this case, we're calling for artwork, but below we want to call for name. So that's fine. We can leave it up to here. And now, finally, we'll have to rename it as artist data is already here. So let's do something like artist. There we go. And now, instead of doing all this long string, we can replace the artist data dot artists artist ID attributes with simply artist. So now we're calling artist dot artwork, and down below as well, we're going to simply do artist dot name. This makes much more sense, right? Now, if we don't have the artist ID, means we want to have the song title, so we can say song data question mark dot title. Now, if we save this, you can notice that it's dark, but I'm good. And we can add a class name to this p tag. That's going to be font-bold. On small devices, text-3XL, usually text-XL, and text-white. If we save that, you can see this is looking much better. Below that p tag, we want to show something that's only going to happen if we're on the song details page and not on the artist details page. So we can say if no artist ID and end, meaning render this code. We want to render a link, and that link is going to have a p tag that's going to render the song data subtitle, like this. Let's apply some class names, such as class name is equal to text-base, text-gray-400, and margin top 2. There we go. So now we can see the title and also the subtitle, which in this case are the authors of the song. We can also specify a to property to this link, which is going to be a dynamic link to /artists, $$ curly braces, song data, $artists, 0.atom ID. Great. So now if we save this and click here, it's going to lead us to the artist details page. Isn't that great? Finally, we can render the genre of the song or the genre of that artist. We can do that right below this dynamic block of code by rendering a p tag. That p tag is going to have the same class name as the above one, so we can copy it. And we're going to make it dynamic. So inside of that p tag, we again want to check if the artist ID is there. If it does exist, then we want to get into the artist, which is our variable we created at the top, and then want to say $genre names, and then 0. So we want to know which genres is that artist playing. Otherwise, we can get the song data, $genres, $primary. If you're wondering why are we using ? That means that we want to make sure that this data actually exists. In case it doesn't, JavaScript would give us an error. But if we put a question mark, it's going to give us undefined, which is of course better than an error. Great. So now we can see that this is dance. That's great. Let's try with a couple of other songs. So if I click right there under the influence, Chris Brown, R&B, or soul. Great. And we also get the lyrics. And finally, we can finish it with one self-closing div. We can go below this div and below one other div right here and create a self-closing div with a class name equal to w-full, on small devices, h-44, and then usually h-24. If we save this, that's going to give it some space. Finally, we can go back to the song details page. Now, if we expand this to its full glory, as you can see, we have a beautiful song details page with lyrics and more information about that specific song. But what we can also do, as it is on the finished version, we're going to add related songs. There's one cool thing I want you to notice. Can you see it? The songs in the related songs are using the same component as the songs in the top charts. Again, we are reusing different parts of the user interface. With that said, let's finalize our song details page by providing those related songs. To do that, we can go right here below those two divs inside of the song details component, and we can call the related songs self-closing component. Now, what props do we have to pass? Now, to be able to pass those props, there is one more API call that we have to make, and that is to get the artist details of this specific song. So if we are on the song details page, we want to know more about Chris Brown, because that's going to allow us to show some more Chris Brown songs. So let's go back to the Shazam core and let's add one more API endpoint. The new API endpoint will be called getSongRelated, essentially getting the related songs. We can again do the same thing. Builder.query, we pass an object, specify the query as the callback function that looks like this. And in this case, we will also be getting the song ID as the first and only parameter. Then we want to call the /tracks, /related, and then !track_ID is equal to song ID. There we go. I think now you can see the power of creating a proper Redux Toolkit structure. It's so easy to add new API endpoints. And we again duplicate this and get the new get songs related query. Great. We can now go back in our song details component and we can call it right at the top. It's gonna look something like this. Const, we wanna get the data, we wanna get the is fetching, which we can rename to is fetching related songs. And we also can get the error. And that's gonna be equal to use get song related query. And we're gonna pass in the song ID inside of an object. We of course also have to import use get song related query from services Shazam core. Now that we have all of the is fetching properties and all the data, we can create proper loading and error handlers. We can say if is fetching song details or is fetching related songs, then return a loader component. That loader will have a title that says searching song details. There we go. We can also say if error, simply return our self-closing error component. Great. And now we have all of the states that we can pass to our related songs component. We need the data equal to data, the is playing property equal to is playing. We're gonna also have the active song equal to active song. And then we again need those handle pause click and handle play click, which we can get from the song component. So let's go into the song card and let's simply grab those two functions. We can paste them somewhere near the top, right here, handle pause click and handle play click. Let's add them here. Handle pause click is equal to handle pause click, and also handle play click is equal to handle play click. And of course, we have to get the song and the index as the first two parameters to handle play click. Great. Now we can finally go into the related songs and start focusing on how to render them. Inside of here, we can import a component called song bar. So that's going to be import song bar coming from /song bar. And this component is incredibly similar to the top charts component, but there are some minor differences though. If you look at the finished version, you can see the top charts, you can see if we hover over it, it highlights, and you can see how the song bar component looks like. It seems identical, but there are a couple of differences. For example, here we can also get albums, not only songs, so it is important that we handle that properly. Now we can go into the song bar component, and for you, there's already going to be the code for a pre-populated song bar component. It's going to look like this. Again, the only reason why I provided this file, as it's incredibly similar to the one we've created before, which looks exactly the same. Great. With that said, we can continue with our related songs. Now, inside of the props, we're getting all of the props that we passed. So you can hold the Alt key and then keep copying those different props, and then we can paste them right here if we destructure the props. Now, let's put everything properly in one line, divided by commas. There we go. So for now, we're getting the data, the is playing property, the active song, handle pause click, as well as handle play click. Inside of there, we can render a div, and that div is going to have a class name equal to flex and flex-call. Inside of there, we can also render an h1 that's going to say related songs, like this. We can also give that h1 a class name of font-bold, text-3xl, and text-white. If we save that and scroll down, you can see, not here, this is the finished version, but if we go here, you can see the loader, which doesn't seem to be right. Let's save it, reload the page. We seem to have one issue, so let's open up inspect, go to the console, and it looks like song bar doesn't exist. Rather, it should be coming from, let's check it out, song bar, export default song bar. Yep, it's going to be a default import So it's going to look like this without curly braces. Once we fix that and reload the page, we're back and now we can see related songs. Great. Inside of here, we can open up a new div. It's going to have a class name equal to empty-6 w-full flex and flex-call. And inside of there, we can map over the data. So that's going to be data !.map. We get each individual song and the index of that song, and we want to return a song bar component for each song. To that song bar component, we can provide a key because we're mapping over it. So let's make the key equal to song.key. Now, later on, if we go to a specific artist, like Jin right there, we're going to also have related songs for that artist. So it's important to think about that because data is not always going to be just a song. Sometimes it's going to be about artists. So sometimes we're not going to have the song key. So what we can do is either provide the song key or provide the artist ID, which will be coming through props. There we go. So now we're doing it in the proper way. Now we can go back and we can also provide the song property. Song is equal to song. The index is equal to index as well. We can provide the artist ID equal to artist ID, the isPlaying property, the active song property, and finally the handle pause click as well as the handle play click. There we go. So now we are rendering the song bar component for every single songs, and now we have the related songs listed right here. We're done with the related songs. We can exit out of them. We can exit out of the song bar. The song details are now done as well, and we're back into the app. So now let's expand this and let's look into it in its full glory. We have under the influence right there, it's a song title, the artist title, as well as the genre. We have the lyrics right here, and then we have a list of related songs. And now we can switch between different songs just by clicking on them. Great. Now the next step is going to be to implement the artist details page. So let's collapse our browser and let's open up the new page, which is going to be the artist details. It's going to be quite similar to the song details component because a lot of different elements are exactly the same. So we can start by going back to the app, going to the song details, and copying the entire page. Let's copy it and paste it into the artist details. We can, of course, change the name of the component from the song details to artist details here in the name as well as in the export. And now let's look into the differences that we have to make this component work. Regarding imports, we're going to have use params, use selector. We won't be needing the use dispatch. We're going to get the details header, error, loader, and related songs. In this case, we won't be playing any songs, so we don't need to get the set active and play pause. And we won't be using the get song details or get related songs. We'll be using something known as get artist details. So that's a new endpoint that we are yet to create. For now, we can save this file as it is and go back to our API. So that's going to be inside of Redux and Shazam core. There we can add that new endpoint. The endpoint is going to be called get artist details. It's going to be the same as always, builder.query. We provide the query, and in this case, we're going to provide the artist ID, which is going to be, again, a callback function. We're going to get the artist ID as the first and only parameter, and we're going to go to /artists, /details, !artist_ID is equal to artist ID. In this case, you won't need to destructure the parameter as we did with the song ID because we're going to pass it in automatically. Great. Now we can also export our query hook. Use get artist details query. Great. Let's go back and let's import it right here. Use get artist details query. Moving down, we won't be needing the dispatch. We're not getting the song ID, rather we're getting the ID which we can rename to artist ID. That's coming from params. As you can see, we're under artists and then a specific key, which denotes that specific artist. Then we're going to keep the active song and is playing, but we won't need those two calls. We'll need just one. That's going to be the call to the use get artist details query. So we can put it there, and we can pass the artist ID as the first and only parameter. We're not getting back the song data. We are getting back the artist data. And under is fetching, we can say is fetching artist details. And finally, we're getting the error as well. Great. Now, we won't be needing the handle pause click and handle play click here, so we can remove that. We are not fetching song details or related songs. We are fetching the artist details, so is fetching artist details. And we can say loading artist details. And under error, we can simply render the error. Now, for the details header, we can provide the artist ID this time because now we have it. And we can also provide the artist data. So artist data is equal to artist data. Great. We can expand it so we can see it better. In this case, we're not rendering the lyrics, so we can remove this part. And the last thing we can do is provide proper props to our related songs. In this case, the data for the songs is going to look like this. Object.values artist data (songs). So we simply want to format our songs in a proper way so that we can render the songs from that specific artist. And we're going to also pass the artist ID because now we have it. And we don't have to pass those two handlers. Great. That's going to be it for the artist detail component. Let's check it out. I'm going to reload the page. And let's try to go to, let's do Rema. If we click it, of course, it breaks. So let's open up the inspect element, check the console, and it says cannot convert undefined or null to object at artist details 24. So that seems to be here. Object.values, artist data, dot. It's not going to be song, it's going to be songs, plural. So if we save that, there we go. It automatically loads. Let's expand it. And would you look at that? We have a great list of songs from this specific artist. This is looking great. We also can go to song details. That's looking great as well. To artist details. Again, everything is perfect. We can go back to the Discover page. We haven't checked it out in a long time. And with that, we can now go to the artist or song details for every single one of these songs inside of the Discover page. Let's try to check this one out. There we go. And we can see the lyrics as well. Now, the next step is going to be to implement the Around You, Top Artists, and Top Charts. First one on the list is Around You. So what we can do is collapse this one more time, close all of the currently open files besides the app, and open up the Around You page. Rather, it's called Country Tracks right here. To start creating our Around You page, we can first import the use state as well as use effect hooks coming from React. There we go. And we can also import Axios coming from Axios. We finally need just one more import, which is going to be the use selector import coming from React Redux. We also have a couple of components we have already created and used, and those are the error component, of course with a capital E, the loader component, and the song card component coming from /components. Now, inside of our country tracks, or we can rename this to Around You, we are going to have a div that's going to be inside of a return statement. So let's fix this properly. And let's wrap everything in a regular function block. There, we're going to create a state. a use state field. We're going to call it country and set country. And at the start, it's going to be set to an empty string. We're going to also create a loading state. So use state snippet, and let's call it loading. Set loading, and at the start, it's going to be set to true. We also want to get the active song and is playing. And as you already know, we can say active song and is playing. And we're going to fetch that by saying equal to use selector state and then state.player. Now, to be able to fetch the songs around us, we have to know where we are, right? So let's create a use effect hook, which is going to be ran once a user visits this page, and we're going to recall it whenever the country changes. Inside of there, we want to make an API call to the GeoAPI API. You can visit the geo.apify.org API. To give it a try, click the Give It a Try button. There, you'll have to register your account. And once you register, you can go to API Docs. Here, it's going to give you your API key. You can see how to make a request, but to get the actual key, go to the My Subscriptions page. There, you can create your new subscription. You're going to have a limit of 1,000 requests. So you have your ID right there, and your personal API key is here, and that's what we need. So copy it, and let's go back to the code. There we go. Now you can paste it right here in a comment, and let's go back to the API Docs page. There you have the instructions on which API endpoint you have to call. So let's copy that as well, and let's say axios.get. We're going to make it dynamic, paste this URL, and in here, it actually autofilled the URL for you. So that's going to be good. We don't even need it. So that's going to be geo.apify.org API. You can use V1 or V2, whichever version is fine. And in this case, I don't think we're going to need this IP address, so we can remove that. Great. Now we're going to chain a .then on it, and we're going to get a response. There, we want to set the country to be equal to res ?data ?location, and then ?country. If there's an error, we can say .catch. We can pass in the console log error, and then we have a .finally method where we're going to set the loading to false. So if it's successful or if there's an error, we want to set the loading to false. Great. Now, finally, let's console log the country to see if this is working. I'm going to save it, go back to our app, and open up the inspect element. Let's go to console and let's reload the page. Nothing is happening, but that's because we are not on the Around You page. So let's go back to desktop. Let's open it up just a bit more and let's go to Around You. And there we go. We get HR, which is the shortened name for Croatia, and it is true in my case. You should see something different. But this means that it's working. So now we can use that country to fetch the songs that are popular around us. To do that, we can go back to our Shazam core and create one additional endpoint. That's going to be get songs by country. It's going to be builder.query. We're going to pass a query again, and we're going to have a function. That function is going to render a string, but inside of there, as the first parameter, we're going to get the country code. Finally, we want to go to /charts /country country _code is equal to country code. Great. Now we can export the hook for that call. Use get songs by country. We can go back to Around You and we can import it. Let's do that by importing the use get songs by country query coming from Redux Services Shazam core. And you know the drill. We can say const get the data, get the is fetching, as well as get the error. and that's equal to the call of the use get songs by country query, and we're going to pass in the country as the first and only parameter. Great. Now, based on the info we receive, we can say if is fetching and loading. In that case, we can return a loader component with a title saying loading songs around you. Great. And then if there's an error, so if error and if country. So if country exists, if it's not an empty string, in that case, we want to return the error. There we go. And finally, now we're getting the data containing the songs that are playing around us. Let's create the structure of our component. We can do that by creating a div. This div is going to have a class name equal to flex and flex-column. We're going to render an h2, and that h2 is going to say around you. Let's give it a class name equal to font-bold, text-3xl, text-white, text-left, margin top 4, margin bottom 10. If we save this, we can see around you. Now we want to create another div, which is going to be the wrapper for the actual songs. So we can say class name is equal to flex, flex-wrap. On small devices, justify-start, usually justify-center, and gap-8. And now you might be wondering, how are we actually going to map over those songs? Well, it's going to be incredibly simple because we have already created the song card component. So the only thing we have to do is get the data, $.map, get the song, get the index, and for each song, return a song card component. Of course, we have to give it a key equal to song.key. We have to provide the actual song info by saying song is equal to song. The is playing is equal to is playing. The active song equal to active song. We're going to pass the entire data as well as the index, and we can save it. As soon as we do that, we can see songs that are popular right here in my country. We can also add that short country code by saying around you, and then we can add a span inside of that h2. So first we have around you, and then we can add a span. That span is going to have a class name that's going to be equal to font-black, and we can render the country. There we go. If we save that, we see around you HR, which is short for Croatia, and we can add a space after around you, like this. There we go. So for you, it should be your country code. And this is looking great. Now we have the songs playing in your country, as well as the most popular songs. Great. Next, we can focus on the top charts, and then finally, we're going to focus on the top artists. So let's go to the top charts by going back, opening the app, and going to the top charts. Believe it or not, top charts are going to be almost exactly the same as songs around you. And that's for a reason. We created this structure where we can now reuse different pieces of the user interface. So let's go back to around you. Let's copy the entire file and paste it into the top charts. We can rename the export and the component to top charts. And now we'll have to remove some of the things because the top charts is even simpler. We won't be needing the states. Instead of the use get songs by country query, we're going to get the use top charts query, or rather it's use get top charts query. We won't need those states, and we can rename this to use get top charts query, and we don't have to pass the country. Finally, we can remove the use effect. We can say if is fetching, return loader, and we can say loading top charts. And again, if there's an error, we're going to return the error. In this case, we won't say around you. We're going to say discover top charts. And we don't need this span right there. And that's going to be it. Let's save it. And as you can see, we get top charts right here. So now we have around you, and we also have top charts. Later on, we're going to change the discover so we can actually choose the genres. But you just saw how simple this was. And it was simple because we were using Redux Toolkit that allowed us to make those simple calls, and we were writing proper reusable React code. Great. The next component is going to be the top artists. And for that, we can copy the top charts, go to the app, and then go to the top artists. Where is it? There we go. Top artists. Let's paste it. Rename the top charts to top artists. We won't be needing the use selector, but we will need the artist card, which is a new component we haven't used yet. We will need the loader and the error. And we're going to use the same get top charts query. We can remove the use selector. We're going to keep the is fetching and the error. We're not going to say discover top charts. Rather, we're going to say top artists. And finally, we won't use the song card. Rather, we're going to use the artist card. So right here, we can say artist card. And we're going to pass two different things to it. This will no longer be a song. It's going to be a track. And we can pass the key equal to track.key. And also we're going to pass the entire track to it. There we go. So now if we go back and if we expand it just a bit and click top artists, you can notice that nothing's there. And that's because our artist card is currently empty. So to implement the artist card, we're going to import something known as use navigate coming from React Router DOM. As props, we're getting the track property. And there we can initialize the navigate. So we can say const navigate is equal to use navigate. This is a React Router DOM hook that allows us to move to different pages. There, we're going to create a div inside of a return. That div is going to have a class name equal to flex, flex-col, w-250 pixels, p-4, bg-white over 5, bg-opacity-80, backdrop-blur-small, animate-slide up, rounded-lg, and cursor-pointer. Inside of there, we're going to render an image. So a self-closing image tag that's going to have an alt equal to artist and a source equal to track !images !cover art. While we're here, we can also give it a class name equal to w-full, h-56, and rounded-lg. Now, if we save that, you can see different artist images appear right here. Now, these are the album images of these artists, but that's also fine, because if you're following a specific artist, you're going to know that they released a new album recently. And in most of the cover arts, it's actually going to be themselves on the album cover. Great. So now we're going to also render the p tag below the image. And there we want to render the track !subtitle. There we go. So we can see the actual name of the artist. And let's give it a class name. mt-4, font-semi-bold, text-lg, text-white, and truncate. If we save that, now it's looking so much better. We can see the artists right there. Finally, if we click on the artist, nothing is going to happen. So inside of this div, we need to give it an onClick property and provide it a callback function. Once somebody clicks it, we want to navigate to /artists /track ?artists 0.adam id. Now, if we save this and click on an artist, you can see it leads us to .artist details page. This is great. Now, if we expand this one more time, we have successfully implemented the Discover page, the Around You page, the Top Artist page, and the Top Charts page. This is looking great. Now, of course, there's still a couple of things we can focus on. Now that we have the top charts and top artists, we can make those See More buttons on the top charts and top artists widget work. The top artists one already works, but let's check for the top charts. That's going to be in the top play component. And let's see where it is. Pointing to top charts. That should be working already. And it does. So we already made that work beforehand. Now, another thing we can focus on is removing this ugly white line at the bottom. And we can do that by starting to implement the search bar component. So let's collapse our browser and let's go to our search. There we go. Currently, it is empty. But we don't want to focus on the search page yet. We want to focus on the search bar component, which is this one. There, for now, we can implement just the UI to remove that ugly white line. We can do that by returning a form, in this case. That form is going to have the autocomplete set to off. It's also going to have a class name equal to p-2, text-gray-400. When we focus dash within, then we want to have a text-gray-600. Inside of there, we want to return a label component. That label is going to be the HTML for search-field. And it's going to have a class name of sr-only. In there, we want to say search all songs. Below that label, we want to have a div, and that div is going to have a class name equal to flex, flex-row, justify-start, and items-center. Inside of there, we can render a search icon, which we can import. So let's import at the top. That's going to be use state, which we're going to use later on from React. We also want to import the use navigate hook coming from React Router DOM. And finally, we can import the fi search icon coming from react-icons/fi. Great. Now we can render it right here inside of this div by showcasing a self-closing fi search icon that's going to have a class name of w-5, h-5, and margin left of 4. Finally, below the search, we're going to have an input, the most important part of the search, that's going to have a name equal to search-field. It's going to have autocomplete set to off. The C right there has to be capitalized as above. It's also going to have an ID equal to search field. It's going to have a placeholder of search. The type is going to be set to search as well. The value is going to be set to an empty string for now, and the onChange is going to be set to an empty callback function, at least for now. Now, if we save this, you can see we have a really ugly search at the top, but let's give it some class names. So we can say class name is equal to flex-1, bg-transparent, border-none, outline-none, placeholder-gray-500, text-base, and text-white, and finally p-4 for padding. If we save this, now we have a beautiful search on top. Now, if we expand our browser, would you look at that? We have a proper search at the top. We have the genre selector, top charts, around you, top artists, and so much more. What do you think we can focus on next? I think that a reasonable next step is to fetch different genres. So we've been looking at the top charts for a long time now, but now let's be able to fetch pop, hip-hop, dance, electronic, K-pop, and so much more. To do that, we can go back. Let's close all of the currently open files. And let's open up the app. From within the app, we can go into the Discover page where we can actually select those genres. And then in here, we'll add the functionality to send the right genre to our query and then to fetch the right songs. So let's do that right away. To make the genres functionality work, we have to make use of our select. What we're going to do is we're going to use the dispatch functionality. Remember, we use select when we want to select a piece of state, but we use dispatch when we want to modify the state. In this case, we want to dispatch an action to the store that's going to say, hey, we want to get this specific genre. And then with a selector, we'll be able to fetch that modified state. Great. Now let's do just that by adding the dispatch to the onChange. So the select has the event, and we can dispatch an action called select genre list ID. And this is coming from the player slice, so we can get it at the top. We can say import select genre list ID, and that's coming from redux/features/player slice. And now we can dispatch that, call it as a function, and pass the event.target.value to it. We also need to modify the value, and that's going to be genre list ID or pop at the start. Now that genre list ID is coming from the state, so we can get it right here, genre list ID. There we go. Now we can scroll to the top, and then we can change this. We can dispatch an action to hip hop. As you can see, nothing really happens. That's because we're not passing the updated changes to the use get something. Right now, we're getting just the top charts, and the genre title is always pop. So what we have to do is call a new endpoint from the API. You know the drill. Let's go inside of Redux, inside of services, and then into the Shazam core. In here, we're going to add a new endpoint right at the top below the get top charts, and let's call it get songs by genre. That's going to be builder.query. We pass in the query. That's going to be a callback function where we get the genre, and then we call /charts, and then genre-world genre_code is equal to genre, like this. And of course, we can export it right here. Use get songs by genre query. There we go. We can go back. We can now import it right here. Use get songs by genre query. And we can call it, instead of calling the use get top charts query. But now we have to pass something to it. So we are going to pass the genre list ID, or we're going to pass pop, all caps. Now, if we save that, you can see we get pop songs. And if we switch that to hip hop, you can see the songs actually switch. So that is working, but it still says pop right here. So let's modify that. We can move this genre title a couple of lines below, and let's make it dynamic. We can say genres.find. We can destructure the value, which is the genre ID, and then we can check if the value is triple equal to the genre list ID, and we get the title once we find the one that matches. Now, if we save that, discover hip hop, let's expand this, and it's gonna look great. Hip hop, dance, electronic, and we also have the loading states. Notice how if we go for new songs or new genres, there's a loading. But now if we go back, it loads instantaneously. That's the power of Redux Toolkit. It saves the genres in cache, so it simply pulls them right back. Beautiful. Now our discover, around you, top artists, top charts pages are all done. Our main view is done. Our widgets are done as well. Our music player is also fully functional, and we can switch between the songs, change the volume, make it shuffle, make it repeat, and scrub through the playlist. This is looking great. The last thing we can focus on is gonna be the search page. So now the search is not functional, we cannot type anything in it, so let's focus on that next by going back to our code and then going to the search bar component. There we go. Inside of here, we can make this a normal function block. So let's return this right there. There we go. And we can initialize the useNavigate hook. So const navigate is going to be equal to the useNavigate hook call. We can also create a new state by saying use state. We're going to call it search term, set search term, and at the start, it's going to be set to an empty string. And finally, we're going to create a handle submit function, which is going to take in an event. We have to call the event.preventDefault, as the default browser behavior is to reload the page once we submit a form. In React, you never want to do that, so this is going to be a common occurrence. And then once we handle the submit, we want to navigate to the /search term, like this. And we have to call that handle submit as the onSubmit inside of the form. Of course, we have to modify the search term. So what we can do is change the value of the input to search term. And then on change, we can say set search term to be equal to e.target.value. Of course, that e is coming from here, being event. Great. Our search bar component is now done. We can now actually type into it. And now once you type something like test, it will lead you to a special page, /search/test. And now you can see that is the search page that you can see right there. Currently, of course, it is completely empty. So let's go into the search component, or rather should I say the search page, and let's start implementing the UI. Once again, this component is going to be quite similar to a page we've used before. That's going to be, let's check it out, the top charts page. So let's simply copy the entire top charts, go back into the search page, and let's paste it right there. Rename the top charts export and component name to search. And let's check if we have to get something more from the imports. Top charts doesn't care about the URL, but our search does, because it has to get the search value from here. So we can import the useParams hook coming from React router DOM. In this case, we won't be using the useGetTopCharts. Rather, we'll have to go back to services, Shazam core, and we'll have to implement our search endpoint. That's going to be a new endpoint, which we can call getSongsBySearch. I think you can notice the pattern. That's going to be builder.query. We specify a query. We're going to get a search term as the first and only parameter. And we want to go to /. And then it's going to not be search, it's going to be /multi, as we can search for multiple terms. And then it's going to be question mark. And we're going to have a search underscore type, which is going to be equal to songs underscore artists. So whatever you search, it's going to come up. And then finally, you can say and provide a query equal to the search term. So it's going to look like this. Now we can export that as a hook. So that's going to be use getSongsBySearch query. We can go back to the search, get it right here. Use getSongsBySearch query. And then we have to get the search term from the URL by saying const search term is equal to useParams, provided to us by React router DOM. Finally, we can pass the search term as the one and only parameter to the use get songs by search query. Now, we're gonna get both the songs and the artists in this search, but what we can do to improve that is simply say const songs is equal to data dot tracks dot hits dot map. We're gonna get a song and we want to return a song dot track for each song. So now we're gonna use this as the list of our songs. And down below, we can change this from discover top charts to showing results for. We can add a span element. We can give it a class name equal to font-black, and we can say search term inside of there. And we're not gonna map over the data, we're gonna map over the songs. Finally, let's save it. Let's expand it, and let's search for something like OneRepublic. We get something went wrong, which is entirely fine. Let's go check our API endpoint. And we want to search for get songs by search. And I missed one thing. It's not going to be just /multi. It's going to be /search /multi as a multi-search. So now it works. We can see different album covers, different single covers, everything from OneRepublic. Let's search for a couple of other artists. Let's do BTS. That works as well. Some beautiful cover art here. Let's do Doja Cat as well. There we go. So all search results are appearing right here. Beautiful. With that said, it seems like we are entirely done with our phenomenal music exploration and music player application called Lyriks. Let's quickly check the mobile responsiveness to see if we're good to go. And it seems that we are. There we go. You can scroll. It seems like a native mobile application. And if you try to play it, the music player shows in a mobile mode, so you can use your thumb to quickly switch between the songs. Beautiful. That means that we are good to go. As you know, on JavaScript Mastery, I always take you a step further and show you how to deploy this application to the web, so you can share it with your friends, potential employers, and showcase it on your portfolio. So the next step is deployment. To deploy our great application, we'll be using Netlify. It's a great platform to simply and quickly deploy your React apps. So let's sign up or log in. Once you do, that's going to bring you to your dashboard. Go to Sites, and then drag it to the right side of your Visual Studio Code. Go to View, Terminal, stop it from running, clear it, and run npm run build. On Vite, this process is incredibly quick, and it takes just a couple of seconds. Let's see if it's going to be finished. I was about to say while I finish my sentence, but yeah, it did it while I was starting it. Now you can go to Explorer, right-click the dist, reveal in File Explorer, or open in Finder if you're on Mac, and simply drag and drop the dist folder right here. It's currently uploading. Sometimes it's going to give you this error, but simply reload the page. And you can see your application is going to be right here. We can also go to domain settings and change our site name to something like JSM Lyriks app. And let's save it. Finally, you can click right here and check your app right on the internet. We have the Discover, Around You, Top Artists, Top Charts, Search, and more. It is a fully functional music player application. Not just music player, music exploration, as you can search for your new favorite artists, top charts, or discover some new genres you haven't listened to before. Great. I'm incredibly happy about this build, and I hope you liked it as well. Hi there, and welcome to another JavaScript Mastery video. Today, I will share with you a revolutionary new tool that has just been released. If you've been in web development for some time now, you're probably aware of the fact that a lot of our work revolves around data. Reading data, writing data, manipulating data, and displaying it in the browser in a way that makes sense. In most cases, that data is provided by REST API endpoints. In the past, to test REST APIs before hooking up the UI to accept the data, typically you'd have to either query the API through a terminal's command line or use a graphical user interface like Postman or Insomnia. If you haven't heard of Postman, it is an API client that makes it easy for developers to create, share, test, and document APIs. Postman is a great tool when trying to dissect RESTful APIs made by others, or test the ones that you have already made yourself. It offers a sleek user interface with which you can make HTTP requests without the hassle of writing a bunch of code just to test out the API's functionality. Now, why do we need applications like Postman or Insomnia? Let's say I wanted to make a GET request to fetch famous quotes from an API. If I wanted to test a GET request to an API endpoint without using an application like Postman, I would have to write out a whole new route and a function to perform the request. Then I would have to specify with more code what I want the response to look like, and finally, I would have to print out the response to the console or provide some other way of actually viewing the response. But let's be honest, doing all this to simply test an API's functionality is unnecessarily tedious and time-consuming. With Postman-like tools, tests like these are much simpler. All I have to do is plug the route into the address bar, select the getResponse method, add my API keys in the header section if needed, specify that I want the response in pretty JSON format, and hit send. Then I get the response data in easy-to-read JSON with a status code of 200 confirming the GET request was successful. It's that simple. Now, there's nothing wrong with Postman. It works as expected, and it's pretty straightforward and intuitive to use. But the problem with Postman is that it's yet another application outside the context of our favorite editor, and that switching between apps takes time and effort. And as much as possible, I'm always trying to avoid switching between apps, so integrating features into my code editor is always welcome. But now, life has just gotten simpler. We no longer need those extra applications like Postman or Insomnia. We no longer need to exit the Visual Studio Code to test any APIs. This is all possible because of the new plugin created by RapidAPI called RapidAPI Client. It works precisely like Postman, but it's integrated into Visual Studio Code, which is great. The more things we can do inside VS Code, the better. And the best part is, in this one video, you'll learn how to use RapidAPI Client to its fullest potential and become a better and more efficient web developer. So, let's dive right in. As mentioned in the intro, today I'll teach you how to use a revolutionary tool that has just been published today. The RapidAPI client replaces all similar standalone applications, lets you send HTTP requests, and view the response directly in our beloved Visual Studio Code. Now, enough talking, and let me show you how you can use it in practice. There are two ways in which you can use RapidAPI client: the no-code way and the code way. First, we'll briefly go over the no-code way just to explore the functionalities, and then we'll quickly switch to the code way, as I'm sure that's what you're more interested in. Number 1, no-code way. To get started with using the RapidAPI extension, you can first open up an empty Visual Studio Code window, and then you can click the link down in the description that's going to lead you to the RapidAPI Client Visual Studio Code extension. The only thing you have to do from here is click Install. It's going to ask you if you want to open it in Visual Studio Code, and that's exactly what we want to do. And right there, you can click Install one last time. There we go. The extension is installed globally, and just like that, on the left side sidebar, you should be able to see the RapidAPI icon. There we go. Since you'll be installing it for the first time, in your case, you might also see the welcome screen right here guiding you through the process. But don't worry, I'm going to guide you through all the steps right here, right now. So first thing we have to do is press this little icon right here that says sign in. It's going to ask you if you want to sign in. And one more time, you'll have to allow this to sign in. And in my case, that worked instantly. You're signed in and you can start using RapidAPI. If you've used RapidAPI before, then you should have no issues whatsoever. It should work instantly. If you haven't created an account before, it's going to prompt you to create it, so no worries there again. Now, right here, you can see that we have one sign-in request. So I think if we just reload our window, that sign-in request is gone, and now you can see we can only sign out because we are already signed in. And with this, we are ready to start using the RapidAPI extension. What we can do first is find a random API on the internet. One of the most popular fake APIs for testing and prototyping is the JSON placeholder API. Again, the link is going to be down in the description. If we scroll down a bit, you'll be able to see that we can try it out immediately. It is a publicly available API. And there are many different endpoints that we can use. For example, we can go to /posts to fetch posts, /comments, albums, photos, to-dos, and users. If you haven't used this before, essentially it is an API with a lot of mock data. Essentially, it's just going to have some dummy data like IDs, some titles right here in fake Latin, and bodies as well. So let's try it out and let's use it immediately right inside of our Visual Studio Code. The only thing we have to do is copy this URL right here, go back to our Visual Studio Code, and add a request. This is going to be the request number 1, and I'm going to paste the URL and add the /posts. And with that, you can click send. Immediately, if I zoom this out a bit, you're gonna see that we're getting a full API response back right inside of your Visual Studio Code. Isn't that crazy? Now that we have all the posts, we can of course create a name for that request, something like get posts, and we can say fetch 100 posts. There we go. And now we've just tested one API endpoint, and we can immediately see right here in prettified JSON what we're getting. So now inside of our code, we know what data we're working with without console logging it, without creating additional requests, and so on. So this is quite perfect. And we can also pass additional headers, queries, bodies, or auth headers. Now that we have our first request, let's also add a second. So I'm just going to click right here, and let's fetch something like users. So again, I'm going to paste the same URL. That's going to be /users. And now we can click send. And there we go. We have the full data for 100 users. Again, I'm going to say get users and simply say fetch 100 users as the description. Isn't that crazy? Now, another phenomenal feature that we can use is to generate TypeScript interfaces. If you've been working with TypeScript lately, this is going to be incredibly useful for you. To create an entire interface that's going to be automatically generated for us, the only thing we have to do is click this little code icon on bottom right. And this is going to generate a new file containing all the interfaces. As you can see, it immediately understood that we're working with a user. Now you can rename this to user if you want to, and it picked out all the properties that the user has. So for example, it has the ID, name, username, and so on. And you can notice that the RapidAPI client picked that out instantly. And we have all the types right here. So if you're working with TypeScript, this is going to be incredibly useful. Now, we've properly consumed this API. And let's even say that we've made some changes to it. So it's going to return some altered data. You want to publish this API so that you can use it later on inside of your other applications. How can we do that? Well, RapidAPI made it incredibly easy. You can open up RapidAPI client from the sidebar and click this icon right here to create or open a project. Once you click it, we can create a new project right here. And we can create it on our RapidAPI personal account. We can enter the name of the project, for example, JSON placeholder, and press enter. This is automatically going to create the project, and it's even asking us if we want to sync our local project to the new JSON placeholder project, and yes, we absolutely want to do that. There we go. Now it says JSON placeholder online, the requests are here. And the best thing about that is that now if you go to rapidapi.com/studio, again, the link is going to be down in the description. And if you log in with the same account that you've logged in into your Visual Studio Code, now it's going to automatically sync your API, and all of the endpoints that you create are going to be right here. That means that you can run some tests, which we're going to explore later on, and you can also list your API on RapidAPI Hub so that everybody else can consume it as well. This is something that I'm going to show you how to do once we deploy our own real API, and that is going to be in the second part of this video, which is coming up right now, and that is using the RapidAPI extension, but now with coding. So let's jump right in. Number 2, Codeway. To start with our Codeway, we're going to create our own actual API. Or rather, we're going to use one of the APIs from my previous videos, the currency converter. So to start learning how you can properly test your real APIs using the RapidAPI client, let's go ahead and create a new project. So you can click this icon right here and click Create a New Project. We want to create a RapidAPI personal project, and the name is going to be Currency Converter. There we go. It's going to immediately create it, and it's asking us if we want to sync our local project to the currency converter, and no in this case, because we haven't yet cleared the old one. There we go. So now we switch to the currency converter project, and we are ready to start adding requests. But before we do that, let's go ahead and create a new empty folder on our desktop. I'm going to call it currency_converter. And we can simply drag and drop it right into our Visual Studio Code. Once we have it in there, we can create a new file called index.js. Since this video is about teaching you how you can most efficiently create, publish, and test your APIs, we don't necessarily need to go through the entire process of creating an API. For that reason, down in the description, I've created a simple API we can use to test things with. So you can head down. Inside of the GitHub gist, you'll find a really short, 25 lines long API. This API has 2 different functions, and then finally a function that calls it to test if the APIs work. The first function fetches the countries from the REST countries API. More specifically, it fetches them by the currency code that we provide. And then the second one converts the currency. So in a sense, this is an API that is a currency converter, and also it tells you in which countries can you spend the money you convert your currency to in. And just so you don't have to find some additional API keys for currency conversion, I just simply used a math.random function, so the numbers are going to be random. Now that we have our API here, we can go to View and then Terminal, and we can run npm init-y. This is going to create a generic package.json. Since we're using the import syntax right here, we'll have to add an additional line that's going to say type, and that type is going to be of module. That's going to allow us to use the import syntax. And we'll also have to run npm install Axios, because we're using Axios to make API calls. There we go. And now, if we want to run our API once, what we can do is run node index.js. There we go. 20 USD is worth 99. This is going to be Swiss francs, and you can spend these in following countries: Liechtenstein and Switzerland. So now we know our API works, but it's not really an API as of yet. It's just a series of 2 function declarations and then 1 function call. We're not hosting this anywhere. We cannot call it again. We just called it one time by running our code. So what we can do to turn this into a real API is install Express. So we can run npm install Express. There we go. Our Express is installed. We can simply import it right here. Import Express from Express. And then we can say const app is equal to express, and then we call it as a function. Now we have to create at least one endpoint. So let's do app.get. That's going to be just the / endpoint where we have a callback function. And inside of express, callback functions have a request and a response. And there we always have to return something. So it's going to be res.send, and we want to send some JSON. In this case, we want to send the output of the convert currency function. So before we send any data, we'll have to call the convert currency to get the information we want to send back from the API. We can add the async keyword right here because we want to call this function from our app.get. We can say const. What are we getting back? We're getting back the message. So we can say const message is equal to, and then that's going to be the same call to our API, but we want to add an await in front of it. In this case, we're working with dummy data, but soon enough, we're going to test it using our API client right inside of our Visual Studio Code to make it work for dynamic parameters that we can pass to it. And now we can res.send the message. With that, we no longer need this function call right here because we turned this from a function call in a single file to an API. But for this to be an API, there is just one final part missing, and that is app.listen. We need to make this API listen somewhere on a specific port. In this case, we can do port 5000. We need to have a callback function where we're going to simply console log and say something like server is listening on port 5000. Great. And with that, we've properly created a simple API. But now is the time that we test it out. So what we can do is we can open up the RapidAPI client and we can start by creating a new request. The request name is going to be something like get exchange rate. And inside of here, we can simply say localhost 5000. So we're just making a get call to the / route. And before we click send, we have to open up our terminal by going to view and then terminal. And now you can run a node index.js, just as we've done before. This is going to make our server run on port 5000. And just before clicking send, let's simply add the HTTP : / to it to make it into a real URL. And let's click the send button. There we go. 350 milliseconds, we even know the time, and we can see the response that we got back alongside some additional info. This is coming from localhost 5000. It is of a status 200 OK. We can see the response size, also the request we've made, and finally the response. The response currently is getting in web format. It is like an HTML that we're getting back, but that's not what you really want from an API. So right off the bat, we can go back in our code and we can say res.json instead of res.send. This is going to make sure to return the data in the JSON format. Now for the changes to take effect, we can stop this from running and then run node index.js one more time. Now if we rerun our request, you can see that now we get a JSON tree or a JSON text, which is much easier to read, and we get back the text in a nice format. Of course, in here we just have one string, but usually you'll have objects with real data, so you'll be able to easily read through them right here. Great. With that said, now let's add some additional functionality to our API so that we can modify the currency we want to exchange from, currency we can exchange to, and then the total amount. To do that, we can pass some query parameters to our API. So we can say const, we can destructure the from currency, the to currency, and the amount coming from reg.query. These are going to be populated once we make our API call. And now we can simply exchange the static variables with these newly created variables, from currency, to currency, and the amount. Now what we can do is we can go back to our exchange rate, and now we don't have to append queries like this. That's going to be from currency, if I'm not mistaken. Yep, from currency is equal to, and then we need to specify USD, for example. You don't have to do that here. You can simply use the dedicated query section where you can add query parameters, which is incredibly handy. So let's do something like from currency is equal to USD, to currency is equal to CHF for Swiss francs, and then we can add the amount, which is going to be something like 20. That's going to be it. Now let's rerun our server by pressing Ctrl C and then running node index.js again, and let's click send. As you can see, we get back our headers, and inside of our info, we can see that the query was automatically populated for us, and we got back the response. 20 USD is worth 170. This number right here is random, but we can verify it's working by switching the currency to, because then it's going to switch the countries where we can spend that money at. So let's do something like HRK, which is the national currency of the country I'm from, Croatia. Let's simply run it. And you can see that we can only spend this currency in Croatia, which means that we just successfully tested our API. Great. Now we can document this. We can say get exchange rate, and we can also say something like accepts. That's going to be from currency, to currency, and amount. Perfect. Our API is currently accessible only on our local machine. We can call it on localhost 5000, but now let's deploy it so that people can use it around the world. Let's close our RapidAPI client, and let's open up our terminal. We'll be deploying our API using Heroku. Heroku is a free-to-use tool that allows you to easily deploy your APIs. The link to download it is going to be down in the description, and it's available for all operating systems. Once you download it, we can start with the setup. Let's add one additional file to our file tree, and that file is called procfile, like this. Inside of there, we can specify the web and then node index.js command. This is the starting command that's going to be ran. Then we can run git init to initialize a git folder. We can create a gitignore file, so .gitignore, and then add /node_modules to it because we don't want to push all the node modules when we are deploying our application. Now, first command that we're going to run is going to be Heroku login. If you install Heroku properly, this should work without any issues. And we can press any key to open it up in the browser. Now you'll have to log in. There we go, you can log in, or if you're new to Heroku, you can go through the sign up process. Once you're logged in, you're gonna see this screen, and then we can go back to the code. Now that we're logged in, we can run Heroku create. Now we can run git add, git commit -m first commit, and then git push Heroku master. This is going to push and instantly build your API. So now you can see that your API is building. And finally, you can run Heroku open to open the API in the browser. And if we open it, we're unfortunately going to get just one application error, and I quickly figured out what is the reason. Instead of just deploying to localhost 5000, we have to use the automatically generated Heroku variable, and that's going to be process.env.port, like this. Now we can simply go through the process of pushing the changes one more time. That's going to be git add dot, git commit -m, second commit, and then git push Heroku master. That's going to rebuild our application, and hopefully this time we're gonna see our API live. Let's run Heroku open one more time. And alongside changing the ports, let's also change our endpoints just a bit. So in here, we're always accepting these from, to, currency, and the amount. But what if a person doesn't send them? So what we can do right here is say if no from currency, or no to currency, or no amount. In that case, we can simply res.send, and let's res.send something like, please provide all the required parameters. That way, we're not gonna try to make an extra request, so we can put this in an else statement. There we go. Now let's structure this properly, And let's go through the process of pushing this one more time. That's going to be git add dot git commit dash m. Let's do something like second commit. And then git push Heroku master. Now our application is going to build again and it's going to be redeployed. And let's run Heroku open. And as you can see, our application loaded on our newly created endpoint. And finally, what we can do as well is ping it from our RapidAPI client. So let's copy this newly created URL. And back inside of our code, we can go to the get exchange rate and now replace this URL right here with the newly created Heroku URL. And let's click send. There we go. As you can see, we got back the response. This is phenomenal. Now that we've created and tested our API, deployed it as well, it's time to publish it to the RapidAPI marketplace so that other people can access it as well. And if you remember correctly, all the work that you do in the RapidAPI client also automatically gets synced to the RapidAPI Studio. So if we go to our RapidAPI Studio, there we go. Your currency converter is going to be right there. There might not be an image right here, but don't worry, we're going to add that together later throughout the video. Now, before adding all of the necessary hub listing information, I've switched to the test tab because I want to show you that you can do automated tests via RapidAPI Studio. So let me show you how you can do that in just under a minute. First, we're going to click create a test. Let's give it a test name, such as automated test. You'll automatically be re-navigated to that test, and we can add our first step. You'll have plenty of options to automate all of your tests, but in this case, let's use a simple HTTP GET request. Let's go to our URL, and that URL is going to be the link to our deployed API. Let's just go to the home route without passing any variables. And let's click save and run. As you can see, the test succeeded. We can click right here to view more information. So we got 200 OK from our API. But of course, these tests can be much more detailed. As we saw before, you can test absolutely every single part of the application. You can check if something is equal to something or if the API is returning the right logic based on the right parameters. But that's it when it comes to testing. Now let's go back to our hub listing to add all of the information about our API. But of course, if you want to get a lot of people to use your API, you have to add general information to it, such as an icon. I found a random currency converter icon. I'm going to drag and drop it. We can add a category. In this case, let's see what would suit it well. There are a lot of categories. In this case, just tool or finance maybe. Let's do financial since this is a currency converter. And in the description, we can say a simple API that allows you to exchange a specific amount from one currency to another. There we go. README, this is optional. The website is optional as well, terms of use. And now what we can do is we can confirm that we own the rights to publish this API. Of course, read the terms of service first, and then we can publish it right here. We also need to add our base URL, which is going to be a link to our deployed Heroku application. Once you add it, you can click save. Our application was going to be successfully updated, and you can scroll to the top. And on top right, you can click right here to view it in your RapidAPI hub. There we go. Published by JavaScript Mastery, updated a few seconds ago. It is live. It is free right now on the RapidAPI hub amongst tens of thousands of other APIs. Isn't this great? Of course, there's just a couple of other things that we can do to tweak it and to make it more usable. For example, we can add an endpoint right here and specify the queries. And we can also add a pricing section so that you can actually make some money out of it. Let's go back to RapidAPI Studio and let's go to endpoints. Right here, we can add our first REST endpoint. That's going to be exchange currency. And that's going to be just /get. Of course, we are sending some parameters. So that's going to be from currency. also to currency, and finally the amount. We can set some example values, for example, euros, dollars, and then let's do 100. And all of these three are required. And RapidAPI is immediately going to provide you with a clean way of how other people can immediately consume your API. And before saving it, we can scroll up and add a description. I'm going to use the same sentence we used before. And I'm going to click save. With that said, our endpoint is right here. Let's go to monetize. In here, you can choose different plans that your API has, like basic, pro, and ultra. So with the pro plan, let's switch this to monthly, 1,000 requests. And then it's going to be $0.01 or 1 cent per extra request. There we go. And we can also switch this to monthly subscription and set the subscription to $10. There we go. So now we have two different plans. And now let's go back to our currency converter in RapidAPI Hub and reload the page. As you can see, an endpoint appeared right here. We can also see that we have to pass some parameters, and it's nicely telling us what we have to do. And also we have a pricing section so that people can actually subscribe and pay you directly to use your API. Isn't that great? And now if we go back to endpoints, we can click test endpoint. This is going to run our endpoint with the specified parameters. You can see right now we don't quite get back the result, but it's actually good that we reached this point, because now we know that there's just one more thing we have to do to properly publish our API. The issue in our case is that we are returning a message inside of a JSON format, but it needs to be a proper JSON format. So whenever you're working with APIs, you always want to return a JSON, and a JSON is JavaScript object notation. So essentially, it is an object, but it has to have a key and a value. So we can return a message like this, and in the same fashion, we can return a message right here. So message is equal to a message, or a shorthand property looks like this. If we now redeploy this, our API is going to work. So git add, git commit, and then git push Heroku master. Let's give it a minute, and then we'll recheck it inside of our RapidAPI hub. There we go. Our API was redeployed, and I'm going to click test endpoint. As you can see, now we get back a message right here, and that message contains one string that says that 100 euros is worth $40. Again, the numbers are random, and then we can spend them in the following countries. Great. With that, we came all the way from the start, installing the RapidAPI client, learning how to use it to test our APIs, and then we also dived into the RapidAPI Studio, which automatically syncs to the RapidAPI client. I've got to say, these technologies by RapidAPI are phenomenal. And with that said, we've came to the end of this video.